Uh, Good morning to all of you. Myself, Dr. Amar Kamble, Professor and HOD, Department of Rachna Sharir from Manjushri Research Institute of Ayurvedic Sciences, Gandhinagar, Gujarat.
Myself, Dr. Sonia Dhahat, Assistant Professor, Rashnashari Department at Sai Ram Ayurved Medical College and Research Center, Chennai, Tamil Nadu.
It is our privilege to welcome all of you in 2 days 6th National Conference, that is ATACON 2024, which is based on the theme New Horizons in Ayurveda. This conference is going to be the platform for enlightening the ancient knowledge with advances and future perspectives of various strengths of the Ayurvedic science.
And we are proud to announce that this conference is endorsed by National Commission of Indian System of Medicine, NCISM New Delhi, and Maharashtra University of Health Sciences, Nashik. And this conference is recognized by Maharashtra Council of Indian System of Medicine, that is MCIM Mumbai. We welcome all the chief guests of inaugural functions, all the knowledge speaker, chairperson, co-chairperson, all the session coordinators, and especially all the delegates from all over India.
Next, now we are starting with the inaugural ceremony of ATACON 2024. The Ayurveda Teacher Association feels graceful to have eminent personality, that is Dr. Gitanjali Karle Madam, who is HOD and Professor of Department of Ayush, Maharashtra University of Health Sciences, Nashik. As a chief guest for today's inaugural function, I welcome Dr. Gitanjali Karle ma'am for this inaugural session.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, all, and hello, everyone. Dr. Suryanshi, President of Ayurveda Teachers Association. Is it my turn to talk?
No, ma'am. First, we have a Lord Dhanvantari Shravan, ma'am.
Yes. Okay.
Now, first, to have a blessings of Lord Dhanvantari, I invite Dr. Ujjwala Pawar, ma'am, from Government Ayurved College, Nanded, for Dhanvantari Shravan. So, over to you, ma'am.
Yes. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am,
Yes,
you are
ma'am.
audible. Now you can continue.
Yes. वन्दे धन्वन्तरि पदयुगुलं स्वीकृतकार्ये फलसिद्ध्यर्थं वन्दे धन्वन्तरि पदयुगुलं स्वीकृतकार्ये फलसिद्ध्यर्थं सर्वे सन्तु निरामयानि नन्दतु जगति सदा आरोग्यं नन्दतु जगति सदा आरोग्यं मा कश्चित् नो दुःखमाप्नुयात् मा कश्चित् नो दुःखमाप्नुयात् देयं सौख्यप्रदानं वन्दे धन्वन्तरि पदयुगुलं स्वीकृतकार्ये फलसिद्ध्यर्थं वन्दे धन्वन्तरि पदयुगुलं स्वीकृतकार्ये फलसिद्ध्यर्थं स्वीकृतकार्ये फलसिद्ध्यर्थं स्वीकृतकार्ये फलसिद्ध्यर्थं
Thank you, Ujjwala Pawar ma'am, for Dhanvantari Stavan. Now, after blessings of Lord Dhanvantari, I would like to quote few things about the Ayurveda Teachers Association. As you all know, Ayurveda Teacher Association is working sincerely and selflessly since last 6 years for the welfare of the Ayurveda fraternity, including academicians, practitioners, researchers, students, and entrepreneurs. This association has organized 5 national conferences till now successfully with overwhelming responses from delegates, paper and poster presenters, renowned speakers of Ayurveda working in various areas of nation who shared their precious knowledge and experiences in our conferences. Sonia,
Now I
over to you, Sonia.
yes. Now I request Dr. Pradeep Jondade sir, who is working president of Ayurveda Teacher Association, for the introductory speech for this today's session. Dr. Pradeep Jondade sir, please sir.
Very good morning, madam. Very good morning, all of you. I'm audible?
Yes sir, you
Yes,
are
sir.
audible sir.
Okay. Dear friends of Ayurveda, dignitaries on the online dais, Honorable President Dr. Suryavanshi sir, Honorable Dr. Nitin Chandurkar sir, Honorable Dr. Nitin Wagmare sir, and today's our eminent chief guest, Dr. Carly Gitanjali madam, and all my national executives, my all state executives, ATA, Women's Wing, then the Advisory Committee Board, respected all faculty members, dear students. Today, we are celebrating the 6th National Conference on Horizons in Ayurveda. Last 5 conferences, we have made very good glance on the quality education, research in Ayurveda, then the update in the Ayurveda, future in the Ayurveda, evidence base of Ayurveda. So today's the new horizons in the Ayurveda CME have very great speakers and very dynamic speakers from the various areas of the India. So they have the 6 sessions. In the morning session there are 3, and after lunch there is 3 another sessions. In these sessions, the immunosuppressant of Ayurveda have a great speaker, Dr. Malhari Sir Deshpande sir. Then afterwards, CCRS innovation and bridging the traditional wisdom and the modern medicine by Dr. Rabindranath Acharya sir. Afterwards, the new horizons in the Marma Chikitsa have the great speaker, Dr. Naveen Joshi sir. After lunchtime, Dr. Artho in Ayurveda, very good subject for our all great Ayurveda Acharyas by the T. Suresh Kumar. Then the identification of the Manas Roga patient in day-by-day practice by Honorable Prithvi Devi MP from the Kottakal, and the new horizons of Ayurveda industry by the Dr. Ajit Lingayat. In this online session, there are more than 500 the paper presentation and the poster presented. More than 1,000 delegates are registered themselves, and I appeal all my respected faculty members and students, please grab the knowledge from our honorable and the dynamic speakers today's and tomorrow's our conference. Thank you, madam.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much sir for giving us the information for regarding today's scheduled session. Over to you, Amar sir.
Now next, I request Honorable Dr. Gitanjali Karle ma'am, who is HOD and Professor of Department of Ayush, MUHS Nashik, to have her words of guidance, ma'am. Please, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Again, welcome to all and very good morning. President of this Ayurveda Teachers Association, Dr. Rahul Suryanshi, Secretary of ATA, Dr. Chandorkar, and all stakeholders of ATA. Actually, this ATA is working on this platform since 6 years, and day by day, it is doing very well for teacher well-being and upgradation of Ayush systems. Now, I am here today as a MUHS representative, And I can see a very enriched list of scientific sessions. Dr. Zondale told us about the scientific sessions, and there are near about 500 paper presenters. And I am aware about spirit, then passion and devotion of Dr. Rahul and team. And hopefully, not hopefully, definitely this conference will get a different level of success. So all the best to all stakeholders and all paper presenters. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gitanjali Karle ma'am, for your valuable expression about the conference with your blessings. We are grateful to you for sparing your time with us, ma'am. Thank you very much.
I will be there with you up to tomorrow's evening. So thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. Over to you, ma'am. Sonia, ma'am.
Now I request our Dr. Rahul Suryavanshi sir for his presidential address. Dr. Rahul Suryavanshi sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir. You are audible now, sir.
थैंक यू. बहुत अच्छा धन्वंतरी सवन डॉक्टर उज्ज्वला पवार मैम ने किया है. आप सबने बहुत अच्छा इंट्रोडक्शन कर दिया है. तो डॉक्टर गीतांजलि कारली मैम, who is HOD प्रोफेसर ऑफ आयुष डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ महाराष्ट्र यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ हेल्थ साइंसेस नासिक. बहुत खुशी की बात है हमारे कलीग आज यूनिवर्सिटी में आयुष डिपार्टमेंट जो पहले तैयार हुआ HOD और प्रोफेसर है, और वही हमारे इस 6th नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस में एज अ ऑब्जर्वर यहाँ मौजूद है. तो उनका मैं पहले तहे दिल से स्वागत करता हूँ. आई एम वेरी ग्लैड. हार्टी मॉर्निंग टू एवरीवन जॉइनिंग अस टुडे. I assure that this conference will prove to be fruitful and informative for all the members participating in this conference. I'm grateful for all the speakers, chairpersons, co-chairpersons, and also coordinators of our all sessions who have joined us today to share their knowledge and experiences with us. Sure, this conference will truly exclude the diverse spirit will be an immense success. This annual conference, ATACON 24, has been a part of our ATA for about 6 years now, and it has always helped yield useful and spectacular results. It has always been a great medium to include people, the departments, and the mutual respect amongst people of Ayurveda. It is also a great way to grab opportunities, since it is a great platform to share our experiences, wisdom with the people that can be inspiring. Before beginning, I would like to thanks to all the dignitaries joining with us this year. We are all grateful that you all have taken out that time from your busy schedule to help make us understand Ayurveda knowledge. We have tried to keep this conference as interactive as possible. Therefore, you all the dignitaries are free to ask eligible and related questions to our chairpersons, co-chairpersons, and speakers. And I'm very thankful to NCISM that who gives us permission within 2 days. Just we mail them, and within 2 days they give us permission. Ma'am, Dr. Registrar, Dr. Bangal sir, and Dr. Gitanjali Karle ma'am, who always support us for this conference. And also this year MCM also give us support for this conference. So I thankful Dr. Raman Gunglakar sir, Director of Ayush of Maharashtra, and Dr. Registrar Dr. Wange sir, who gives us permission. And I'm very thankful to all coordinators, all dignitaries, and this day in charge, Dr. Amar Kamble sir, Dr. Sonia Dutt, who was working since last 1 month for the successful of this conference. Family members and delegates. So all the best for this conference. Thank you.
Amar sir, you are not audible. Okay, Amar
Am I
sir.
audible?
Yeah, sir.
Uh, Thank you, Dr. Rahul Suryavanshi sir, who is very hard-working person. Thank you for your words of the gratitude and encouragement. Now, at the end of this ceremony, I request Dr. Dattatray Lode sir, who is principal and HOD of Department of Comar Bhrutta, G.S. Gune Ayurved College, Ahmednagar, for the vote of thanks of this inaugural ceremony. Over to you, Dattatray sir. Over to you, Dattatray sir. Hello, hello. Lode sir is there.
Sir, if Lode sir is not there, then Dr.
Dr. Chandurkar sir,
Secretary.
for the vote of thanks. I request Dr. Chandurkar sir to give vote of thanks for this inaugural ceremony.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Amar. Ayurved Teacher Association. I am audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible.
आयुर्वेद टीचर एसोसिएशन अभी तक आयुर्वेद टीचर एसोसिएशन ने 5 कॉन्फ्रेंसेस हमने सक्सेसफुली कंडक्ट किए हैं और ये हमारा 6 नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस एटेकॉन 2024 और हमारा थीम जो है वो न्यू हॉरिजॉन इन आयुर्वेदा बेस जो हमने ये 6 कॉन्फ्रेंस का ऑर्गेनाइजेशन किया है। ये ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के लिए ये कॉन्फ्रेंस के लिए हमने ऑनलाइन सेशन के लिए 6 सेशन अरेंज किया है और ऑफलाइन सेशन कल के लिए हमने 7 सेशन अरेंज किया और ये दोनों दिन की सेशन के लिए हमें बहुत अच्छे स्पीकर मिले हैं। इस वक्त हम लगभग 3 महीने से कॉन्फ्रेंस का प्रोग्राम बना रहे हैं अरेंजमेंट के लिए। तो ये आज का जो हमारा फर्स्ट डे ऑनलाइन कॉन्फ्रेंस का सेशन है, इसके लिए हमारे महाराष्ट्र आरोग्य यूनिवर्सिटी की तरफ से एज ए ऑब्जर्वर डॉक्टर गीतांजलि कारले मैम यहाँ पे उपस्थित है। उन्होंने जो वक्त निकाला, उन्होंने एक कॉन्फ्रेंस के बारे में जो अच्छा सा बताया है, तो इसीलिए मैं आयुर्वेद टीचर एसोसिएशन की तरफ से उनका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद और आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। इसी तरह हमारे कॉन्फ्रेंस के लिए महाराष्ट्र आरोग्य विज्ञान विद्यापीठ, NCISM और MCIM इन्होंने जो हमें सहयोग दिया है एक्रेडिटेशन के लिए या रिकॉग्नाइजेशन के लिए, तो मैं सभी सभी का एसोसिएशन के तरफ से तहे दिल से स्वागत करता हूँ। उसी तरह जो पार्टिसिपेंट है आज के लिए कॉन्फ्रेंस के लिए और उसी के साथ पेपर प्रेजेंट करने के लिए जिन्होंने रजिस्ट्रेशन किया है, ये हमारे कॉन्फ्रेंस के स्टेक होल्डर्स है और यही लोग हमारा कॉन्फ्रेंस सक्सेस करने के लिए सहयोग करते हैं। इसलिए मैं ये सभी लोगों का आयुर्वेद टीचर एसोसिएशन की तरफ से स्वागत करता हूँ और जिन जिन लोगों ने, चाहे वो सेशन कोऑर्डिनेटर हो, स्पीकर है, कोऑर्डिनेटर है, चेयरमैन, को चेयरमैन, कोऑर्डिनेटर, इन्होंने हमारी कॉन्फ्रेंस सक्सेस करने के लिए अभी तक लास्ट 5th कॉन्फ्रेंस तक के अभी का जो 6th कॉन्फ्रेंस है, ये सक्सेस करने के लिए जो कड़ी मेहनत ले रहे हैं, उन सभी का आयुर्वेद टीचर एसोसिएशन की तरफ से मैं धन्यवाद और आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। और मैं सभी जो ऑनलाइन लोग ज्वाइन हुए हैं और बाकी जो कल हमारे कॉन्फ्रेंस के लिए आने वाले हैं, वो सभी को ये रिक्वेस्ट करता हूँ कि आप जो लोग ऑनलाइन जुड़ सकते हैं वो ऑनलाइन जुड़े, और जिन लोगों को कल एक्चुअल ये राजीव गांधी लर्निंग स्कूल में जो आना चाहते हैं, तो वो सभी का वेलकम करता हूँ। ऐसा ही हमारा कल के जो स्पीकर है वो बहुत अच्छे स्पीकर है। और सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट जो हमारा फंक्शन रहता है वो कल का जो अवार्ड फंक्शन है, बेस्ट टीचर अवार्ड फंक्शन, वो बेस्ट टीचर अवार्ड फंक्शन के लिए सभी लोग आइए और ये कॉन्फ्रेंस का आनंद लीजिए। तो ये इसी के साथ में मेरा आभार प्रदर्शन खत्म करता हूँ। और अभी जो नेक्स्ट सेशन वो चालू होगा उसके लिए डॉक्टर सोनिया मैम और डॉक्टर अमर कामड़े की तरफ जाता हूँ। तो डॉक्टर ओवर टू डॉक्टर कामड़े और सोनिया मैम। थैंक यू सर।
Thank you, sir. Dr. Amar, sir,
Dr.
you
Lode
were
sir,
not audible, sir. Can you please start after sir sessions? Once you repeat, sir.
am I audible?
Now you are audible,
right
sir.
now?
Please continue, sir.
Dr. Lode sir is there. So I request Dr. Dattatreya Lode sir, Principal GS Gune Ayurved College Ahmednagar, to have few words about the seminar. Dr. Lode sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Amar, sir.
Thank you.
Since last 1 hour, we are impatiently waiting for this inaugural ceremony of ATA. We are here because we have today great personalities. As an observer from MHS, and I'm very thankful to Carly ma'am. I'm very thankful to ATA President Dr. Suryavanshi sir. And every year we are organizing seminar, conference, online and offline. So I wish all of ATA to have a great successful conference. We will have a great feast of knowledge today. Great speakers, different topics to discuss that usually cannot be discussed during academics or in classrooms. So best of luck to all. Thank you. Thank you for expressing my gratitude by core committee. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Dattatreya Lode sir, for your kind words. Now, with the permission of Dr. Rahul sir, I can declare that our inaugural ceremony is over now. Thanks to all our Ayurved Teacher Association family members. Thanks to our chief guest, Dr. Gitanjali Karle ma'am, who graced today's occasion of inaugural ceremony. And thanks all the delegates present for this inaugural ceremony. So I declare here that our inaugural ceremony is over now. Now we will move to our today's schedule of various sessions. Rahul sir.
Rahul sir, shall we start now our sessions?
Dr. Chandurkar sir. Dr. Chandurkar sir.
Now you
Sir,
can
shall
start
we?
your.
Yes.
Yes. Now you can start your session.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you so much, sir.
Over to you, Sonia.
Yes. Now let's commence our first session on autoimmune disorders of Ayurveda. To coordinate our first session, I would like to introduce our session coordinator. Our first session coordinator, Dr. Asmita Salve ma'am, working as assistant professor in Rashnashari department at Ananda Ayurveda College, Vaizapur. And for this session, our second session coordinator, Dr. Rahul Gajare sir, who is working as assistant professor in Prasuti Tantra and Stree Rog department in Bharati Vidyapit College of Ayurveda, Pune. Now I request Dr. Asmita Salve ma'am and Dr. Rahul Gajare sir, please continue the session.
Good morning to all. Myself, आवाज येतोय?
Yes, ma'am. Yes. येतोय आवाज.
Myself, Dr. Asmita Chalve, the lecturer of Rachna Shari. तुमच्या आप सबका आज के प्रोग्राम में स्वागत है. Firstly, I introduce the chairperson and the co-chairperson of the today's session. The first chairperson is the Dr. Parshuram Dongre, professor and HOD of the Kai Chikitsa Government Ayurveda College, Nanded. He started his teaching experience from 2002 as an assistant professor for UG and SGR Ayurveda College, Solapur. Then he teaches as an assistant professor to PG student also at same college for 4 years. After that, he worked as associate professor of UG and PG at Government Ayurveda College, Dharashiv from 2012 to 2022. That is 10 years. Now he is a professor and HOD of Kai Chikitsa at GSC Nanded. In our academic section, he working as a theory practical examiner, every paper set Kai Chikitsa as well as for Twacha Vigyan and Ayurvedic cosmetology in MUHS Nashik. Also conduct research and methodology work. Worked as a RMO at Government Hospital Dharashiv. Worked as a LIC and chairman and committee member of Ayush Sanchanad. Also participated in the IM committee member in inspection. Our second co-chairperson is Dr. Sandeep Kumar Suryavanshi. He is associate professor of Komar Nritya at Seth JP Government Ayurveda College, Bhavnagar. He started his teaching career from 2012 as a lecturer at Late Kedari Redekar Ayurveda College, Gadhinglaj. Teaches as an associate professor at Government College, Ayurveda College, Ahmedabad from the 2019 to the 2024. And now he is working as at a Seth JP College. His about 12 articles are published in international journals. Also, he contributes as an organizing chairperson, national and state level CAME, and as a UG and PG entrance examination paper setter and the revalidator. These two persons should be the review the which is the topic taken by the our next person. Now I would like to call upon our speaker, Dr. Pratibha Shah Madam. She is a BMS MD Ayurveda MPH, is an internationally renowned Ayurveda expert, intensely trained in the traditional health science as well as the public health. Her pioneering initiatives in field of Ayurveda. She routinely delivers educational lectures and modern medicine institute or bodies. With more than 35 years of clinical practice, she is one of the few holistic practitioners leading the effort of true integration focused on client-centric wholesome care. She was nominated in the top 20 Women of the Year for year 2014. Before moving to US in 2004, she was working as a Chief Medical Officer with Central Government of India. She is a founder, president of the Holistic Health Alliance, founder, president of the Council for Ayurveda Research. She launched her own high-end organic herbal products by the name of Swastha. This is the greatness of our Pratibha Shah ma'am. Now, I would like to hand over this session to the Pratibha Shah ma'am to explain her topic, autoimmune disease and Ayurveda. Pratibha Shah ma'am.
Namaste. Namaste. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you
Thank
to ATA, and thank you to all dignitaries and all the stakeholders of Ayurveda who are here today, participating virtually and maybe in person. I'm honored to be invited to share some aspects of autoimmune diseases with all of you. I'm ex-Ayush as well. I used to be with Ayush Ministry in New Delhi for 13 years. And then for 20 years now, I am in United States and trying to be a foot soldier and ambassador of Ayurveda. So I don't know how my name got proposed, but thank you. I'm delighted to be here. It is 12:45 midnight here, almost 1 a.m. So it's exactly the opposite time from India. But just the enthusiasm to meet with fellow fraternity members has brought me here. So with that, I'll get started. I hope there is no echo. Earlier, there was an echo that was coming. Can you please tell me if there's an echo or not? Are you able to hear me clearly? No echo?
Yes, ma'am. No echo is there.
Okay, thank you. So today's topic that I have been asked to speak is close to my heart. I have kind of specialized in autoimmune diseases in US because especially in this country, autoimmune diseases are on the rise. And because primary healthcare system is the allopathic medicine system or Western medicine, there is really no proper addressing of the hetus or causes of autoimmune diseases, and that brings about a big loss of quality of life for people who are affected by autoimmune diseases. So it is a topic really close to my heart. What I personally would like to bring to the topic is simplifying the topic, because that is something that I naturally tend to do for myself also, is to dissect a topic and help understand the architecture of that topic, whatever that disease is, to really, in simple terms, try and understand the architecture of that disease and try and use both lenses, which is the Ayurvedic lens and also from Western side of things, to incorporate all of the information that we have today about the number of autoimmune diseases, what are the physiological aspects of immunity of the body, and at a physiological level, all of the additional information that we have in the 21st century of understanding the details of the complex steps that are involved in the expression of any autoimmune disease. So that is going to be my effort through my, some of the slides that I have prepared. So bear with me. And at the end of it, definitely I will try my best to leave some time. We have started late, a little bit late. So I'll try to leave some time for questions. And I'll get started now, right away. So I'm going to share my screen. So here we go. So this is a rough outline of what I'll cover. What is immunity? In brief, what are autoimmune diseases? Some of the facts, importance, and challenges around autoimmune diseases, which I'll refer to ADs. Mechanism of AD, how to recognize AD, correlating AD with Ayurvedic principles and Ayurvedic approach to AD. So immunity, let's first understand the component of immunity, because we are talking about autoimmunity, which leads to autoimmune diseases. So let's understand immunity first. What is this part referring to? So as a word, it is derived from Latin word immunus, which means free from burden. And in this reference, it is referring to disease caused by microorganisms or their toxic products. Immunity is defined as the state of resistance or insusceptibility or state of insusceptibility, resistance, or insusceptibility to disease caused by microorganisms or their toxic products. So these are the antigens that trigger the immunity response in our body. And immunity is defined as the resistance that is provided by the immunity army inside our body to fight these external agents, which would be classified under the Agantuj Hetu as per Ayurveda. So broadly, there are two types of immunity: innate or natural immunity, or acquired immunity. And this is very self-explanatory. Innate is the immunity that which we are born with, that is naturally there within us. And this type of immunity is provided by various components such as skin, mucous membrane, phagocytic cells, etc. This is also called the first line of defense. Acquired or developed or specific immunity is developed later in life. Once we are born, over a period of time, this type of immunity is developed. Again, it's self-explanatory if you look at the words. This is the immunity that develops later in life after microbial infection in a host. It is also called acquired or developed immunity or adaptive immunity. There are various names for it. Components of acquired immunity, such as antibodies and T cells, are specific to particular microorganisms. Again, there are two types of acquired immunity: active and passive. And again, active and passive can be artificial or natural. So it's very easy to understand if I've tried to break it into smaller components. So active immunity is provided if host itself produces antibodies. It is called active immunity. Artificial active immunity will be the immunity that is invoked by vaccination. Again, if you look at the words, they actually are describing what is happening. Natural active immunity is provided by natural infection. Okay, there is no artificial component to it. There is a natural interaction between external agents and our body's own immune response. Passive immunity, if the host does not provide antibodies itself, but antibodies produced in other hosts provides immunity, then it is called passive immunity. So the host is not involved. It is developed. The antibodies are developed outside the host, and then they are transferred to the host. So natural passive immunity, this is the kind of antibodies that are passed across the mother's placenta into the fetus up to 6 months of age. And artificial passive immunity would be the performed antibodies that are injected into the host for immunity. So these examples are there: the rabies vaccine, antivenom serums, etc. And this slide captures everything that we have talked about immunity so far. So now let's understand what are autoimmune diseases. Our immune system is designed to protect our body by responding to invading microorganisms such as viruses or bacteria by producing antibodies or sensitized lymphocytes. So if you think about a country, let's think about India. India has its own army. The function of the army is to protect India, which is the country, from external attack. So enemies, right? Neighboring countries or from far off, whoever that might be, that is going to break the defense of our country. Our army is trained to fight that, right? So that is our immune system. Autoimmune diseases are the clinical correlate of dysregulation of that immune system, involving multiple complex steps and multiple components of both the innate and the adaptive or acquired immune system. So primarily it is the adaptive or acquired immune system that is involved, but there is also involvement of the innate immune system. So if you again go back to the example of the country and the army, it is like the army turning on its own citizens. This is what happens in autoimmune diseases. And it takes many years for this kind of confusion or what we call the loss of buddhi at a cellular level, where there is complete loss of sense of self and the other. So the immune system starts to attack the self. And that is, it doesn't happen overnight. Many hetus are involved, many layers are there of complexities, and we will dive into those in just a bit. So some of my slides may have more of a reference to United States, but that will give you a general glimpse also of what can be applied to India as well. So we all know that there has been a dramatic and alarming worldwide increase of autoimmune diseases since World War II. This is not a coincidence. It actually coincides with increased production and use of chemicals both in industries and agriculture, and increased ease of travel, because now we have people that can carry viruses, bacteria, other microorganisms from one part of the world to the other part rather quickly, and that can get transmitted into that region where they have traveled. So both of these factors, the increased use of chemicals overall in food production, in our household items, in every sphere of our life. If you look at anything that you pick up, there is the use of chemicals is ubiquitous. There's no way you can avoid chemicals seeping into your daily life. So that has impacted overall how the populations are responding to it, with inflammation and confusion at the cellular level, which is the primary cause of autoimmunity. As per NIH, up to 50 millions of Americans suffer from an autoimmune disease, and the prevalence is rising. And if you look at the comparison, cancer affects only about 18 million. So 50 million autoimmune diseases and 80 million cancer. And heart diseases about 120 million. So definitely heart diseases are at the top. But if you compare with cancer, the number of people suffering from ADs is much higher. And of course, ADs can lead to cancer also. That is also there, chronic autoimmune diseases. So there are currently about 100 plus defined autoimmune diseases. About 50 million people in US suffer from autoimmune diseases, and 25% of them have cluster diseases. Means you won't find one single autoimmune disease. Usually they occur in clusters. So if you have one, you will definitely have tendency for other autoimmune diseases. And 80% of all patients diagnosed with ADs are women. And we can't dive into that today, but that is a point to note. Not only there are 100 plus different autoimmune diseases, there are more that are being suspected of having an autoimmune basis. These diseases tend to be chronic in nature and affect the quality of life, as I was referring to earlier, and productivity, and can be life-threatening. So they can be of an insidious nature, means they're there, you're able to somehow function, go to work, have a family life, but they definitely affect the quality of life. And if left untreated and unaddressed, they can become life-threatening. And these are some of the most difficult to recognize. We will see in a bit why. So despite the high quality of diagnostics, this is an important point to note, it takes an average of 5 years and 4 doctors to get a correct diagnosis, at least here in the US, because here the primary care system is unfortunately very driven and controlled by the insurance sector. So the patient-doctor interaction is very, very brief, and doctors are often not listening enough, and they want the patient to be out of the door quickly. You might be surprised to hear all this, but this is true. And their first line of thinking is more simplistic correlations rather than thinking beyond a certain set numbers of diagnosis. And it doesn't help that the symptoms are often hard to describe. They are vague. They tend to come and go. So, brain fog, yes, there might be some joint pains, there might be some bloating, but they don't always remain. They come, they go. And it's difficult to describe those symptoms. So it's not like very specific that I have fever or I have pain while swallowing or I'm breathless. They're usually not that specific. That is a challenge. And autoimmune disease is often not considered until the disease has progressed to a point where severe, classic, or hallmark symptoms start to occur. Take any autoimmune disease, whether it's SLE or MS, usually until and unless the lesions have developed, the autoimmune disease diagnosis is not even considered. Although antibodies may already be present, but until the doctor is recommending the testing of those antibodies, those things get overlooked. So recognition of common early symptoms and the detection of autoantibodies is an essential element in making a timely diagnosis and monitoring disease progression in patients with autoimmune diseases. We now know that antibodies can be present up to 10 years or more before the outbreak of autoimmune, before it's completely expressed, fully developed. So what is being done in these 10 years? Unfortunately, nothing. For example, anti-dsDNA antibodies precede the development of SLE, systematic lupus erythematosus, by 5 to 10 years. But usually the diagnosis is done once the disease is fully developed. So this is very, very unfortunate that this is not part of the primary care system where these antibodies are tested earlier and these diagnoses are kept in mind when the patient arrives in the early years of development of the diseases. In rheumatoid arthritis, for example, the ACPAs or anti-citrullinate protein antibodies or CCPs may be identified more than 10 years before the occurrence of the first hallmark symptoms, which is, the moving pains and morning stiffness and all those things. Although ACPAs have been recognized for several years, it took a long time for them to be even accepted as a diagnostic criteria. Forget about testing. To even be accepted by the American College of Rheumatology, it took about, a couple decades. Only a few years ago, ACPA detection, along with the well-known rheumatoid factor, that's the one we mostly know because it's more popular, that ACPA has been included in the American College of Rheumatology guidelines as a diagnostic criteria for rheumatoid arthritis. Very unfortunate. ARDA. This is the American Autoimmune Related Disease Association. So ARDA found that more than half of patients with autoimmune diseases had been labeled chronic complainers. Now, this is real. And these are internal labeling that are happening within the, the medical staff, where the patients are labeled as chronic complainers, and we can get a psychiatric referral. This is actually, it may sound very unreal, but actually that is the ground reality. It happens, and it happens very frequently. Specialists are generally unaware of interrelationships among the different autoimmune diseases or advances in treatment outside their own specialty. Outside their own specialty areas. So, as doctors specialize or super specialize, their focus area becomes narrower and narrower. And therefore, they become generally unaware of other, types of diseases that are outside of their expertise area. And that's why also the diagnosis can get missed out. Research is generally disease specific and limited in scope. Now, this also is a very important thing to dwell upon a little bit, because if you look at the 100+ autoimmune diseases, the underlying process is somewhat similar. Autoimmunity. And we will understand from the Ayurvedic side of things, what does that autoimmunity mean? How do we break that down? So the concept of a general practitioner, GP, is an important one, and which all of you Ayurvedic doctors can fulfill that, where you are able to actually look at the whole of the person and history of the person very, properly in a detailed way, because our tools are Darshana, Sparshana, Prashnehi, right? So the Prashnehi part is a very important one, where, because, diagnosis is almost like the work of a medical detective, right? It's the scene of a crime, right? We call it Pragya Aparadha, right? Those are some of the causes, clusters, which cause vyadhis, right? So our job is like a medical detective, and a medical detective cannot arrive at the scene of a crime and just see, oh, there's a knife lying down, so that must be the cause of the murder. It may not be, so unless you put together the whole history, you take in all the clues and the cues and put together the whole picture, dosha, dusha, samurchana, samprapti, vigatan, all of those processes, unless you're doing, you will miss out on the diagnosis. So that is a job we can do very well, because we, at least in India, we do not have the insurance sector controlling how we are listening to our patients. And I'll tell you one thing in this regard, that it's interesting that when I was working with Ayush in New Delhi, we used to have like 100 patients in OPD in 6 hours, 7:30 to 1:30. And there was hardly any time to do proper history taking, which is something we are taught, right? But here in the US, I am seeing one patient for 1 hour. And here I have my own instruments of intake, and I'm doing justice to the Prashnehi part, which is the primary source of assessment, because here, because Ayurveda is not licensed, you cannot do the Sparshana part that much. I do Nadi Pariksha, but you can't do auscultation or palpation, etc. So coming back to the slide here, inability to quickly identify an autoimmune disease can take a serious toll on a patient, both physically and mentally, because the patient is confused. What is happening to me? I don't have anything that I can explain. I don't have anything clear enough that I can say, oh, I'm having this problem. I cannot describe it properly. It is so vague. And then also it comes and goes. So they are confused. They are not able to convey properly. And whatever they convey, the doctors are in such a hurry that they are not able to put together the cues, the possibilities, and therefore they do not recommend the diagnostic tests that can help to confirm a hypothetical diagnosis, a provisional diagnosis. So these are some of the real challenges with the diagnosis, and therefore the whatever the Western medicine has the treatment in the US, of course, from Ayurveda perspective also we'll see. Because we do need Ayurveda, Chinese medicine, or homeopathy, or alternate methods for treating autoimmune diseases, because Western medicine does not have a good understanding about the process of development of autoimmune diseases. And that is where they fail in having any effective treatment approaches except of steroids and other harsh chemical drugs, which do nothing to the process of autoimmunity. They just manage the symptoms, and that too temporarily. So we do have a very strong and good solutions in our systems, and we'll visit that in a bit. So the Institute of Medicine reports that the US is behind other countries in research into immune system self-recognition, the process that is involved in autoimmune disease. So Canada is much better, European countries are much better, but United States is lagging behind. Again, this might come as a surprise to you, but this is really a sad fact. So about a decade or so ago, Dr. Fasano came up with this triad of autoimmune diseases, and this has really revolutionized the understanding of autoimmune diseases. So if you look at this triad, on one end, we have genetics, on the other end, we have the environmental factors, and on the third end, we have the gut dysbiosis. And gut dysbiosis, I think no other system can understand better than Ayurveda, and we'll talk about it. So let's start with genetics. So genetic variants predispose humans to multiple autoimmune diseases. Specific genes predispose humans to specific autoimmune diseases. A large population-based survey revealed patients with MS or RA were more likely to have other autoimmune diseases. So that is the genetic predisposition. However, this concordance rate is only 10 to 40% for most autoimmune diseases, indicating environmental factors as playing a major role. So only 10 to 40% is accounted for by genetic factors. So what are the environmental factors, or we can consider them as agantuj hetus? Chemical toxicants. Now, chemical toxicants in India still better, but in US, the soil, the air, the water are quite contaminated, especially the soil, because there is no crop rotation. There is industrial style of agricultural practices, which means unicrops and soil depletion and use of heavy pesticides, insecticides. So there is a saturation of chemicals in the environment, which includes everything, which includes the air, which includes the water, which includes the soil, and therefore the food that is grown. Heavy metals are also now beginning to creep into the water supply and therefore the soil. And of course, viruses, bacteria are there everywhere. In all parts of the world, there are fellow species, so they are fighting to survive. So there is a war that is on 24/7. And then emotional stress is extremely high in a country like United States, and that actually is a factor that is not taken into account often. Even in India, I would highly, highly recommend, please start paying attention to stress levels. Have that as a part of your intake forms. We are not paying attention, especially in the cities. Stress levels are really, really increasing. And of course, drugs. Adjuvants such as aluminum hydroxide. Now, this was used in vaccines and medical silicons used in breast implants, which now is being reduced but not gone fully, can also cause an autoimmune disorder. For example, Schoenfeld's syndrome. And then it used to be a very, very common ingredient in vaccines. Now it is being reduced, but it has not been eliminated fully. Bacteria, viruses, fungi, and parasites, they trigger autoimmune disorders through several mechanisms. So you can get an infection, and that can trigger an autoimmune response, okay? Because that can cause enough confusion in your immune system, your army, to start attacking its own countrymen, country people. And this can occur through molecular mimicry, because viruses are very smart. We have seen the COVID epidemic. Viruses are super smart. They can modify very, very quickly, mutate very, very quickly. Epitope spreading bacteria through their pieces. They can start invading and programming the host cells. Viral persistence, viruses can remain latent for decades in your body, and they can start to trigger autoimmune responses. Polyclonal activation, dysregulation of immune homeostasis, autoinflammatory activation of innate immunity, so many mechanisms. So the total burden of multiple infections can also trigger autoimmunity. Maybe one infection may not, but if you have somehow been contracting different infections or the same type of infection multiple times, then the total burden of multiple infections can also become a trigger for autoimmunity. Moreover, an infection can amplify an autoimmune disease by either exacerbating an ongoing disorder, including a relapse, or by leading to chronic progressive disease. So if there is an underlying autoimmunity or autoimmune disease, it can exacerbate that. Again, as I was saying, our food habits have changed. In India, also, I can see all of the things that are in the US are now reaching India. And certain things that are being kind of discouraged here or discarded here are very fashionable in India. For example, McDonald's, people are discarding McDonald's or shunning it. McDonald's is shutting down in many places. But when I come to India, it is considered fashionable to have a party in McDonald's. So I see processed food really increasing in the Indian population as well. And that is something we really need to educate our patients and discourage that in our personal lives as well as in our patients' lives. So we ate for centuries fresh, harvested, ethnic, seasonal foods. Now foods are altered. Their basic composition is altered, right? Genetically modified foods are out there. Meat was consumed only when a fresh game had been caught, right? Only when you can go out and hunt. In the past, that's how we used to eat meat. But now it is grown industry style. And that means a lot of things: antibiotics, hormones, injections, cruelty, all kinds of things that affect the quality and the composition of the food that we are eating, which is probably no longer food. If you just go by the definition of food, which should only nourish us, it should not harm us. And new strains of grains, and let me keep an eye on the time. Yeah. So you can see that a lot of chemicals have been introduced, and meat is also being introduced factory style. Chemical ingredients have increased, processing has increased, artificial components like sweeteners or colors or additives have been added, artificial flavors have been added. We consume more than twice the amount of salt that we should, and we're not talking about table salt here, right? We're talking about preservatives, sodium salts, potassium salts, which are used as preservatives because we are people of convenience now, right? Everybody needs a shortcut. Nobody thinks twice about opening a frozen packet of food and warming it in the microwave, and you know we have ready food now, but that's really not food, because it's not only probably not nourishing you properly, it's also creating a lot of inflammation and irritation in your body at a cellular level. Abundant use of plasticizers, such as bisphenol A, in food and beverage containers. So we have plastics everywhere now, including microplastics in the water, in the salt. So it's a crazy world we are living in. We are actually poisoning ourselves. So these are called xenobiotics. And widespread use of antibiotics, as I said, industrial production of meat, antacids, proton pump PPI, histamine 2 blockers, and other drugs, many of which are available over the counter, adds to the milieu of chemicals we consume. So now let's come to the gut dysbiosis, the most important part. Our gut, with a surface area of approximately 200 square meters, is where we come into the greatest contact with the outside world, right? This is where outside into inside. Where is it going? Into your gut. Outside into inside. This is the greatest area of contact. Gut also has the largest collection of immune cells, right? We all know that, consisting of 70% of all lymphoid tissue is found in the gut. It serves to prevent the outgrowth of pathogenic organisms. We carry approximately 1 to 10 to the power of 13 microorganisms in our gut, more than 10 times the total number of cells in our body. So there's always this debate. Are we humans or are we colonies of microorganisms? So there are many factors that can impact the gut microbiome. The epithelial cells that have the secretory, digestive, absorptive functions. I will not go into great detail because I need to finish some other slides before we finish and open for Q&A. So I'm not going to spend too much time on this. I think this is all basic anatomy and physiology. And these are some of the factors that can affect the gut microbiome at the time of birth itself, right? We all know natural delivery always inoculates our gut with proper microbiome, and cesarean section, that doesn't happen. Then feeding, breastfeeding versus formula makes a lot of difference. Infections and pharmaceutical medications, poor diet, smoking, alcohol, age, lifestyle, these all affect the gut microbiome, right? This is just a picture capturing that. And from Ayurveda perspective, this is like this kind of like a picture of a clean gut or a clean wall. And when you have ama, this is how it starts to look, right? Chronic ama. So now I'm going to come to the Ayurvedic part, and I'm going to rush through this quickly. As I was sharing with all of you in the beginning, that you don't need complex solutions for complex issues. If you just remember all of the basics of Ayurveda, the basic tenets, the Panchamahabhuta, the three doshas, the Sapta Dhatus, all of the indicators of health, Sattva, Sar, Samanan, Bala, all of that. The definition of health, keep this as your index, Is my patient satisfying most of the conditions here? Samadosha, Samadhatu, Samagnisha, Malakriya, Prasanna, Atmendriya, Manaha, Swasthaitte Vidiyate. These days in India, I'm seeing this very, very commonly, that mostly our doctors are restricted to the first line. Second line is being not being assessed or addressed at all. right? So that this really needs to change. We need to remember the complete definition of health and make sure you are doing that in your history taking. And then again, the Traya Upastamba of Swasthya, Ahara Nidra Brahmacharya. Just assess on these three parameters. Are these being checked off? Brahmacharya means not celibacy. Apply it as discipline in life. Some regularity of waking up, some rhythm, some circadian rhythm that is being followed, at least to some extent. That is what I would encourage you to infer from Brahmacharya. And then remember the causes of diseases. Pragyaparada, Asatmendriyartha Sanyoga, Kala. So Asatmendriyartha Sanyoga is also happening a lot. And that needs to also be kept in mind. All the youngsters with the headphones, always the screen, blue light, these things need to be kept in mind. What are the new Pragyaparadas in the 21st century? What are the new Asatmendriyartha Sanyogas in 21st century? Kala is, of course, Anadi and Ananta, right? That applies always. So what are the key factors in autoimmune diseases according to Ayurveda? Agni, always. Kaya is Agni, Agni is Kaya. So Agni has to be assessed, right? Always. Ama, what is the state of Ama? State of dosha dhatu mala, homeostasis. Disturbance of prasanna atmendriya manas, stress levels, right? Emotional health. Depletion of ojas, because that always translates to reserve and immunity, right? Kapha, ojas, immunity, they are all in the same uh, level. State of Sara, Samhanan, Bala. And what are the factors that may affect this homeostasis? Adhyashana, which is happening a lot. I think everybody will agree. Atyashana, Ati is what is killing mostly rather than Hina. Anashana, this is less. Atyashana is more, which is killing. Eating of heavy fast foods, eating leftovers, genetically modified foods, all of this, I think you all know. Viruddhahara, we are not assessing for that. All these smoothie culture, putting yogurt, they call yogurt here, curd and milk in the same blend, sour fruits with milk, all of this Viruddhahara is going on in the name of what is popular, what is in, what is trending. Yeah. Poor quality of food, highly refined and processed foods which hardly have any nutritive value, excessive animal products, right? Poor elimination of waste. This is also a big problem. People are not eliminating properly, so they also become toxins for the body at not just the levels of the bowels, but also at the cellular level and at the level of mind, mental toxins as well. Bad sleep hygiene. People are sleeping late and late. Education system is forcing younger and younger children to sleep late. So the Ahara Nidra Brahmacharya balance is gone, right? So Nidra is something also we need to really, really focus on and encourage and educate our clients to fix those things. Again, in India also now the practice has become very allopathic kind. Yes, you come in, your disease will write prescription, go. There is no patient education happening. I think we need to get back to that because unless you educate the patient, they'll come back. Then that's a Western model, right? So we need to come back to the Ayurvedic principles in a very sincere way, right? All of these stimulants, improper care in pregnancy, stress, worry. I really put that in red because at least in the United States, that's a real hetu. Trauma, all kinds of mental, emotional, physical trauma, excessive use of food supplements, everything is in powder, protein powder, this powder, that powder, you mix. That is not how our body absorbs nutrients. So that's a very modern way of living and which is a very unsmart way of living. We have taken leave of our common sense. And xenobiotics, I've already talked about. Adharnia vagus, are we assessing for that? That is also happening a lot, right? you're in a corporate meeting or you're teaching, you're controlling your urges. And that also leads to imbalances, right? Sama. The sama becomes vishama. Toxicity and deterioration of our environment, air, water, and earth, are natural resources. Excessive sexual activity, a culture of excesses in general, and I'm definitely talking about United States here, but it's coming to India also. Everything in excess. A disconnect with the real self. This introspection, reflection, there is no time. The calendar's full, party, this, that. Just keep doing, stop being. So that is a big problem of 21st century. Irregular lifestyle, trauma, nutritional deficiency in our diet today. So what are the principles of management of AD? Again, I'll go through this very quickly. Nidana Parivarjanam. This has to happen. If you're straight away writing prescriptions, again, it is not going to be a lasting solution. Your patient will come back. So Nidana Parivarjanam is extremely, extremely important. And then in a staggered manner, you have to do Agni Deepana, Ampachana, Stroto Shodhana, Vyadhi Pratyanika, Aushadhi Dravyas, Rasayana. All of these are necessary. And then, of course, this has to be supported with Pathya. And you have to take a staggered approach. You can't start Rasayana right away, right? You have to do the Langana, Agni Deepana, Ampachana, all of that. And you have to educate your patient about Dinacharya, Ritucharya. If needed, Panchakarma should be done. You should recommend some dhyana, some yoga, pranayama, sadvritta. Client education, I should put it in bold. This is very, very important. And in my practice, I spend time on that. And that brings beautiful results. This is just a small general list of some of the herbs that I use. These are some of the references. And this is important. Whatever the disease, rest, clean air, pure water, and nutritious fresh food will still be needed to initiate and complete the process of healing. So don't underestimate that. All right. Thank you. I hope I have finished in time for a few questions.
Thank you, madam. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible, sir. You continue the session, sir.
Yes, yes. Thank you, Shah madam, for such an informative and knowledgeable session. And beyond that, I would like to thank you for giving your valuable time. As you told, right now, there at your place, there is midnight.
It's
Thank you, madam,
1:30
for
a.m.
accepting our
1:30
invitation
a.m. right
for
now.
this online session. Okay. Thank you, madam. Thank you. Now, I would like to request this session chairperson and co-chairperson, Dr. Dongre sir and Suryavanshi, please give your valuable comments on this session.
I request Dr.
Hello,
Yes, sir. Now you are.
am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
You are audible, sir.
Uh,
Suryavanshi, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, all of you. Thank you, Ayurveda Teacher Association, all the stakeholders organized ATACON 2024. It's a great pleasure to me introduce actually our great speaker, ma'am, Shah ma'am. I want to just add some points and the Ayurvedic approach to addressing immune suppression, Ayurveda, autism, actually autoimmune disorders. Ma'am has explained very well about autoimmune disorders. Actually critical topic which undoubtedly ma'am enhances our understanding of this topic and recognize the holistic approach that Ayurveda offers in managing and supporting the immune system. Ma'am has explained a comprehensive approach in immune suppression, focusing on restoring balance, enhancing the body's natural defenses through diet, lifestyle, and herbal interventions. Actually, I'm coming from Komar Vidya. Actually, autoimmune diseases I come across every day. Patients comes to my OPD, and when the immune system, actually, autoimmune diseases are the disorders that attacks healthy cells in the body, and common problems disorders are juvenile rheumatoid arthritis, juvenile diabetes, type 1, SLE, then IBS, multiple sclerosis. Ma'am has explained very well in actually that psychological endocrinal aspect which use in our actually Ayurveda, Ama, then Agni, importance of Agni. In Charaka also explains importance of Agni in Grahani. And take home message from my side is immune mechanism is not something working in seclusion, and actually almost all the systems are connected with immune system. It is all about to maintain homeostasis. Charaka elaborated Agni, importance of Agni is very important. Rasa Rakta Dhatu, Majja Shukra Dhatu, and Agni and Dhatu Agni is very well mentioned or importance of these factors in autoimmune disorders explained by ma'am. Uh, from my side, please go to Purushottam sir. Hello.
Hello.
Purushottam sir, over to you.
Dr. Rahul Kajre, sir, please. Where is Dr. Dogra, sir? Please ask them.
Sandeep Kumar Suryanshi, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, over. Parshuram Dongre, sir. Hello. Dongre, sir.
Dongre sir is there. Sonia madam, please confirm. Dongre sir is there.
Hello. Dongre, sir is in emergency. So now.
Sonia madam.
Yes, Dr. Rahul, sir. If sir is not there, then you can continue with vote of thanks, sir.
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Thank you, Pratibha Shah madam, for your informative session, informative lecture, and thank you all ATACON team for giving me as a coordinator for this session. Thank you, Rahul Suryavanshi sir, and all team for giving me a chance as a coordinator for this session. Thank you, madam. I hand over to Sonia Dhatt madam. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pratibha Shah ma'am, for giving us this valuable knowledge on very versatile topic on autoimmune disease. Thank you, chairperson and co-chairperson. Thank you so much, session coordinators, especially Dr. Asmita ma'am and Dr. Rahul Gajre sir. Now I conclude that first session is over here now. For second session, I will hand over these sessions to Dr. Amar Kamble sir. Over to you, Amar sir.
Yes. After successful completion of our first session, now we are moving to our second session. The topic of second session is CCRS, innovation, bridging the traditional wisdom and modern medicine. I request the coordinator of this session, Dr. Kiran Mendekar Madam, who is Masters of Ayurvedic Surgery and working as an associate professor in PDS College Ayurveda and Research Center, Nigadi, Pune. The over to you, Kiran Mendekar Madam.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, Amar sir. A very good morning to one and all. Welcome everyone for the today's 6th National Conference ATACON 2024, New Horizons in Ayurveda, organized by Ayurveda Teachers Association. I would like to welcome you all for this second session, that is CCRAS Innovations, Bridging Traditional Wisdom and Modern Medicine. I welcome our chairperson, Dr. Sunanda Pedekar ma'am, and co-chairperson, Dr. Rajkala Patil ma'am. Let me give you the brief introduction of today's chairperson and co-chairperson. Dr. Sunanda Pedekar ma'am, is a professor, Department of Kaya Chikitsa, Faculty of Ayurveda, IMS BHU, Varanasi, Uttar Pradesh. She pursued a qualification BAMS MD Kaya Chikitsa, PhD IU Kaya Chikitsa, and MSc Counseling and Psychology. She has overall a teaching experience of 30 years, with the UG experience of 30 years, postgraduate experience with 25 years, and PhD experience with 14 years. She has been in the research field over 30 years. She has completed the research projects of 6. Madam has an extensive administrative experience also. She has worked organizing secretary and a joint secretary and a committee member in various national seminars, national conferences and awareness programs. Madam has published more than 60 research papers. She has participated in various symposiums, seminars, workshops as a resource person, presenting research papers in various national, international seminars. She delivered a lecture series on Ayurveda internationally as American, German, arranged by International Cell of BVDU, Pune, Russia, Ukraine, Poland, organized by BHU and All India Association, Delhi. Published research papers in various subjects in peer-reviewed Scopus and UGC care list journals. Madam has participated and trained in the training programs like national training of RNTCP at National Tuberculosis Institute, Bangalore in 2009. She got awarded with the Dr. Jayant Narikar Research Award. The achievements of Madam in the social work are in the various platforms: NAPAR Life Membership, Indian Medical Association Life Membership, and Life Membership of NEMA, Life Membership of All India Postgraduate Association, Delhi. She is a life member of All India Ayurveda Association, Teachers Association. She is a life member of Shakti Foundation. She is a life member Tribal Doctor Forum, Maharashtra, and life member of Indian Academy of Mental Health, Varanasi. Madam has experience as a medical officer, as resident doctor, and a consultant physician in various aspects. She is a core committee member of RNTCP Bharati Medical College, Pune, from 2004 to 2021. She was a former honorary consultant and teacher at Bharati Vidyapit Deemed University College of Ayurveda Hospital from 1996 to 2021. Madam has participated in extracurricular activities also. She is also involved in the various social programs, and Madam is a nodal officer of RNTCP in Pune Municipal Corporation and worked as a national trainer and National Tuberculosis Control Program in Pune from 2004 to 2021. I would like to welcome you, ma'am. Now I will brief you the introduction of our co-chairperson, Dr. Rajkala Panchakshari Patil, madam. She is an associate professor and head of the Department of Panchakarma, Faculty of Ayurveda, IMS BHU, Varanasi. Madam has a qualification BAMS MUHS, Nashik. She is MD Panchakarma from Kerala University, Thiruvananthapuram. PhD Panchakarma, JAE Government Ayurveda College, Jamnagar. She has a total teaching experience of 8 years, 8 months, total research experience 5 years, 9 months. She worked as a Panchakarma expert 1 month at LA Pradara International Health Center, Havana, Cuba, deputed by Ministry of Ayush, Government of India. She has published 4 books on Snehana therapy, Panchakarma Shlok Sangraha, Panchakarma Sar, Nephrology and Ayurveda. She has published various research articles in the journal of about 23. Paper presented in the conferences are 14. She's been appointed as a resource person in 10 various national and international webinars. She has been invited as a speaker and presented posters in various national conferences. She has been also participated in 50 plus conferences and CMEs. So I will welcome you, ma'am. I will like to introduce our respected guest speaker of of this important session. I will welcome Dr. Rabinarayan Acharya sir, Director CCRS, New Delhi. Vaidya Rabinarayan Acharya sir currently serves as the Director General of Central Council for Research in Ayurveda Sciences, CCRAS, since February 2022. Before this, he worked as a Dravya Gun Ayurveda Pharmacology Professor at ITRA Jamnagar from September 2007 to February 2022. He pursued his BSc in Botany and Ayurveda degree from Utkal University, Odisha. He pursued MD and PhD from Gujarat Ayurveda University. With over 28 years of teaching and research experience in drug research, Professor Acharya has authored 5 books, 3 monographs, 12 chapters, published more than 394 research articles, and holds 1 patent. He has contributed significantly to organizations like IGNOU and WHO, serving as a course writer and temporary advisor, respectively. Dr. Acharya has also been actively involved with the Ministry of Ayush, Government of India, in various capacities such as Chairman of the Ayurvedic Pharmacopoeia Committee and member of several committees like SUDTAB, NMPB, and SAG, etc. Professor Acharya has led over 10 research grant projects and guided 43 PhD and 64 postgraduate thesis dissertations in Dravya Guna. His research focuses on Anukta Dravya, extra pharmacopoeial drugs, with the development of pharmacopoeial standards and establishment of ethnopharmacological claim for over 42 Indian medicinal plants. He has also standardized Shodhan methods for poisonous plants, Schedule E1 drugs used in Ayurveda pharmacopoeia, and critically edited 2 Nighantus. Having represented India in various capacities in 10 countries, Professor Acharya has actively participated in WHO meetings addressing her drug interaction, pharmacovigilance, and research methodology training. In his current role as the Director General of CCRAS, he has introduced initiatives like SPARK, PG Start, SMART, Agni, ARMS, and APTA to promote research among the students, teachers, and physicians in the field of Ayurveda, and initiated many collaborative research projects with many institutes of repute like IIT, ICMR, AIMS, CSIR, ICAR, and NIMHANS, etc. Recognized for his contributions, Professor Acharya has received the Best Teacher Award and a cash prize of 2 lakhs for drug research, as well as the Best Research Paper Award for literary research in the field of Ayurveda from Ministry of Ayush, Government of India. He was also honored with the IASTAM National Award in 2022 for drug research and the SEFE National Award by the Society of Ethnopharmacology for his contribution to ethnopharmacology. I would like to welcome you, sir, and I request you to please proceed with your presentation.
Namaste. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yes.
Slides are visible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Very warm welcome and namaste to all the registered delegates of this online conference on innovations are in Ayurveda. And I thank the associations for giving an opportunity to share my views, and particularly Professor Shiva, Professor Suryavanshi, and my regards to the chairperson, Dr. Sunanda, and the co-chairperson, Dr. Rajkala. With these opening remarks, let me say that I will be taking 20 minutes to share what CCRS is taking initiatives on this topic, particularly the new in that way, how what we should though Ayurveda is considered as the most I will share some of activities. As we all know, the CCRS is the prime research organizations under Government of India, and it it works upon various aspects of Ayurveda, that is clinical research, which is research, drug standardizations, and another area of the research where we have a great remarkable heritage of Ayurveda. No other system in the world of medicine in the world have a so huge heritage. And what CCRS is doing in that aspect in the new scenario, I will share some of it, and how the new initiations, that is information technology, how to take the help of this information technology, and how CCRS is progressing in that way, and other initiatives of CCRS within a very short time, 20 minutes. I will share this view and conclude my speech before 11:30, that is the allotted time. Dear friends, as you know, CCRS has 30 institutes across the country, and we have two national institutes at Hyderabad, which is exclusively and dedicatedly working research on medical heritage. Dear friends, I am very pleased to share here that we have a medical inscriptions. Many years inscriptions we are having, but till date, not dedicatedly, we have not worked upon this heritage. How we know that medical history, if you search for the medical history. Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
So, uh, yeah. So that this how this medical inscriptions we are creating, and in a single year, last year we have collected near about 500 medical inscriptions, and I am sure that after publishing of all these things, will be in position to rewrite the history. That is, we know that hospital system, how the hospital systems was in India, and particularly disease specific and age specific hospitals in India was there, which was not previously reported in any of many websites and other things that the institute is working. We have a National Institute of Panchakarma, and we have 9 Central Ayurveda Research Institute and 17 Regional Ayurveda Research Institute, and 2 centers across the country. And 25 states were present. As you know, a brief history that 1969 CCRS, or at that point of time, homeopathy, Unani, Ayurveda, all things were Indian system of medicines was there. And now we have only Central Council of Research in Ayurveda Sciences. And the vision is quite
broad and totally to this Ayurveda sessions, and objectives is one of the major objectives is the capacity building in core research areas. To consider this, CCRS has taken initiatives, that is, as you in the introductory, Dr. Kiran, I thank you for that brief, but detail in descriptions about how CCRS is taking this capacity building in core research areas. To have this, we have started. We need that to build up any science, we need dedicated human resources. As on today, though there is a Central Council of Research, is one of the organizations which is dedicatedly working on research of Ayurveda, and all the medical institutes, particularly Ayurveda research colleges and other, they are also doing research. But the career opportunity of the students is that to build up their mind from the studentship career to dedicated research oriented mindset. We have started providing scholarships to the young scholars of undergraduate in the name of the undergraduate scholars, PG, that is your Spark, and we have started for the PG Star also for the postgraduate. We are providing scholarships to the PhD and also particularly the postdoc. Those who are completing their MD, they can come, they can join for postdoc for 3 years programs there. And also we are giving financial aid to the teachers, those who want to have under this scheme, that is a smart scheme, that is teachers to provide some colleges. So we are near about 40 Ayurveda colleges. We are boost the research atmosphere and particularly the research product. We all carry out research in Ayurveda institutions, but not those institutes, all maximum are of academic level. And what I will suggest this teachers association, this field, a great things you are doing. I will suggest that try to have some product based or some output based research which can be practiced. And many PhDs as on today, we are getting only need that some product of our, and many our product in the market, they are not the patent product, they are not research based, they are just taking the benefit of our present Drugs and Cosmetics Act. We recombine those product and some classical product and sell it in the market without any clinical trial or safety or efficacy, and without any. So that's the undergraduate scholar, which is with the future of Ayurveda, the future to practice the Ayurveda, they are not in a position to provide that evidence-based practice to the citizen. To have this also, CCRS is working on the safety, that is another validation of classical evidence on safety and efficacy. I will share how many, near about 130 formulations we have conducted CCRS and proved its safety and efficacy, and it's and published in different journals of these classical formulations, and also technology transfer. We are doing research on a public health act, another area. Dear friends, being a teacher, we all know that health is a public-based science, and until and unless there is a demand from the public, so we the government cannot be pressurized to work to allotted more funds for Ayurveda. That's for that purpose, we need exclusively and extensive research on public health. And we have to go to the public, target those disease conditions who are not being managed by the present healthcare allopathy healthcare provisions, and we have to work on that aspect. That translates research-oriented public health is another new horizon where we must go to the public with their language about the Ayurvedic, but with proven all these things to the public, so that they will accept our. There is acceptance, but we have proved our acceptance more in during COVID time with scientific based activities. CCRS is going that aspect, I will there. And this is the research ammunition. CCRS is having publications. We have 3 publications, and we are now from the quarterly 2 publications. Our JRS, JDRS are now bi-monthly, and we are we are planning for monthly publications. And how this research bulletin also, CCRS research bulletin, CCRS bulletin, where we are disseminating our knowledge, information. Every college must have that research bulletin also in that aspect. To we do stakeholders are scientists only. let the public know in their language about how our medicines are effective, how what we are carrying out research, how the probable mode of action, so that public will understand. So that I will request the teachers, every colleges, they should come up with their bulletin, research bulletin, whatever research are they because publication in index or impact journal, that's okay for our system utilized there. But layman will translate publications in a layman language and come up with research publications like bulletin of every colleges, so that we can apply. Then we CCS, as we know, this is the era of collaborations. Until and unless this new horizon, what you have given the title, we have to collaborate because any organizations they can explore with 4C, the component what every management scales, that is communications, coordinations, cooperations, and collaborations. And we have to communicate with our counterpart, modern physicians, where they have also robust research system. We have to communicate them. We have to work with them, and because until and unless we have an interactive and all these communications in a proper way, how without compromising the Ayurveda principles, many areas are gray areas we are finding out, and we are working with AIMS Delhi, NIMHANS with psychological disorders. We are working with ILBS with good clinical outcomes. Now we are coming up with they are searching for a new molecules, new things. Many gray areas there in liver management system there, particularly the cholestasis and all the bile stone, all these things. They don't have an permanent cure. They have surgery, no doubt. They're great. That the great country. And we're working with the cancer, a big area where Ayurveda contribute contribute a huge contribution Ayurveda can have. We're working with Tata Memorial Cancer Research, working with GMU Lucknow. As we know, we are many things now. There is a common practice about the Swarna Prashana, and the present way of practice of Swarna Prashana, that is the drug for Swarna Prashana, and is not 100% according to the classical recommendations. And to have this according to the classical recommendations, how the classics recommend with for purpose, and we are now with Lucknow, KGM, Lucknow University Health Sciences Medical College. They are a good samples. We are working with that part also. We are working with Calcutta, some filariasis, another area where we are working with IR Delhi and NIA and other institutes, and these are the medical faculty where clinical research are being carried out. We are working also with the ICMR, many new projects of particular disease conditions like dengue. Previously, there was a common notion Ayurveda cannot do the management of acute disease conditions or infectious disease conditions. Ayurveda is only for chronic disease conditions that become a acute disease conditions go to modern systems, and if it is chronic, then go to Ayurveda, homeopathy, or Unani like that. But different system has shown its strength. We are also we can manage the chronic acute conditions also. So how to manage different acute conditions, in particularly non-communicable communicable disease conditions. We are working with dengue, malaria, and all these things in that way. We are also working with ICAR for another area, that the leach cultivations. We know new horizon of research. We know that there is a huge potential of management of different conditions with leach, but how to cultivate the number of quality of leach, it's now not getting so proper. How to cultivate those leach with working with research, Central Bhubaneswar. And we have our own, we have a Miyawaki web cultivations previously, and now we are converting that medicinal plants to know at Aushadharanya. how to cultivate medicinal plants with this Miyawaki way of cultivation and a very quick growth of this plant without compromising the quality of these plants. We're working with also that aspect, and we are working with the CSIR and many other institutions of CSIR, particularly establishing the mechanistic study of and also establishing the toxicity study. We are spending near about 1 crore for a single mineral from bhasmas. Particularly, it may be the most acting Trigonakirtirasa or other formulations. And they are under GLP conditions, so that we can establish this establish that yes, our drugs are safe, and we're publishing them for the public utility, and particularly the pharma to take this message free of cost. We are working with NIPA, we are working with IITs, developing. I will say how we are developing some. We have a the automated character preparations, how to encarp the common man, how to escape from that. Also, we are working with IITs. We are working with the JNU, particularly in the Prakriti case, Ayurgenomics, and there we are working with them. We are working with Vardha, particularly this another area, sickle cell anemia. These are the disease conditions where we are we have a great scope for managing this sickle cell. So common there, but the modern as in today, the modern can manage the symptomatic way there, but to manage this, eradicate this, we have a strength, and we are working with that part also with different ministries there. We are working some projects with BHU also. And these are the clinical research areas where we're working. We're working with quality of life in cancer, diabetes, hypertension, wounds, geriatric health. Another areas, dear friends, the area is our new. We can serve to the public in geriatric health care. We are working, adopting a village of Ballabgarh. We are working with AIMS Ballabgarh, the branch of New Delhi AIMS as a Ballabgarh, and we are adopting a village, and there the geriatric populations we are managing with our classical way of administration of Basti and Panchakarma therapy, and how it impacts the geriatric population for their quality of life. That aspect we are working with NIMHAS, many product, particular de-addiction, mental addiction, and ADHD. Are working on ADHD, but the project is just always is a small sample size and manage acceptable by the modern. So we have to combine all these things. We are working on that aspect, and we have already worked on dengue with ICMR Belgavi and NFLD. Many NFLD project we are working on. This is another major problems where Ayurveda can contribute a lot with non-alcoholic fatty liver disease conditions, as I told, and TMC, the JNU. I have already discussed with this. With you. Studies were with 14 states in the country to find out this own data. So horizon, we are talking about new things, but as on today, where the how to assess the Prakriti, we don't have any common pool of Prakriti people assessment of the Prakriti. We don't have this common epidemiological survey from our side according to Ayurveda perspective. So we all always believe in this public health system, but we don't have our data, so that we can have a bigger project and apprise the government that is this is the present trend in the public according to Ayurveda perceptions, and we can manage with a good data in these conditions with Ayurveda interventions. And these are the Ayurveda project near about 300 that areas, particularly Swarnaprashana is another elderly population. I have already told you for NCH, and particularly we have area that is assessing the Agni. Somebody just and assess the swasthata of public in toto, and we can assess the Agni every patients coming to our OPD in any Ayurveda college must be assessed. Though Agni is not a permanent situation, we assess the Sarata. We are working on that. Swastha assessment is finalized, Agni is finalized, and Prakriti is in public domain. And as a part of the quality control, we at the Ayurveda Institute always blamed our research studies. We are not having a quality hospital healthcare. For that purpose, CCRS has taken say all our hospitals, near about 90% of hospitals now are NABH and NAB rated, and out of these 25 hospitals, 18 hospitals are now DHR registered. Our ethics committee are registered, and whatever the clinical studies we do conduct, we conduct with a proper accreditation process and being maintained in all those research areas. That is, that is the take-home message that all institutions must try. We should put pressure on our just like in the state of Maharashtra, they are now taking steps. The university has a guideline that all institutions must be NAC accredited. But NAC accredited in institutions in a whole. But we are being a health organizations, our hospitals, hospital easy, but all things, that is another area. The high impact research, particular about 150 food are clinically validated, and hello, Dr. Kiran.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
At what time I should complete my allotted time? Before 2 minutes
sir,
for this.
Yes, sir. Sir, you can continue with the session. You have now 40 minutes to talk.
Up to okay, 11:40. Yeah?
11:40. Yes, yes, sir. You can continue with the session.
Okay, thank you. These are the public health outreach. As I told, we are working with public health. We have 70 formulations we have developed on area strong Ayurveda. I can recommend. I can say with that the RCH. We have now our Gadchiroli district of Maharashtra. We have worked upon on this Gadchiroli district. We have developed new product. About 17 new drugs through R&D we have developed, and it is now available in the public domain. And the participants were subjected for this RCH programs, and a good publications also available there. And these are the parts of the country where we are working. And general evidence of quality and safety of traditional metallo-mineral preparations, 19 metallo-mineral formulations are studied, and safety of these formulations under GLP, as I told, we are working with GLP laboratory conditions is under process, and we have published this technical report, dear friends. Anybody can access this technical report in that aspect. And as I told, we are working with IIT with the this evaporated mercury development instrument. We are working on that aspect with IIT New Delhi. And another area that pharmaceutical processing, new dosage forms, there is huge scope of developing new dosage forms. Though the dosage forms like nasal applications, all these things are not at present approved by Ayurveda applications. All this new, there is a huge scope of this dosage forms, selection of new dosage forms, and particularly to assess the shelf life available in the market, preserved, and will document about that. So these are the things, these are the areas where we can further work upon. Research should be there on that aspect. I'm not going to the clinical CCRS has published near about 249 single drugs and 69 compound formulations, and CCRS own product 75 products we have coded, and these are tested for their safety aspects. We are working on that. Near about 31 IMR projects and 9 collaborative projects are on preclinical and experimental studies. Medicinal plant research is another areas where we can showcase our strength about new demand, standardizations of all the plant parts. Few medicinal, we can say out of 7,000 medicinal plants used by the tribal populations recorded for benefits, only 3 to 700 if you take the substitute or adulterants are in trade. There is a huge scope of near about 6,000, more than 6,000 plants for this purpose, and we are new drugs. As I told, how to grow plant species in a quicker way, tree species in particular, for this purpose. Anybody, we have a good demo at our Pune Institute in Maharashtra, in Pune. We have a good demonstration there. So these are the Jhansi unit is accredited, sorry, Jhansi, or another unit, Jammu unit is also NYPG accredited. Our many herbarium, you can send your herbarium any internationally. The sample pharmacopoeia, I am not going to that part in details. So these are the isolated. Previously, these are the another need. We always made the modern pharmacopoeia. They are targeting on the single phytomolecules, but but Ayurveda forming the versus crude extract efficacy. There are quite good number of publications, dear friends. And if we are targeting without with this whole formulations, you can see formulations are the target single formulations quite stage. So we can have this thing here in a good way. Yeah, good research, as I told.
Sir, your voice is not audible. Sir, no, still not. It's not audible, sir.
Okay, it's audible now?
Yes, sir. Yes. Yes, your voice.
Yeah. Sorry for that, because I am traveling. I am in a taxi now only. So with this, we have now my presentation is available.
No, the presentation is not visible.
Okay. So again, I have to, but I want to conclude with this. I've taken the time also 40 minutes.
You can continue.
So with this, I want to say, because I have to, I mean, so with this, I can share that there is a many aspects available for the research purpose, and the teachers. We, as I told, we are in particularly this literary research. Those teachers who are interested, they can come forward with apply to any manuscripts, any old books, editing, critical editing. CCRS is there to eager to help them having a project mode. last year only we have given 25 books and we have published manuscript, and also in the next phase we have allotted 50 books. So we are targeting another 25-30 books in the next year. So any teachers interested for that aspect can come forward with CCRS, some schemes we are providing. So with this, I again thanks the organizer for giving me this opportunity, and I conclude my speech by thank the board chair, co-chair, and the organizers in all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your insightful presentation and expertise. Your contribution made this webinar truly special. I'm again thank you for the whole ATACON team. Thank you so much, sir. Now, I would like to request Dr. Sunanda Pedekar ma'am to please chair this session. Dr. Sunanda ma'am? Yes, ma'am, please.
Thank you. Namaste. Good morning, all of you. Professor Ravi Acharya. Can I hear?
Yes, ma'am. You're audible and visible. Yeah.
Professor Ravi Acharya gives a very informative and knowledgeable, and which is needful to us. This lecture is he advise scholar and our teachers about the research and scope of the research. It is very essential to us because every time we need want to globalize the Ayurveda, but no way to where we go, what we do. But sir is advise us to collaborate with the CCRA, IIT, biomedicine, and the biochemistry also. It is a very useful, but platform is not. It is a very poor in Ayurveda because funding is less. It is our drawback. Appreciating research, public health activities, then scope of research, PhD scholar, very good information and knowledgeable. If it is, I hope everyone can carry this research project and go through this project also and go through this is the clinical topics for the increasing the Ayurveda scope. This is sir is talking about the traditional medicine and the modern view, and this is since the prehistoric time humans have used the natural products such as the plants, animals, microorganisms, and the marine organisms in medicines to alleviate the treat diseases. Traditional medicine make use of natural products and are of great importance. Such a forms of medicine as the traditional Chinese medicines, Ayurveda, Campo, traditional Korean medicine, and the Unani natural products and have been practiced all over the world for hundreds or even thousands of years. And they have blossomed into the ordinarily regulated system of medicines. In their various forms, they may have certain defects, but they are still valuable, responsible for the human knowledge. At the beginning of the 19th century, era of the modern drugs began in 1805. The first pharmacological active compound morphine was isolated by the young German pharmacist Friedrich Sturger from the opium plant. Subsequently, countless active compounds have been separated from the natural products. The development of the new drug relying purely on modern technology appears to be reaching sometimes something of the limitation. In developing new drugs, the pharmaceuticals industry has a tend to adopt the high throughout the synthesis and the combined chemistry-based drug development, which is described by Acharya sir, since it is developed from the since 1980s. However, the considerable effort made by this direction have not resulted in the expected drug productivity. Some large pharmaceutical companies are facing the great challenge to develop the new products. Natural products have a wide range of the diversity of multidimensional chemical structures. In the meantime, the utility of natural products is the biological function modifies and also on the consideration attention. Subsequently, they have been successful employed in the discovery of new drugs and have the expert far-reaching impact of the clinical biological from the past century. The high structural diversity in natural products have been realized from the respective physical chemistry. Their efficacy is related to the complexity of their well-organized three-dimensional chemical and the static properties, which offer many advantages in terms of efficacy and selectivity of the molecular target. As a successful example of the drug development from the natural product and its analog are presently in wide use of the anti-malarial drug. This shows how research using the natural products has made significant contribution in a drug development. Traditional medicine is the oldest form of the healthcare in the world and is used in the prevention and the treatment of the physical and mental illness. Different association and different sociological, histological developed various useful healing methods to combat a variety of the ill and life-threatening disease. Traditional medicine is also various known as a complementary and alternative also, or ethnic medicine also, and it still plays a key role in the many countries today. For centuries, across countries, people have turned the traditional healers, home remedies, and ancient medicine knowledge to address their health and well-being. According to the WHO Global Report on Traditional and Complementary Medicine, various systems, Global Report of 2019, various systems traditional medicine being used around the world included acupuncture, herbal medicine, indigenous traditional medicine, homeopathy, traditional Chinese medicine, naturopathy, chiropractic, osteopathics, Ayurveda, and Unani medicine. Yoga and acupuncture are also the example of the traditional healing practice that have been successfully used to address the chronic illness. In another example, Dr. Wieland talks about how exposing jaundice to sunlight. A timeless Ayurvedic practice. We do the Ayurvedic practice correspond to the modern medical treatment of phototherapy. We now understood that the mechanism of why this exposure to sunlight is effective, how to convert the bilirubin into an unconjugated form that can be excreted. So we know how a different understanding of why it works. But traditional medicine understood that it did work. It is a mechanical, we know the how it works. With remarkable and rapid modernization of the way traditional medicine is being studied, new technology and technological innovation could show the way and provide a deeper understanding of the benefit of the traditional medicine. This practice dates back ancient civilization where plants were revered for their healing properties. Traditional medicine systems like Ayurveda, traditional Chinese medicine, and Native American remedies all bear the witness to the historical significance of the herbal medicine. Herbal medicine has represented a crucial element of the primary health. Approximately 80% of the global population is estimated to use the herbal medicine products for their therapeutic benefit. As of 2022, the global herbal medicines market size was assessed that is a $148.5 billion, and it is anticipated associate from the $165.30 billion in 2023 to reach the $386.7 billion by 2032. The trajectory indication a compound annual growth rate is 11.20%. Throughout the forecasted period from 2023 to 2039, the global COVID-19 pandemic was unfolded in an unparalleled and remarkable manner, resulting in a heightened demand for the herbal medicine in all geographical regions. Surprising the pandemic level, the demand for the herbal medicine goods has grown. People have become more aware of allopathic medication side effects and the advantage of using the herbal medicines. The expanding population, coupled with an increase in the prevalence of the chronic diseases, is another market driver impacting the market growth. In a recent year, there has been a noticeable shift in healthcare trends, especially in our country, where the traditional medicine system hold a deep-rooted significance. The integration of the ancient wisdom with the modern healthcare practices has led to the rise of Ayurvedic medicines, making the significant milestone in the quest for the holistic health solution. The Indian Ayurvedic products market size reached rupees 7.48.5 billion in 2023. Looking forward, IMARC Group expects that the market to reach 3,207.6 billion by 2032. Exhibition a growth rate of the 70% consistency among the consumers and the easy availability of the Ayurvedic product through online and offline distribution channels represent some of the key factors of driving the market. The growing research and development activity by the major Indian and the foreign market plays the aim towards the developing and treatment for chronic disease and the acute diseases by mixing Ayurvedic medicine with the modern medicine are the key trend in the market. The increasing inclination towards the healthy and disease-free living is anticipated be the crucial trend in the market, which is anticipated propel the demand for the Ayurvedic medicine and the Ayurvedic product. Ayurvedic medicine offers several benefits that makes them appealing to both consumer and the health and the practitioner. Ayurvedic products are derived from the natural sources such as herbs, minerals. Hello? Hello, madam?
Yes, ma'am.
No, okay, next. Ayurvedic products are derived from the natural sources such as the herbals, minerals, and other plant-based materials. This natural origin reduces the risk of adverse side effects often associated with the synthetic drugs, making them the safer for the consumption. Many Ayurvedic medicines are formulated based on ancient anesthetics and traditional knowledge that have been passed down through the generation to generation. Ayurvedic medication focus on treating the root cause of an illness rather than the just alleviating the symptoms. They consider and the individual's constitution, that is the prakriti, lifestyle, and the co-environmental factors aiming to restore the balance and promote overall well-being. Ayurvedic medicine are often prescribed based on an individual unique constitution, the specific health concern. This personalized approach and the ensure that the treatment is tailored to the individual needs and leading to the better outcomes. Despite the growing acceptance of Ayurvedic medicines, several challenges persist. Their widespread adaptation and the integration into mainstream healthcare system. One such a challenge is the lack of standardized quality control measure and the regulatory framework. Governing the production and the distribution of Ayurvedic medicine. The possess this is the terms of product safety, efficacy, and consistency undermining the consumer confidence and the trust. Additionally, there is a need for a greater scientific research and the validation of the Ayurvedic formulation to establish their efficacy and safety through the rigorous clinical trials. This requires collaboration between the traditional Ayurvedic practitioners, modern healthcare professionals, researchers, and the regulatory bodies of bridge of the gap between traditional wisdom and evidence-based medicine. However, this increased demand has also witnessed and the rise in the foreign practice, including the substitution of herbal material and the addition of the synthetic compound. Consequently, standardization and the quality control projects have become the paramount. Additionally, some adverse effects are not solely attributed to the adulteration, contamination, or misidentification of plant species. They can also stem from the intrinsic toxicity of certain plants. This necessity is through the toxicological assessment to migrate and mitigate the potential safety concerns. Furthermore, adverse effects can also be triggered by the foreign contamination, such as the chemicals like pesticides, residues, or heavy metals, or the microbiological agents. This factor underscore the necessity for the rigorous safety protocol. Despite these challenges, Ayurvedic medicines present significant opportunity for the innovator. Collaboration and synergy between the traditional and the modern healthcare system. By leveraging the advanced and technological research and quality assurance practice, Ayurvedic product can be standardized, validated, and integrated into the manifestation healthcare delivery, offering the holistic and the personalized solution to a diverse range of the healthcare. Safety and potential, then it is a very essential for the herbal remedies and also the herbal minerals. The next toxicity is inherent and influenced by the individual perspective. Numerous every day foods contains components that could trigger allergies might be classified toxic with specific criteria. For the instance, that is a gluten, gliadin, cyanogenetic glycosides, various fruit seeds. These are found in various of fruit seeds also. High carotene and the brassica vegetables alkaloids in the sulfonaceous plant and lactin in selected legumes such as the soya and the red beans are constitute present foods generally regarded as the safe worldwide. In a similar vein, even life-sustaining substances such as water and oxygen can become a lethal when the consumed in excessive quality, underscoring the significance of dosage as the factor. From the safety standpoint, it is feasible to categorize the herbs harmful and the less harmful and do not harmful. Like the some herbs, it is life-threatening, and some are the only they develop the vomiting, nausea, and some herbs is the scientific evidence which is the same. The classification of substance is toxic and various factors the rely on the herbal medicine. It is a categorized, it is essential, and it is a caution, professional advice when the considering the ingestion of herbs, particularly those the first and the ensure safety minimize potential harms. And the widespread availability of the herbal medicines and their derivations of many countries often occur without mandatory safety of toxicological assessment and the regulation, oversight, manufacturing practice, and quality standard is often lacking. These herbal products easily accessible and consumer without requirement. Prescription, unfortunately, the underestimated the potential hazards associated with the substandard herbal products pose significant risk. There has been growing the global interest in the uses of herbal medicine explained by the substantial consumption rate in ASEAN countries, with India 65% and China at 40%. Herbal therapy is characterized by the holistic approach, encompassing the emotional, mental, and spiritual aspect, with the lifestyle consideration being the integrate to the naturopathy practices. Generally, herbal treatment do not pretend typical drugs action of adversity, but informed knowledge of medicinal plant effect and clinical trial for appropriate medicine application are essential. It has been recommended that we use the term indication, contraindication. Instead of that, side effects, we use the indication and contraindication only. Traditional medicine versus modern medicine has been continuous debate for the many decades. Since the intervention of the modern medicine, many people have not been ready to admit it as they have been listening the pulsing and the traditional medication is holistic method using the natural herbs and religious beliefs and all that. On the other hand, few people have always been in the favor of modern medicine because it has always been supported by the practical examples, the tests, and the scientific methods. They have been starting a strong statement in traditional medicine versus alternative medicine debate. The modern medicine or alternative medicine can be tested, upgrade, and prevent the upcoming disease if it is given in an appropriate quantity. The rise of the Ayurvedic medicine in India represents a convergence of the ancient wisdom and with the modern healthcare practice, new era of the holistic personalized medicines by harnessing the therapeutic potential of traditional herbs and the mineral herbals and ingredients. Ayurvedic medicine offers safe, effective, and affordable healthcare solution that prioritizes the holistic well-being and the long-term healthcare outcome. However, to realize the full potential concern, efforts are needed to address challenges related to quality assurance, regulation, and the scientific validation, paving the way of the future where traditional wisdom and modern medicine coexist harmoniously of the benefits of all.
Thank you so
Overall,
much, ma'am. Thank you
yes,
so much, ma'am.
this session is a various aspect is a golden opportunity to us for the evidence-based Ayurvedic medicine. I am again thankful the all the organizer, Rahul sir, Kiran madam, and the organizing team. I am very thankful to giving me this opportunity, and thanks to TCRS director giving the informative lecture, bridging traditional wisdom and modern medicine. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I would like to call upon Dr. Rajkala Patil ma'am to share few words about the session.
Madam Rajkala Patil have some problem.
Pardon, ma'am?
Rajkala Patil's daughter is not.
Okay, ma'am, no problem, no problem. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Sunanda Pedikar ma'am, Dr. Acharya sir, team ATACON, Dr. Rahul Suryavanshi sir, for this wonderful session. And thank you so much, the team ATACON, for giving me an opportunity to coordinate this session. Thank you so much. Now I will hand over to Dr. Amar Kamble sir and Dr. Sonia Dhaat ma'am to chair the further session. Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam. Thank you very much. First of all, at the end of this second session, I would like to thank respected Dr. Ravi Narayan Acharya sir, Director CCRAS, for giving the very vast information about so many progressive work of the research in Ayurveda. Really, sir, you have ignited the light about the scope of career in the Ayurvedic research, and you have made our delegates to think about the field of the research in Ayurveda with the bright future. Hats off to you, your work, sir. I also thank our knowledge chairperson, Dr. Sunanda Pedekar ma'am, for her expert comment, and I also thank our co-chairperson, ma'am Rajkala ma'am. She couldn't join due to some work.
She
And
joined, sir.
also,
He joined.
she's joined.
Yes.
Okay, then I will request Dr. Rajkala ma'am to give her expert comment in few words. Already we are running out of time.
Sir, madam having some problem, so she couldn't speak. Just now, Sunanda Pedekar ma'am has shared. So that's why the session I have handed over to you.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay, ma'am.
That's why, sir. Yes.
So I lastly I thank our coordinator, Dr. Kiran Mendekar ma'am, for successfully conducting this session, and I'm sure that you will be benefited by this session. Thanks all. Now moving to the next session, that is third session, I hand over the mic to Sonia ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Let's commence to our third session. And the topic is New Horizon in Marma Chikitsa. To conduct this session, I would like to introduce our session coordinator. Our one session coordinator is Dr. Prajakta Subhash Bodke ma'am. She is working as an associate professor in Department of Sahita Siddhant in MAD Ayurved College, Yeola, Nashik. For this session, our second session coordinator is Dr. Rahul Arsude sir, who is working as an associate professor in Department of Agat Tantra in Murlidhar Ayurved College, Rajkot, Gujarat. So I request to both the session coordinator to take the charge of session and please continue the session.
Thank you very much, Sonia ma'am. Good morning, all of you. I am happy to welcome you all for session 3, that is New Horizons Marma Chikitsa. Actually, truly speaking, Marma Chikitsa, usually in the context of Marma, Marayanti iti Marmani, we have to, in the UG itself, we have learned that. But यहाँ पर जैसे नवीन जोशी सर, we are very actually lucky to have a distinguished speaker like Dr. Naveen Joshi sir. He will tell us Marayanti iti marmani. It is a very limited idea about the Burma. How this knowledge can be utilized for the Chikitsa purpose. Also, we are very fortunate to have a chairman, Dr. Sudhir Kandekar sir, for this session, and as a co-chairman, Dr. Harshali Murade ma'am. So I further I request Dr. Prajakta madam to give a brief introduction about our chairman and the co-chairman. Please, over to Prajakta ma'am. Prajakta ma'am.
Hello, am I audible? Hello.
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Okay. Thank you, sir. It gives me a great pleasure to introduce chairperson of this session, Dr. Sudhir Kandekar sir, and co-chairperson, Dr. Harshali Murade ma'am. Chairperson of this session, Dr. Sudhir Moreshwar Kandekar sir, who is MD Ayurveda in Rachna Sharir, and presently he is working as a principal at RT Ayurved Mahavidyalay, Akola, Maharashtra. Sir is the founder of Spine and Murmur Remediation Techniques, that is SMRT. Sir has practicing murmur therapy since last 20 years, through which thousands of people got relief from their various ailments. Several number of patients from various states of our nation as well as from the abroad have been taking advantage of this marvelous mode of treatment to get benefited. Dr. Kandekar sir, having the academic experience of 23 years and administrative experience as HOD vice principal, officiating principal, medical superintendent at various institutes. Sir has achieved first best teacher award twice, of year 2010-11 and year of 2011-12 in Rachna Sharir, from Datta Meghe Institute of Medical Sciences, Deemed University. Sir has received the second best teacher award of year 2009-10 in Rachna Sharir. Dr. Kandekar sir is a member of Board of Management, member of Academic Council, member of Board of Study, Preclinical Board, Interdisciplinary Medical Sciences, member of Examination Cell of Datta Meghe Institute of Medical Sciences, Deemed University. Sir is in charge of Ayurveda faculty, Earn While Learn courses. Sir is a member of Information and Communication Technology, President of Parent Teacher Association. Sir is having the research work also. That is 27 research articles are published in various national and international research journals. On social media, Dr. Kandekar sir, having more than 60 articles regarding Ayurveda were published. Dr. Kandekar sir is an associate member of Royal Society of Health, London. He is a life member of National Integrated Medical Association, NIMA. He is a member of Ayurveda Teacher Association. I welcome Dr. Kandekar sir. Now, co-chairperson of our session is Dr. Harshali Murade ma'am. Dr. Harshali Murade ma'am, who has completed her MD Ayurveda in Sanhita Siddhanta from R.A. Poddar Ayurved Medical College, Mumbai. She has completed her MA Sanskrit from Tilak Maharashtra Vidyapit, Pune, and BMS from Ashtang Ayurved Mahavidyalay, Pune. Ma'am is professor and HOD in Department of Sanskrit Sanhita Siddhanta at Government Ayurved College, Baramati. Her total teaching experience is 12 years. Total seminars are 12. Total article published are 10. Dr. Murade ma'am has delivered lectures on seminars and the conferences as a guest speaker, and she secured 5th rank in first BMS examination of MUHS. Welcome, ma'am, for this session as a co-chairperson. Now I request Dr. Rahul Arsude sir to give a brief introduction of our guest speaker, Dr. Navin Joshi sir.
Thank you, Prajakta ma'am. I will briefly introduce our respected Dr. Navin Joshi sir. I think सर को इंट्रोडक्शन की कोई ज्यादा आवश्यकता ही नहीं है. सर यूजी, पीजी, पीएचडी, ऑल फैकल्टी ऑल ओवर इंडिया एंड अब्रॉड, सर ऑलरेडी इतने फेमस हो चुके हैं. regarding his work on Nadi as a Nadi Vaidya and मर्म चिकित्सा के लिए। फिर भी सर का एक ब्रीफ इंट्रोडक्शन मैं देना चाहूंगा। Respected Dr. Naveen Chandra Joshi sir is associate professor in Department of Sanskrit and Yoga at UAU Dehradun. Naveen sir is having his specialty in Panchakarma, Yoga, Marma therapy and Nadi Vignan. Sir having many articles published at national and international level. Also, he is a co-editor and co-author of many Ayurvedic books. Naveen sir is a master trainer of Marma science and therapy and conducted many workshops at national and international level. Also, his expertise as an Adi Vaidya is well known to all. And particularly, I want to mention his contribution during lockdown period. Sir have enthusiastically and very actively preached Ayurveda to all through the social media like Facebook, Instagram. He have conducted many Zoom class, Zoom meetings, etc. And I request Dr. Naveen Joshi sir, please give your valuable guidance regarding this Marma Chikitsa to all of us.
Thank you. Thank you to all the members. Am I audible to all of you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible.
धन्यवाद आप लोगों का, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, आपने मुझे आमंत्रित किया। अगर आप मुझे लगता है स्क्रीन हटा दें तो बेहतर होगा जी। एक्चुअली ये समय ओपीडी का है, तो मैं ओपीडी से ही आपको ये लेक्चर ले रहा हूँ मर्म का। तो मैं पता नहीं, मैं अपने आप को नहीं देख पा रहा हूँ। ये स्क्रीन आ रही है, इसमें उसको हटा दीजिए जी। हाँ, स्क्रीन को हटा देंगे तो अच्छा रहेगा जी।
प्लीज स्टॉप।
जी जी जी, थैंक यू, नमस्ते जी, धन्यवाद, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। तो मैं आयुर्वेदा टीचर एसोसिएशन के सारे जो मेंबर्स हैं, मैं उन सबका आभार और अभिनंदन करता हूं कि उन्होंने मुझे ये मौका दिया कि मैं अपनी बात बता सकूं। मैं मर्म विद्या पर आपको आज कुछ बताने जा रहा हूं और मर्म चिकित्सा के बारे में कुछ आपको बताऊंगा। वैसे तो मैं नाड़ी परीक्षण भी करता हूं और नाड़ी परीक्षा पे भी, जैसा कि मेरा इंट्रोडक्शन दिया गया, कि मैं नाड़ी परीक्षा पर भी सत्र लेता हूं और नाड़ी परीक्षा के बारे में भी लोगों को सिखाता हूं। लेकिन चूंकि यहाँ पर हमारे बहुत सारे टीचर्स, फैकल्टीज मेंबर्स हैं जो जानना चाहेंगे कि मर्म विद्या क्या होती है और मर्म चिकित्सा कैसे की जाती है, तो मैं कुछ आपको चीजें बताऊंगा। अब मुझे स्पॉटलाइट कर देंगे तो अच्छा रहेगा, ताकि सभी लोग मुझे देख पाएं कि मैं कुछ प्रैक्टिकल चीजें आपको सिखाऊंगा। तो मैं रिक्वेस्ट करता हूं कि मेरे को स्पॉटलाइट कर दीजिएगा, है ना जी। हाँ, थैंक यू, धन्यवाद। तो देखिए, मर्म चिकित्सा जो है, ये हमारी, कहीं पर भी आप चरक सुश्रुत वाग्भट कहीं भी देखें तो चिकित्सा के नाम से मर्म का कहीं पर भी वर्णन नहीं आता। महर्षि सुश्रुत ने मर्म को मार्यन्ती इति मर्माणि कहा है। आचार्य चरक ने भी त्रिविध मर्म को बचाने के लिए बात कही है, मर्मानुपालित कहा है कि मर्म का अनुपालन कीजिए। लेकिन जब आप वैदिक विद्या देखते हैं, वैदिक चिकित्सा को जब आप देखते हैं, तो आपको ये समझ में आता है कि मर्म जो है वो अथर्वणी, आंगिरसी, देवी, मनुष्यजा, इनमें से जो हमारी आंगिरसी विद्या थी उसका ये एक पार्ट है। तो आंगिरसी विद्या का एक पार्ट रहा है मर्म, और ये विद्या एक अद्भुत विद्या रही है जिसे हजारों साल से लोग इसका प्रैक्टिस में प्रयोग करते रहे हैं। मेरी कोई पीपीटी नहीं है, इसलिए आप शेयर करने की टेंशन मत लीजिए, मैं सब एक्सटेम्पोर आपको दिखाऊंगा और सिखाऊंगा। तो प्लीज स्क्रीन शेयर हटा लीजिए थोड़ी देर के लिए, और जैसा चल रहा था वैसे ही चलने दीजिए जी। स्क्रीन शेयर को हटा लीजिए और स्पॉटलाइट करके रखिए। मैं सारा, ये स्क्रीन पे कुछ आ रहा है, शेयर हो रहा है।
Yes, sir. Please, sir. Please, whoever sharing the screen, please don't share any screen over here.
प्लीज आप स्क्रीन शेयर मत कीजिए, इसको ऐसे ही रहने दीजिए, एज इट इज रहने दीजिए। मैं आपको पूरा प्रैक्टिकल सिखाऊंगा और बताऊंगा कि मर्म क्या होता है और मर्म किस प्रकार से आता है। आप चाहें तो आप अपने पेन और नोटबुक और पेन रख लीजिए। तो महर्षि सुश्रुत ने 107 महर्षि सुश्रुत को क्रेडिट जाता है मर्म के बारे में डॉक्यूमेंट करने का, क्योंकि एक महर्षि सुश्रुत एक सर्जन थे। लेकिन अगर आप इतिहास देखें तो आंगिरसी विद्या या अंगन्यास हम सब देखते हैं हमारे यहाँ पूजा या फिर इस प्रकार की हम लोग वैदिक रीति से यदि हम पूजा पाठ करते हैं तो वहां पे हम देखते हैं कि हमारे आचार्य लोग यहाँ टच करते हैं, यहाँ टच करते हैं, यहाँ टच करते हैं, फिर यहाँ करके ओम अस्त्राय फट करते हैं। हमने कभी सोचा नहीं कि ये ऐसा क्यों करते हैं। भगवान के सामने जाना है तो हाथ जोड़ के प्रणाम कर सकते हैं, भाई यहाँ टच करना, यहाँ टच करना, यहाँ टच करना, ये हिस्सा टच करना, फिर ये ओम अस्त्राय फट करना, क्या मतलब है इसका। तो देखा गया कि ये आंगिरसी यानी कि अंगन्यास की जो तरीके हैं, जिसे हम अंगन्यास कहते हैं, वो तरीके भगवान के सामने जाने से पहले अपने आप को स्वस्थ और ऊर्जावान बनाने के लिए वो तरीके हजारों साल से प्रयोग में आते रहे। हमने कभी उसको गौर नहीं किया। हमने सोचा कि ओम अस्त्राय फट करते हैं पंडित जी, तो इसका मतलब है शायद वो कुछ ऐसे करके ऐसे खींचते हैं यहाँ पे। हमने कभी नहीं सोचा कि ये किसी मर्म के बारे में बताया जा रहा है। ऐसे ही दुर्गा सप्तशती एक कि आप कवच कीलक पाठ करते हैं तो वहां पे एक सूत्र आता है, गुल्फयो मा नार सिंही च पाद पृष्ठे तो तेजसी पादांगुली सुरक्षे तु पाद अधस्तल वासिनी। यानी हे देवी दुर्गा, आप हमारे गुल्फ मर्म में निवास करो, हमारे पैर के तल में निवास करो, हमारे पैर की उंगलियों के बीच में निवास करो और हमारे पैर के पीछे निवास करो। तो जब हम देखते हैं कि भाई पैर में देवी दुर्गा को अगर हम आह्वान कर रहे हैं तो फिर पैर में क्यों कर रहे हैं। प्लीज म्यूट रखिएगा माइक को, प्लीज 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 प्लीज। मैं जो हमारे यहाँ मॉडरेटर है उनसे रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा सबकी माइक को म्यूट कर दीजिए। हाँ प्लीज म्यूट कर दीजिए जी, क्योंकि मेरे सत्र बड़े इंपॉर्टेंट होते हैं। और जैसा कि अभी मेरा परिचय दिया गया, मैं कोविड से लेके अब तक मैंने हजारों लोगों को सिखा दिया है और मेरे नित्य ऑनलाइन सेशंस चलते रहते हैं। मैं 20 दिन में मर्म सिखाता हूँ, 20 दिन में नाड़ी सिखाता हूँ, लेकिन मैं ऐसे लोगों के अंदर जागरण भी करता हूँ कि वो इस विद्या को सीखें। और अभी मैं जहाँ ओपीडी में बैठा हुआ हूँ, यहाँ 20 मरीज बाहर इंतजार कर रहे हैं, तो मैंने गेट बंद कर दिया है और मैंने कहा है कि अभी रुक जाओ। तो मर्म की ओपीडी सबसे ज्यादा चलती है। तो आप सभी जो लोग टीचर हैं, काय चिकित्सा के हैं या फिर आप शल्य तंत्र के हैं या एनाटॉमी के हैं, आप मर्म जरूर सीखिए, इससे बहुत लाभ मिलेगा। तो आंगिरसी विद्या का ये पार्ट रहा है, आंगिरसी विद्या और अंगन्यास से ये जुड़ता है मर्म हमारा। अगर मर्म स्थानों के नाम को देखें आप, महर्षि सुश्रुत ने मर्म के बारे में कहा कि मारयन्ति इति मर्माणि, लेकिन आप जब इनके नाम देखेंगे तो बड़ा अजीब सा लगता है कि किसी का नाम अधिपति है, किसी का नाम सीमंत है, किसी का नाम विधुर है, किसी का नाम श्रृंगाटक है, किसी का नाम फणा है। जब यही कहना था कि ये मारियंती इति मर्माणी है, तो फिर नाम उसका अधिपति देने की जरूरत क्या थी, नाम उसे राजा बताने की जरूरत क्या थी। भाई मेरा नाम नवीन है तो मेरे माता पिता ने मेरा नाम नवीन रखा है, इसका मीनिंग है कुछ कि मैं नित्य कुछ न कुछ नया इनोवेटिव करता हूँ। तो मर्म का नाम जब अधिपति है और केवल यही बताना था कि ये मारियंती इति मर्माणी है, तो फिर अधिपति नाम देने की जरूरत क्या थी, फिर तलहृदय नाम की देने की जरूरत क्या थी, फिर इंद्रवस्ती नाम देने की जरूरत क्या थी। तो जब इस पर विचार किया गया और हमारे गुरुजनों ने, हमारे आचार्यों ने, हमारे तमाम सारे शास्त्रकारों ने इस बात को जब देखा तो पता चला कि इसके पीछे तो एक पूरी फार्माकोलॉजी है, इसके पीछे तो एक पूरी साइंस है। और ये साइंस जो है हमारी, ये पूरी की पूरी रिवर्स फार्माकोलॉजी पे बेस्ड है। रिवर्स फार्माकोलॉजी का मतलब ये है कि जिस मर्म स्थान पर आघात से जो दुष्परिणाम होते हैं, यदि उसी मर्म स्थान को आप जागृत करते हैं तो वही परिणाम मिलते हैं। दैट इज कॉल्ड द रिवर्स फार्माकोलॉजी। जैसे मैं उदाहरण देता हूं आपको कुछ मर्म के बारे में, मैं आपको अभी आज 5, 6, 7 मर्म बताऊंगा जिसे आप निश्चित रूप से अपने जीवन में, अपने दैनिक जीवन में आप इसका प्रयोग करेंगे तो बहुत लाभ मिलेगा। मैं मर्म को सिखाता ही नहीं, मर्म आपको बताता हूं और मर्म के बारे में आपको जगाता हूं। मेरा 16 जनवरी 2023 को, अभी जो मित्र मुझे ये जानते हैं कि मैं सोशल मीडिया पे पढ़ाता था, पढ़ाता हूँ, पढ़ाता रहूंगा, उनको शायद ये पता नहीं होगा कि 16 जनवरी 2023 को मेरा एक भयंकर भीषण एक्सीडेंट हुआ और मैं एक हाइट से नीचे फॉल कर गया और मेरी L1 वर्टिब्रा मल्टीपल फ्रैक्चर हो गई और उसके बाद 90% लोग पैरालाइज्ड हो जाते हैं। और 90% लोग परमानेंटली डिसेबल हो जाते हैं और न्यूरोजेनिक ब्लैडर से सफर करते हैं। मैंने अपने आप को 6 महीने में पेन से और बाकी चीजों से रिकवर किया, तो उसके पीछे भगवान धन्वंतरी का तो ब्लेसिंग्स है ही, साथ में ये मर्म विद्या भी है। तो मैं आप सभी जो हमारे टीचर एसोसिएशन के जो भी यहाँ पे पार्टिसिपेंट्स हैं, मैं इनको ये कहना चाहता हूँ कि आप इसको सीखिए, ये बहुत जबरदस्त चीज है। तो मैं आपको कुछ सिर के मर्म बताता हूँ। देखिए, हमारे ये टॉप ऑफ द वर्टेक्स पे एक मर्म होता है, इसका नाम है अधिपति। इसका नाम है अधिपति, आप चाहें तो लिख लीजिए इसको। और ये अर्ध अंगुल प्रमाण का है। अब देखिए, महर्षि सुश्रुत के समय में तो बहुत मेजरमेंट के लिए कोई टेक्निक नहीं थी उस समय में, तो उस समय में अंगुल प्रमाण से ही नापा जाता था। और अगर आप इनके प्रभाव देखेंगे तो ये आग्नेय मर्म है, ये अर्ध अंगुल प्रमाण का है, ये संधि मर्म है अगर आप देखेंगे। और ये मर्म बहुत ब्यूटीफुली काम करता है, इसे राजा कहते हैं, यानी ये राजा की तरह ही काम करता है अगर आप देखेंगे तो। और हम राजा के पास जाते हैं तो राजा का पूरा प्रोटोकॉल फॉलो करते हैं हम लोग, आपने देखा होगा। हम लोग इसको 5 उंगलियों से स्टिमुलेट करते हैं। अगर आप चाहें तो आप अभी वर्चुअली इसको कर सकते हैं। हालांकि इसका स्टिमुलेशन का जो टाइम है वो ब्रह्म मुहूर्त और त्रिकाल संध्या है। ब्रह्म मुहूर्त का अर्थ हमारे यहाँ सुबह आप 4 से 6 बजे के बीच में इसको स्टिमुलेट कर सकते हैं। तो ये 5 उंगलियां आप ऐसे कीजिए, बनाइए, और आप सीधा सीधा इसको टॉप ऑफ द वर्टेक्स पे रखिए। आप मुझे देख पा रहे होंगे, क्लियर देख पा रहे होंगे। और आप इसको प्रेस कीजिए, रिलीज कीजिए, प्रेस कीजिए, रिलीज कीजिए, प्रेस कीजिए, रिलीज कीजिए, प्रेस कीजिए, रिलीज कीजिए, प्रेस कीजिए, रिलीज कीजिए। जितने भी स्वस्थ लोग हैं उनके लिए ये 5 से 8 बार इसको स्टिमुलेशन देना है। और जितने भी बीमार लोग हैं, चाहे वो एमएनडी से पीड़ित हों, चाहे वो किसी भी प्रकार के इंसोम्निया से पीड़ित हों, चाहे किसी प्रकार का स्लीप डिसऑर्डर हो उनको, या फिर याददाश्त से संबंधित समस्या हो, या जीवन में नकारात्मक भाव आते हों, उनके लिए ये 15 से 18 बार करना है। स्टिमुलेशन टाइम 0.8 सेकेंड होता है। आप भगवान को मानते हैं तो ओम नमः शिवाय बोल लीजिए, आप खुदा को मानते हैं तो अल्लाह अकबर बोल लीजिए, आप वाहे गुरु को मानते हैं तो आप वाहे गुरु की जय बोल लीजिए। आप कुछ भी बोलें, 0.8 सेकेंड इसका स्टिमुलेशन टाइम होता है। और स्वस्थ व्यक्ति में 5 से 8 बार और बीमार व्यक्ति में 15 से 18 बार आपने स्टिमुलेशन देना होता है। तो ये हमारा अधिपति नाम का मर्म है। अगर आप इसके अगर आप यहाँ पर कोई इंजरी देंगे, ज्यादा करेंगे, गलत टाइम पे करेंगे, तो ये मर्म खतरनाक भी होता है, क्योंकि ये आग्नेय प्रकार का मर्म है। तो इसे एक हम लिमिटेड कैलकुलेटेड स्टिमुलस से ज्यादा नहीं देते हैं, ध्यान रखिएगा। लिमिटेड कैलकुलेटेड स्टिमुलस से ज्यादा नहीं देते हैं। और इसका करने का टाइम है ब्रह्म मुहूर्त और त्रिकाल संध्या। तो ये आपको ध्यान रखना है, एक तो पहली बात। और हाइपरटेंसिव पेशेंट्स में नहीं करना है, जिनका ब्लड प्रेशर ज्यादा रहता है उनमें नहीं करना है। और आपने यहीं पर पिछू धारण भी कराते हैं, आप सब जानते हैं कि पंचकर्म में यहीं पर हम लोग पिछू धारण भी कराते हैं। तो ये अधिपति नाम का मर्म है। इसका प्रयोग हम लोग बहुत ऐसे रोगियों में, प्लस अपने स्वमर्म उत्प्रेरण में, यानी आप सुबह सुबह उठिए 5 से 6 बजे और अपने 5 से 8 बार इस अधिपति मर्म को स्टिमुलेट कीजिए। कुछ प्रोटोकॉल्स आपको ध्यान पे रखना चाहिए, क्योंकि आज बहुत सारे यहाँ पे लोग जुड़े होंगे। पहली बात तो मर्म करने वाले को हमेशा ब्रह्म मुहूर्त में जगना चाहिए, पहली बात। दूसरी बात, जो भी मर्म स्थान का स्टिमुलेशन कर रहे हैं तो वो खाली पेट करना है, आपने ये भी ध्यान रखना है, भोजन के तत्काल बात नहीं करना है। तीसरी बहुत महत्वपूर्ण बात है कि गर्भिणी में आपने मर्म स्थान का स्टिमुलेशन नहीं करना, नेवर डू मर्म स्टिमुलेशन इन प्रेगनेंसी। चौथी बात जो है वो आपने स्टैंडिंग पोजीशन पे नहीं करना है। तो 4 चीजें आप नोट कर लीजिए। पहला, गर्भावस्था में नहीं करना है, खड़े होके नहीं करना है, और जो आग्नेय मर्म है उन्हें सद्य प्राणहर मर्म कहा गया है, उन्हें आपने जो है वो ब्रह्म मुहूर्त और त्रिकाल संध्या पे ही करना है। तो ब्रह्म मुहूर्त तो आपको समझ में आ गया होगा। त्रिकाल संध्या जो है वो संध्या का समय होता है जब हम शाम की आरती करते हैं, तो उस समय आप कर सकते हैं, उस समय ये मर्म कंफर्टेबली किए जा सकते। तो ये अधिपति हो गया। अब आइए, ये राजा है, दिस इज द किंग। यदि आप हमारे देश के प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी मान लें, और अगर आप शरीर को भारत देश मान लें, तो ये हमारे प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी हैं ये। तो अब आप ये समझ लीजिए कि हमारे पूरे देश में, शरीर रूपी देश में, कोई भी काम आप करवा सकते हैं इससे। लेकिन अगर आपने इनको नाराज किया या आपने इनको आहत किया, तो तो आपके शरीर के प्राण भी जा सकते हैं। तो जितने भी 19 मर्म हैं वो आग्नेय हैं, वो सब सद्य प्राण हर मर्म कहे हुए हैं। इसीलिए हमारे यहाँ पर शिखा रखने का, यहाँ पर चोटी रखने का, यहाँ पे पिचू धारण करने का, ये सब प्रावधान रहा है। लेकिन आप ये भी जानते होंगे, जो राजा है वो अकेले तो काम करेगा नहीं। फिर राजा कैसे राजा हुआ? फिर नहीं, तो जब राजा है तो उसके 5 मिनिस्टर्स भी हैं उसके साथ में, और वो मिनिस्टर्स जो है वो सीमंत नाम के मर्म हैं। तो मैं आपको मिनिस्टर्स भी दिखाता हूँ। तो आप सब जानते हैं कि ये कोरोना से कोरोनल सूचर बना है, तो यहाँ से यहाँ तक हमारा कोरोनल सूचर है। देखिए आप सबको दिख रहा होगा। और ये बीच में हमारा जो स्कल को डिवाइड करता है ये सजाइटल सूचर है। और जो ये पीछे देखेंगे आप बैक साइड में, ये बैक साइड में मैं आपको दिखाता हूँ, ये लैम्डोइडल सूचर है। तो देखिए आप, ये कोरोनल सूचर, ये सजाइटल सूचर, और ये पीछे लैम्डोइडल सूचर। ठीक है, कोरोनल सूचर, सजाइटल सूचर और लैम्डोइडल सूचर। तो कोरोनल पे 2 मर्म होते हैं। देखिए यहाँ पे कितने होते हैं, देखिए मैं नजदीक से दिखा रहा हूँ, ये 2 मर्म है। टॉप ऑफ द वर्टेक्स पे तो अधिपति है, उसके ठीक सामने एक मर्म यहाँ पे है। तो 1, 2 और 3 ये हो गया, और पीछे 2 मर्म लैम्डोइडल सूचर पे हैं। कुल 5 मर्म होते हैं। हजारों साल पहले इनका नाम सीमंत दिया गया है। सीमंत का अर्थ होता है जोड़ने वाला, कम्युनिकेशन बनाने वाला। किससे कम्युनिकेशन बनाता है? तो ये मर्म अधिपति से कम्युनिकेशन बनाता है। तो हम यूं कहें कि अगर हमारे प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी हैं तो उनके 5 कैबिनेट टॉप मिनिस्टर्स जो हैं वो सीमंत वर्ग के रूप में हैं। ऐसा कहा गया है कि जैसा बाहर ब्रह्मांड में है वैसा ही इस पिंड शरीर में है। तो जो बाहर सत्ता चलती है ऐसे ही हमारे शरीर में भी सिस्टम्स चलते हैं। तो ये मर्म स्थान के बारे में अगर आप जानना चाहें तो मर्म स्थान की परिभाषा क्या है, बहुत सारे लोग जानना चाहेंगे। तो कहते हैं जहां मांस, शिरा, स्नायु, अस्थि और संधि का सन्निपात होता है, मिलते हैं, और जहां पर प्राण का निवास होता है, वो स्थान मर्म स्थान कहलाते हैं। ये माना जाता है कि हमारे शरीर में प्राण निरंतर गतिमान है और उसी की ऊर्जा से हम सारे कार्य कर रहे हैं। यदि हमारे शरीर में प्राण ही नहीं है तो हम मृत हैं, तो वहां मर्मों की कल्पना भी नहीं की जाती। तो ये सबसे टॉप पे स्थित हमारा अधिपति मर्म। और 5, 1, 2, 3, 4 और 5, ये 5 सीमंत मर्म। तो अब आप कहेंगे सर अधिपति को तो आपने ऐसे बताया, सीमंत मर्म को कैसे जागृत करेंगे? तो चलिए आप कीजिए। मैं आपको देख नहीं पा रहा हूं पर मुझे आप शायद देख पा रहे होंगे, और मेरे साथ आप करेंगे। तो आपने क्या करना है, ये दोनों अपने हाइपोथिनर एमिनेंस को यहाँ लगाइए, आईब्रो के एंड पे चलिए लगाइए। और ये देखिए आपने ऐसे सर पकड़ लेना है। हाँ, ऐसे सर पकड़िए, और देखिए ये 5 उंगलियां आपने ऐसे लगानी है। देखिए आप लगाइए आपने। अब ये हाइपोथिनर एमिनेंस से लेकर के ये 5 उंगलियों को आपने इस प्रकार से दबाना है। प्रेस कीजिए, 1, 2, ये पूरा प्रेशर भी रहेगा। और ध्यान रखिएगा नाखून कटे होने चाहिए, है ना। मर्म करने वाले का पहले तो नाखून कटा होना चाहिए। तो 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 बार करा आपने। और अगर आप स्वस्थ हैं तो आप 5 बार बहुत है आपके लिए। 5 बार करिए, 5 से 8 बार। बीमार है तो 15 से 18 बार आपको ये मर्म करने हैं। ये सीमंत मर्म है। जो इनके प्रभाव हैं ये अधिपति के ही तरह के हैं। अधिपति जैसा काम करता है वैसा ही सीमंत करता है। फिर राजा है ना, तो राजा को हेल्प करने वाले हैं, तो ये भी वही काम करते हैं। ये हमारे आपके पीनियल ग्लैंड पे काम करते हैं। ये हमारे पूरे का पूरा सेंट्रल नर्वस सिस्टम पे काम करते हैं। ये हमारे जो पॉजिटिव थॉट्स हैं, हमारे अंदर पॉजिटिव एनर्जी जो है इस पे शरीर में लाना, संचरण करना, माइग्रेन जैसी प्रॉब्लम्स में, इंसोम्निया जैसी प्रॉब्लम्स में, आप देखेंगे रिकरेंट हेडेक होता है बहुत तरह का, उन सब में इसका बहुत अच्छा प्रभाव मिलता है। तो ये सीमंत मर्म है। ये सौम्य आग्नेय होते हैं, और ये अगर आपने इस पे इंजरी दी तो ये तुरंत तो नुकसान नहीं पहुंचाते हैं, लेकिन ये फॉर द टाइम 1 सप्ताह बाद, 14 दिन बाद ये आपको नुकसान पहुंचाएंगे। तो इसे कालांतर प्राण हर मर्म कहा गया। हर मर्म का अपना एक नेचर है, जैसा मैंने अधिपति का बताया, ये आग्नेय है। तो ये सीमंत जो है ये संधि मर्म है, और ये सौम्य आग्नेय है। तो ये उतना ज्यादा डेंजरस तो नहीं है, इसको आप कर सकते हैं, पर इसको भी प्रोटोकॉल अधिपति के बराबर ही आपने देना है, यानी इसका भी प्रोटोकॉल अधिपति से कम नहीं रहेगा। तो ये सीमंत हो गया। ये अंग्रेजी का शब्द है सीमंत, जो हजारों साल पहले इसका प्रयोग में आया है, और इसी से जोड़ना इसका अर्थ है, यानी कि कम्युनिकेशन बिटवीन द अधिपति एंड सीमंत टू 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 हम कह सकते हैं कि फॉर द न्यूरोलॉजिकल इनहेंसमेंट ऑफ द बॉडी, तो बॉडी के न्यूरोलॉजिकल इनहेंसमेंट के लिए ये कम्युनिकेशन बनाता है अधिपति और सीमंत के बीच में। तो दिस इज वेरी गुड पॉइंट, वेरी गुड मर्म एरिया, and I think that the people should have to stimulate this मर्मा for their benefits। तो अपने बेनिफिट के लिए आपको इस मर्म का स्टिमुलेशन देना चाहिए। आप इसे रोज कर सकते हैं, ब्रह्म मुहूर्त में सुबह उठ के खाली पेट आप कर सकते हैं। ध्यान रखिएगा प्रोटोकॉल एक ही है, नेवर डू मर्मा स्टिमुलेशन इन प्रेगनेंसी, avoid the murmur stimulation during the menstrual period time, and avoid the murmur stimulation during the standing position, and you should have to be very careful that your energy should be positive। यदि आप खुद नकारात्मक हैं, आप खुद नेगेटिव हैं, तो आप कितने भी आप मर्म स्टिमुलेशन कर लीजिए, आपको फायदा नहीं होने वाला। इसका अर्थ ये है कि आपको अपने आचार विचार और व्यवहार में साम्यता और जिसे कहते हैं कि एक सौम्यता और एक सत्वता लानी जरूरी है, जितना आप प्रयास कर सके। यानी समय पर सोना है, समय पर उठना है, भोजन जो है वो ढंग से लेना है, आदि आदि प्रोटोकॉल्स जो है एक मर्म विद्या की प्रैक्टिशनर्स को अपने जीवन में प्रयोग में लाना चाहिए। एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण बात जो बताना मैं शायद भूल गया, कई बार मर्म स्टिमुलेशन देने से जो व्यक्ति मर्म देता है उसमें नेगेटिविटी आती है, क्योंकि पेशेंट हमेशा नेगेटिव एनर्जी लेके आता है, तो आपके अंदर भी चांसेस होते हैं कि आप नेगेटिविटी से इन्फ्लुएंस हो जाते हैं। इसीलिए हमारे यहाँ रुद्राक्ष, यानी कि हमको रुद्राक्ष की जो हमारे फल होते हैं उसके बीज को हम आसपास रखें, रुद्राक्ष की माला रखें, तो उससे नेगेटिव एनर्जी एब्जॉर्ब हो जाती है और आपको बहुत ज्यादा प्रभाव नहीं पड़ता है। तो एक तो ये सीमंत मर्म आपने जान लिया, तो पहला अधिपति जान लिया, 5 आपने सीमंत जान लिया। तो अब देखिए राजा है, राजा के 5 मंत्री हैं, तो उन्होंने और भी व्यवस्थाएं बनाई है हमारे शरीर में। ये कान के नीचे देखिए आप, ये कान के नीचे देखिए आप, चलिए अपने अपने कान के नीचे इस प्रकार से आप देखिए, ये जो हमारा मेस्ट्रॉइड प्रोसेस है ना, देखिए मैं आपको दिखाता हूँ, ये देखिए आप, ये हमारा जो मेस्ट्रॉइड प्रोसेस है, ये देखिए आप यहाँ पे ऊपर अंगूठा लगाएंगे तो आप एक क्लिक की आवाज आएगी। देखिए आप, चलिए यहाँ पे अंगूठा लगाइए। पुराने जमाने में जब गुरुजी हमको सजा देते थे तो हम लोग जो है वो कान पकड़ते थे और उठक बैठक करते थे, मुर्गा बनाते थे। जो मुर्गा बनाते थे हमारे गुरुजी लोग, वो सारे मर्मों का स्टिमुलेशन हो जाता था, पर शायद हमने मुर्गा बनना छोड़ दिया। आजकल की तारीख में वो एक परंपरा जो गुरु शिष्य के बीच में थी पनिशमेंट देने की, वो शायद चली गई। लेकिन कान पकड़ना जो है चाहिए आपको कभी कभी, क्योंकि भगवान के आगे भी आप अगर आप नतमस्तक होते हैं, कान पकड़ते हैं, तो उसका आपको कहीं ना कहीं आप अपनी प्रायश्चित करते ही करते हैं, क्योंकि कुछ ना कुछ इंसान है तो गलतियां तो होंगी ही होंगी। तो ये विदुर नाम का मर्म है। देखिए अपना अंगूठा ऐसे सीधा रखिए और इसको इस नीचे वाले पॉइंट पर लगाइए और इसको ऊपर की तरफ ऐसे दबाइए, छोड़िए, प्रेस कीजिए, रिलीज कीजिए, प्रेस कीजिए, रिलीज कीजिए, प्रेस कीजिए, रिलीज कीजिए, प्रेस कीजिए, रिलीज कीजिए, प्रेस कीजिए, रिलीज कीजिए। ये जो है स्नायु मर्म है और इसका नाम विधुर है। ये हमारे ऑडिटरी सिस्टम पर इसका प्रभाव है। ये हमारे बैलेंसिंग को भी ठीक करता है, यानी हम इसको ये कह सकते हैं कि ये स्टेटो एकॉस्टिक ऑर्गन पर काम करता है, स्टेटो एकॉस्टिक ऑर्गन पर ये काम करता है। कलरी में इसी पॉइंट को इंजर्ट करके बैलेंसिंग को लूज कराया जाता है। वो जो मार्शल आर्ट की टेक्निक है जिसे कलरी पट्टू कहते हैं, उसमें इसी पॉइंट पर इंजरी हिट करके बैलेंसिंग को लूज करा के सामने वाले को धराशायी कर दिया जाता है। लेकिन ये मर्म बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट होता है और ये पयस्विनी और संखिनी नाम की नाड़ी तो निकलती है यहाँ से। अगर आप देखेंगे तो दाहिनी तरफ से पयस्विनी और बाईं तरफ से संखिनी नाम की नाड़ी निकलती है, और ये नाड़ी यहाँ से निकल के हमारी ये ठीक हमारे श्रृंगाटक के पास जाती है और यहाँ से ये सुषुम्ना नाड़ी में मिल जाती है। तो पयस्विनी अब शायद ये मुझे लगता है कि मेम्ब्रेनस लैबिरिंथ के लिए या फिर कॉक्लिया के लिए ये शब्द पुराने जमाने में सोचा गया होगा, और ये बैलेंसिंग और ऑडिटरी सिस्टम को इम्प्रूव करता है। तो हम ये तो नहीं कहेंगे कि जिनका पूरा एकॉस्टिक सिस्टम ही डैमेज हो चुका है उसको ये इम्प्रूव कर देगा, पर जिनको थोड़ी बहुत ऑडिटरी प्रॉब्लम है, सुनने में दिक्कत है, या फिर जिसको कहते हैं ना ऑडिटरी इनहेंसमेंट, जो लोग इक्विपमेंट्स लेते हैं, सुनने में ऊंचा सुनते हैं, उनके लिए बहुत ब्यूटीफुल काम करता है। बैलेंसिंग भी अच्छा करता है ये, विधुर मर्म इसका नाम है। तो हम यूं कहें कि हमारे भगवान ने, ईश्वर ने, परमपिता परमेश्वर ने हमारे शरीर में एक ऐसी व्यवस्था भी करी है जिससे हमें बाहर की सूचनाएं हमारे टिम्पैनिक मेम्ब्रेन के थ्रू ब्रेन के पास जाती रहे। यूं कहें कि अधिपति और सीमंत यदि राजा और उसके मंत्री हैं, तो हमारे शरीर में एक व्यवस्था ये भी है कि बाहर जो संवेदनाएं आ रही हैं, ठीक है कोई नहीं, हाँ हाँ कोई नहीं, ठीक है इसको बंद कर दीजिएगा, ऐसी लगा दीजिए इसको। तो ये जो है ये हमारा बैलेंसिंग मेंटेन करता है, हमारी ऑडिटरी एनहेंसमेंट करता है, ये हमारे सुनने की क्षमता को बढ़ाता है। तो ये विधुर नाम का मर्म है। आप इसे इस प्रकार से स्टिमुलेट कर सकते हैं, यू कैन स्टिमुलेट लाइक दिस। ये इस प्रकार से 5 से 8 बार करके देखिए आप, बड़ा आनंद आएगा आपको, एंजॉय करेंगे आप। अगर आप अपना कैमरा ऑन करें तो आप, मैं देख भी सकता हूँ आपको। थैंक यू, धन्यवाद। तो ये आप देख सकते हैं। जी, मैं आपको कुछ समझ में नहीं आया तो आप पूछ भी सकते हैं, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है। यू कैन आस्क इन द चैट बॉक्स, आई विल गिव यू द रिप्लाई। लास्ट में हम क्वेश्चन आंसर सेशन आपका ले लेंगे। तो ये विधुर नाम का मर्म है। अब देखिए इसके बाद जो मर्म है ये बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट है। मैं अपना टाइम भी देख रहा हूँ, मैं आपको 1 घंटे में समाप्त करूंगा। 12:37 हुए हैं, तो मैं 10 मिनट में आपको ये 10 से 15 मिनट में और भी मर्म बता के सेशन को समाप्त करूंगा, कि बहुत सारे पेशेंट्स बाहर वेट कर रहे हैं। मैंने दरवाजा बंद किया हुआ है। तो ये देखिए आप, ध्रुवो अंतरो रूपरी कर्ण ललाटो मध्य संखो तत्र सद्यो मरणम। कहा कि भौं के अंत में और कर्ण ललाट के मध्य में जो मर्म स्थान है ये शंख मर्म है। देखिए आप, ये देखिए आप, ध्रुवो अंतरो रूपरी कर्ण ललाटो मध्य शंखो, इसको शंख कहा गया है। और इधर से भी देखिए आप, ये देखिए आप इधर से, ये तो भौं के अंत में और कर्ण ललाट के मध्य में जो मर्म है इसे शंख मर्म कहा गया है। और महर्षि सुश्रुत कहते हैं कि ये शब्द प्राणहर है। ध्रुवो अंतरो रूपणी कर्ण ललाटो मध्य शंखो तत्र सद्यो मरणम, ये सद्य प्राणहर मर्म है ना। तो जितना जो मर्म खतरनाक बताया गया है वो मर्म उतना ही प्रभावी है अगर आप देखेंगे तो ये शंख मर्म के बारे में कहा गया ये आग्नेय मर्म है। और ये जितने भी आग्नेय मर्म है या सद्य प्राणहर मर्म है, ये अस्थि पर आधारित है, टेम्पल नाम की हड्डी पर है, तो अस्थि मर्म है, अर्ध अंगुल प्रमाण का है। और इसका जो प्रभाव अगर आप देखेंगे तो कई बार अपान वायु ऊपर की तरफ आती है, आपने देखा होगा, और हमें सिरसूल होता है। आपने देखा होगा कि हम वॉमिट करते हैं तो वो अपान वायु ठीक से फिर प्रतिलोमित अनुलोमित हो जाती है, जो प्रतिलोमित हो गई है। तो बहुत प्राचीन काल से ही हमारी दादी नानी वगैरह जो थी वो इस पॉइंट पर हम प्रेस करते थे, आपने देखा होगा। आप इस प्रकार से खुद भी करते थे, शायद करते रहे होंगे आप कई बार, लेकिन शायद आपको पता नहीं होगा कि ये हमारा शंख नाम का मर्म है। तो शंख मर्म का प्रभाव जो है ये अपान वायु को नीचे के डायरेक्शन में ले जाना है, यानी अपान वायु जो प्रतिलोमित हो गई है उसको अनुलोम करना है, क्योंकि हर वायु का अपना स्थान है। भाई अपान वायु का काम है नीचे जाना, तो मूत्र, जो हमारी मूत्र की प्रवृत्ति है, हमारी आर्तव की प्रवृत्ति है, हमारी मल की प्रवृत्ति है, हमारे शरीर में जो भी हम गर्भ की प्रवृत्ति है, इन सब के लिए अपान वायु जिम्मेदार होती है। तो नेचुरली जब ये अपान वायु को अनुलोमित करेगा तो ऑटोमेटिकली ये जो इस पर इसका प्रभाव आएगा। तो आप देखते हैं जैसे आप शंख मर्म करते हैं गैस पास हो जाती है, शंख मर्म करते हैं तो यूरिन पास हो जाता है। हम लोग एनोरेक्टल केसेस में बहुत बार ऐसा होता था, जब थ्रेड को बांधते थे तो पेशाब रुक जाता था, हाँ एकदम पेशेंट को ऑब्स्टिपेशन होता था, तो ऐसे में हम शंख मर्म कराते हैं, बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट काम करता है ये। तो इस मर्म का प्रभाव अपान वायु पर है। तो अब आप समझ सकते हैं, आप सभी लोग चिकित्सक हैं, शिक्षक हैं, अपान वायु के कर्म जो बिगड़े हुए हैं उन सबको करेक्ट करने में इस मर्म का स्थान है। लेकिन यही मर्म अगर यहाँ पर इंजरी दे दी जाएगी, तो आपको शायद पता होगा रमन लांबा एक बहुत बड़े क्रिकेटर थे जो 90 के दशक में क्रिकेट क्या उभरते हुए सितारे थे। एक बॉल आई और यहाँ लग गई और उनकी वहीं पर समझ लीजिए कि ग्राउंड पे ही उनकी डेथ हो गई। तो ये बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट है, क्योंकि आग्नेय मर्म है तो सद्य प्राणहर होता ही होता है, वो सद्य प्राणहर होता ही होता है। तो ये आपने शंख मर्म देखा। अब इसके बाद मैं आपको अपांग मर्म दिखाता हूँ। देखिए, तो आपने अधिपति 1, 5 सीमंत, 2 विधुर, 2 शंख, और अब आपको दो अपांग बताता हूँ। ये आईब्रो है और आईब्रो के एंड पर आप देखेंगे तो इसे अपांग संधि बोलते हैं। तो अपांग संधि पर स्थित ये शिरा मर्म है। ध्यान रखिएगा, मर्मों के क्लासिफिकेशन में ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है। जैसे आपने अधिपति को संधि मर्म देखा, सूचर्स पे है, सीमंत सूचर्स पे है, विधुर को स्नायु मर्म देखा, शंख जो था अस्थि मर्म था, पर अपांग जो है वह संधि पर होते हुए भी शिरा मर्म है। तो ये शिरा मर्म है, अर्धअंगुल प्रमाण का है। इसका जो प्रभाव है ये भी सौम्य है, यानी जल महाभूत प्रधान मर्म है और वैकल्यकर है। जितने भी मर्म आग्नेय होते हैं वो सद्य प्राणहर होते हैं। जितने भी आपको मर्म सौम्य आग्नेय होते हैं वो कालांतर प्राणहर मर्म होते हैं। जितने भी मर्म सौम्य होते हैं वो वैकल्यकर होते हैं। जितने भी मर्म वायु अग्नि महाभूत प्रधान होते हैं वो विशेषकर रुजाकर होते हैं। और जितने वायु महाभूत प्रधान होते हैं वो जनरली हम उसे विषयलग्न मर्म कहते हैं। तो ये अपांग नाम का जो मर्म है ये वैकल्यकर मर्म है। वैकल्य का अर्थ होता है विकलता पैदा करना, यानी डिसेबिलिटी कॉजिंग मर्म हम कह सकते हैं इसे। लेकिन ये चूंकि हमारे आईब्रोज के एंड पे है और जो हमारी, हम ये कह सकते हैं कि जो हमारा जो ये पूरा का पूरा ऑप्टिक एरिया है उस एरिया के ये कॉर्नर पर स्थित है, तो ये बहुत अच्छा प्रभाव डालता है। इसका प्रभाव हमारे विजुअल एक्यूटेंस पे है। हम लोग स्क्विंट में बहुत अच्छा प्रभाव देखते हैं इससे। रिफ्रैक्टिव एरर्स को ठीक करने में इसका बहुत अच्छा प्रभाव है। हम बहुत सारे लोग में इंटरमिटेंटली नॉन ऑडिबल, अच्छा ऑडिबल बीच बीच में गड़बड़ हो रहा है क्या? बीच बीच में मेरी आवाज चली जा रही है क्या?
No, sir, you are audible. It's their network issues, sir. You continue your session, sir.
जी 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 जी, क्योंकि मेरे को लगता नहीं है कि मेरे नेटवर्क में कुछ प्रॉब्लम होगी, तो आप अपना नेटवर्क चेक कीजिए। तो ये अपांग नाम का जो मर्म है ये दृष्टि पे काम करता है, विजन पे काम करता है। आप सब जानते हैं कि हम लोग अपने जो हम लोग जो पंचकर्म में हम लोग अक्षी तर्पण करते हैं, तो उसमें भी इस मर्म स्थान का बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट रोल है। हम लोग जो पिचु धारण कराते हैं उसमें अधिपति मर्म का बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट रोल है। हम लोग सिरोबस्ती करते हैं उसमें इस मर्म स्थान सीमंत का बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट रोल है। हम लोग जनेऊ धारण करते हैं तो विदुर मर्म का बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट रोल है। हम लोग कर्ण वेदन करते हैं तो विदुर मर्म का बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट रोल है। शंख मर्म का इंपॉर्टेंट रोल मैंने आपको समझाया अभी। अपान क्षेत्र पर बहुत अच्छा काम करता है और अपांग मर्म जो मैं आपको बता रहा था ये बहुत अच्छा काम करता है। ये स्क्विंट है, रिफ्रैक्टिव एरर्स है, बहुत सारे ऐसे जो हम कह, अब जिसका पूरा का पूरा ऑप्टिक सिस्टम ही डैमेज हो गया उसकी तो बात नहीं कर सकता, लेकिन मैं ये कह सकता हूं कि ये हमारे विजन को लॉन्ग टर्म तक, प्रोलॉन्ग टर्म तक ठीक रखने के लिए ये बढ़िया काम करता है। जी कुछ पूछना है?
तो जो इसमें अगली टाइप कर रहे थे,
हाँ हाँ,
इसमें छूना कब लगा?
बाद में लगा दीजिए चुना।
तो अभी हमने एक बार तो कर दिया।
हाँ, एक क्लास चल रही है, मैं एक लेक्चर आता हूँ मैं, ठीक है। तो यहाँ पर हमने ये देखना है कि हमारे जो रिफ्रैक्टिव एरर्स है इस पे काम करता है। तो हम लोग अक्षी तर्पण करते हैं, यहाँ पर बहुत अच्छा काम करते हैं। आपको बताऊं कि जो विद्ध कर्म होता है वो भी मर्म स्थान के आसपास ही होता है और बड़ा अच्छे रिजल्ट्स देता है वो। लेकिन हम ये कहते हैं कि विद्ध कर्म तो आप जाने न जाने, लेकिन ये नॉन इन्वेजिव, नॉन पेनफुल, यूनिवर्सली सस्टेनेबल, दुनिया के किसी भी कोने में जाएं आप, कोई लीगल प्रॉब्लम नहीं है मर्म को करने में, क्योंकि आप ना किसी को पेन दे रहे हैं, ना किसी को इन्वेजन दे रहे हैं, ना किसी को आप मेडिसिन दे रहे हैं। और इसके प्रभाव बहुत जबरदस्त हैं, बहुत जबरदस्त है। मैं इतने कॉन्फिडेंस से क्यों कह रहा हूँ, क्योंकि मैं खुद इसका प्रयोग कर करके आज आपके सामने इस लेक्चर को लेने लायक बना हूं। दुनिया में कोई भी व्यक्ति जिसकी L1 वर्टिब्रा कई हिस्सों में टूट गई हो और स्पाइनल इंजरी सीवियर हुई हो, मॉडर्न मेडिसिन की सर्जरी, मेरे पूरे पीछे पीठ पर इम्प्लांट लगा हुआ है, 90% ऑफ द केसेस पैरालाइज हो जाते हैं या फिर जीवन भर कैथेटर लेके चलते हैं। मैं आपके सामने अभी यहाँ पर बकायदा आपको दिख रहा हूं। मैं अगर बताता नहीं तो आप शायद जानते भी नहीं कि मैं इस तरह की इंजरी से रिकवर हो चुका हूं और इसके पीछे आयुर्वेद और मर्म का योगदान है। इसके पीछे आपके जैसे बहुत सारे लोगों को जिनको मैंने सिखाया है उनकी भी ब्लेसिंग से और गॉड की ब्लेसिंग से शायद वो चाहता है कि मैं इस ज्ञान को और ज्यादा प्रसारित करूं। शायद इसीलिए उसने मुझे 23 जनवरी 2023 के बाद इस दुनिया में जिंदा रखा है। तो इसके पीछे मर्म ही एक कारण है, मैं इसे मानता हूँ, और आयुर्वेदिक कारण है। इसके बाद आते हैं हम, ये अपांग मर्म था। क्योंकि मैं आपको सिर के मर्म कंप्लीट करूंगा, क्योंकि यहाँ पर बहुत सारे पेशेंट्स हैं और चूंकि यहाँ पे अग्निकर्म भी हो रहा होगा, अभी मुझे बुला रहे थे वो, मैंने आपसे टाइम लिया है 10 मिनट और मैं आपको बताऊंगा। इसके बाद है हमारा स्थपनी नाम का मर्म। नहीं, हम लोग सुबह तिलक लगाते हैं, हम लोग ऐसे करके यहाँ पर बिंदी लगाते हैं, है नहीं, हम लोग तिलक लगाते हैं, तो ये स्थपनी है। अब नाम देखिए कितना बढ़िया है इसका, स्थपनी। हर मर्म का आप नाम गौर से देखिए, किसी को राजा कहा गया, किसी को विधुर कहा गया, किसी को अपांग कहा गया, नहीं, किसी को शंख कहा गया, किसी को सीमंत कहा गया, किसी को स्थपनी कहा गया। स्थपनी का अर्थ होता है जो स्टैब्लिश करे, स्थापित करे। कई बार हम लोग बहुत सारे ऐसे डिसीजंस नहीं ले पाते, बच्चे होते हैं, कई बार क्या करना है कैरियर नहीं चुन पाते, हम लोग क्या करना है नहीं करना है इस कुहापोह में रहते हैं कई बार। तो हमारे आचार्यों ने हजारों साल पहले इसके लिए ये जो हमारा आज्ञा चक्र है, इस पर स्थित स्थपनी मर्म बताया। स्थपनी मर्म पर ही हम लोग, ये ग्लैबेला पे होता है दोनों आईब्रोज के बीच में। और आप सबको जानकर आश्चर्य होगा कि जो कान के विधुर मर्म से निकलने वाली पयस्विनी, संखिनी, जो आंख के ये अपांग मर्म से निकलने वाली पुषा और गंधरी नाम की नाड़ी, ये सारी नाड़ियां यहाँ जाके, जो हमारी एड़ा पिंगला, ये सब यहीं जाके सुषुम्ना नाड़ी में मिल जाती हैं। कहते हैं कि जिसका स्थपनी मर्म जागृत हो जाए, मेरा नहीं है जागृत, था और मैं, मेरा उद्देश्य भी नहीं है इसको जागृत आपको करवाना, लेकिन कहते हैं कि वो व्यक्ति त्रिकालदर्शी हो जाता है। वो व्यक्ति वर्तमान, भूत और भविष्य के बारे में जानने लगता है। वो व्यक्ति किसी की बगैर नाड़ी देखे हुए नाड़ी की परीक्षा कर सकता है, नाड़ी को जान सकता है, नाड़ी को समझ सकता है, जिसे स्थपनी नाम का मर्म कहा गया। तो यदि इसे आप हमारे प्रधानमंत्री माननीय मोदी जी मानते हैं, और ये 5 सीमंत मर्म को यदि आप राजनाथ सिंह, अमित शाह, एस जयशंकर, निर्मला सीतारमण मानते हैं, यदि आप विदुर मर्म को हमारा जो है आकाशवाणी प्रसार भारती मानते हैं, यदि आप हमारे शंख मर्म को सेंट्रल विस्टा मानते हैं जहाँ सारे लोग आके बैठ के चर्चा करते हैं, यदि आप हमारे अपांग मर्म को दूरदर्शन मानते हैं जो देखने का हमारा काम करता है और इंफॉर्मेशन हमारे अधिपति को पहुंचाता है, तो ये स्थपनी नाम का मर्म, ये डिसीजन मेकिंग मर्म है। यानी आप इसे यूं कह सकते हैं कि हमारे देश के अजीत डोभाल साहब है ये, जो सारी पॉलिसी बनाते हैं। तो ये हमारा कंट्रोलिंग सेंटर है, जो हमारे शरीर की सारी डिसीजन मेकिंग एक्टिविटीज को, पॉलिसीज को डिसिसिव बनाने के लिए ये मर्म बहुत बढ़िया है। तो आपने कैसे स्टिमुलेट करना है, ऐसे बनाइए। चलिए अंगूठा मोड़िए। देखिए मैं एक क्लिनिशियन हूँ, आई एम नॉट बेसिकली, आई एम अ टीचर, बट बहुत कम लोग ऐसे मिलते हैं जो पढ़ाते भी हैं और पेशेंट्स भी देखते हैं। मैं पंचकर्म भी करता हूँ, मैं क्षार सूत्र भी करता हूँ, मैं मर्म भी करता हूँ, और हमारे पेशेंट सुबह से ही नाड़ी दिखवाने के लिए यहाँ बैठते हैं। तो ये हम बेसिकली तो हम चिकित्सक ही है ना, हमने तो डिग्री आयुर्वेदाचार्य के लिए। तो आप देखिए इसको ऐसे मोड़िए, ऐसे मोड़िए, और ये नकल बनाइए। देखिए देखिए कितना मजा आएगा। अभी देखिए मैंने कोई पीपीटी नहीं देता हूँ मैं कहीं भी, मैं सीधा प्रैक्टिकल। और यहाँ लगाइए ऐसे और इसको ऊपर कीजिए, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8। इधर से देखिए आप, ये देखिए ऐसा नकल बनाइए, ये देखिए ऐसा नकल बनाइए ये, और इसको यूं 1 2 3 4 5, 5 बार। ठीक है, तो ये क्या करता है, ये रिकॉलिंग कैपेसिटी को इंप्रूव करता है। ये विषल्लग्न मर्म है, 3 मर्म विषल्लग्न है, 2 उत्क्षेप और एक स्थपनी। विषल्लग्न का अर्थ होता है यदि शल्य इसके अंदर चला जाता है, तो इसके अंदर रुकी हुई वायु जो है, अगर आपने शल्य को बाहर निकाल दिया तो इसके अंदर रुकी हुई वायु बाहर निकल जाती है और व्यक्ति की इमीडिएटली डेथ हो जाती है। हमारे शास्त्र में श्रवण कुमार एक कैरेक्टर है जो बड़े ही अपने माता पिता के प्रति बड़े ही ओबीडियंट थे। तो भगवान, जो श्रवण कुमार अपने माता पिता को लेके जा रहे थे तीर्थ यात्रा करने के लिए, माता पिता दोनों अंधे थे। तो श्रवण कुमार जी ने जो है वो उनकी डोली को साइड में रखा, और दशरथ जी उस समय शिकार करने जा रहे थे। तो दशरथ जी को ऐसा लगा कि श्रवण कुमार को उनके माता पिता ने कहा कि बेटा हमको जो है वो प्यास लग रही है, थोड़ा सा पानी ला दो। तो श्रवण कुमार जी पानी लेने के लिए गए। उस समय में राजा लोग शिकार बड़े करते थे और आवाज सुन के तीर चलाते थे। तो दशरथ जी ने जो है वो ऐसा लगा उनको कि कोई जो है हरण जो है वो पानी पी रहा है। तो उन्होंने जो है साउंड सुन के तीर लगा दी और तीर खट से यहाँ जाके लग गया श्रवण कुमार की। अब जब कराने लगे श्रवण कुमार तो दशरथ जी को लगा कि यार ये तो हिरण की जगह किसी इंसान को लग गई है तीर। तो वो गए वहां पे और उन्होंने हड़बड़ाहट में वो तीर बाहर निकाल दिया। यदि वो तीर पड़ा रहता अंदर तो शायद श्रवण कुमार की मृत्यु नहीं होती, क्योंकि इस मर्म को विशल्य मर्म कहा गया है। शल्य पड़ा हुआ है तो व्यक्ति की मृत्यु नहीं होगी, और अगर शल्य निकाल दिया गया तो जो अंदर स्थित वायु है वो बाहर निकल जाती है और व्यक्ति की इमीडिएटली डेथ हो जाती। तो ये विशल्य नाम का मर्म है। हमारे यहाँ उत्तराखंड में एक औषधि आती है जिसको संजीवनी कुल में रखा गया, इसका नाम ही विशल्य करनी है। इस औषधि का लेप कर दें अगर ऐसे कहीं पर भी शल्य है तो वो शल्य अपने आप बाहर आ जाता, निकालने की जरूरत नहीं है, और इसे संजीवनी कुल की 5 औषधियों में से एक औषधि माना गया है। तो ये स्थपनी नाम का मर्म। तो आपको अजीत डोभाल साहब से भी मुलाकात हो गई आपकी। नहीं तो अगर आप हमारे शरीर को देश माने तो देश की राजधानी दिल्ली है, तो दिल्ली पे हमारे मोदी जी और तमाम कैबिनेट मिनिस्टर्स, हमारा आकाशवाणी, हमारा सेंट्रल विस्टा, हमारा जो है दूरदर्शन, हमारा जो है वो डिसीजन मेकिंग डोभाल साहब, ये सब। तो सर जी दिल्ली में और भी तो कोई बैठते हैं ना, दिल्ली तो राज्य का दर्जा प्राप्त है। तो जी हाँ, श्रृंगाटक नाम का मर्म है, 4 मर्म होते हैं ये। जी हाँ, और ये हमारे इनर कैंथस से लेकर के अंदर की तरफ जो हमारी सॉफ्ट पैलेट है वहां तक होते हैं। ये भी आग्नेय मर्म है। 19 सद्य प्राण हर मर्मों में से ये मर्म है और 4 अंगुल प्रमाण का होता है। उंगुल प्रमाण सुश्रुत के समय में मेजरमेंट की टेक्निक थी। इसको आप इस प्रकार से समझ सकते हैं कि कुछ मर्म बड़े साइज के होते हैं, कुछ छोटे होते हैं, कुछ मीडियम होते हैं, कुछ स्मॉल साइज होते हैं। तो ये बिग साइज मर्म है। अधिपति स्मॉल साइज था, सीमंत बड़ा था, विदुर छोटा था, शंख भी लगभग छोटा था, अपांग भी छोटा था, स्तपनी भी छोटा था, श्रृंगाटक बड़े साइज का मर्म है। आप यूं समझिए 4 अंगुल प्रमाण का शास्त्र में इसे बताया गया। श्रृंगाटक मर्म जो है वो ये जो आपने देखा पयस्विनी, शंखिनी, उषा, गंधेरी, एड़ा, पिंगला, इन सारी नाड़ियों का यहाँ जंक्शन होता है। इसीलिए कहते हैं कि यहाँ से सुषुम्ना नाम की नाड़ी भी गुजरती है। ये जंक्शन पॉइंट है ये। तो श्रृंगाटक मर्म के बारे में कहा गया है कि ये 4 श्रृंगाटक शब्द देखिए आप, शब्दों का चयन देखिए उस आचार्यों ने, उस भगवान ने, उस गॉड ने, उस भोलेनाथ ने। ये सारा मर्म विद्या उन्हीं का दिया हुआ है। ये मेरा नहीं है, ये आपका भी नहीं है, ये भगवान भोलेनाथ का ज्ञान है। इसीलिए इसको बांट करके हम कोई बहुत बड़ा काम नहीं कर रहे हैं। हमारी ड्यूटी है हम उसके माध्यम बने, हम नहीं बनते तो कोई और बनता है। तो ये 4 मर्म हैं। ये हमारे अब अंदर भी है, सॉफ्ट पैलेट में भी है, बाहर भी है, बड़े साइज के 3 डायमेंशनली है ये। तो कैसे स्टिमुलेट करेंगे इसको? तो इसके लिए आप इनर कैंसर पर ऐसे अपनी तर्जनी और अपनी इस प्रकार से अंगूठा लगाइए और प्रेस कीजिए अंदर की तरफ, प्रेस कीजिए, प्रेस कीजिए, प्रेस कीजिए, प्रेस कीजिए, प्रेस कीजिए। ये श्रृंगाटक मर्म है। 4 सेंसेस। श्रृंगाटक का अर्थ होता है सिंघाड़ा, वाटर चेस्टनट बोलते हैं इसको। आपने व्रत में अभी सावन के महीने में या बहुत सारे लोग व्रत करते हैं तो सिंघाड़ा खाते हैं हम लोग। सिंघाड़ा में देखेंगे 4 कॉर्नर्स होते हैं। तो ये 4 कॉर्नर्स हमारे इस मर्म पे भी हैं। जी हाँ, ये मर्म बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट है। तो इसके 4 जो कॉर्नर्स हैं, ये एक तो स्मेल के सेंसेस, एक तो टेक्टाइल सेंसेस, एक तो ऑडिटरी सेंसेस, और एक जो हमारा होता है यानी सुनना, देखना, सूंघना और चखना, जो टेस्ट का सेंसेस है, वो चारों सेंस इस मर्म से कंट्रोल्ड होते हैं। आपने देखा होगा कोविड के टाइम पे, क्योंकि ये कोविड का संक्रमण इधर ही से गया था, नाक से अंदर फेफड़े में। बहुत सारे लोग कोविड पॉजिटिव थे, लेकिन उनको कोविड का इन्फेक्शन कहीं भी कोई सिम्टम्स नहीं दिखे, वो एसिम्टोमेटिक थे। लेकिन उनका चखना, उनका देखना, उनका सूंघना और उनका सुनना ये प्रभावित हुआ था। तो वो श्रृंगाटक मर्म के प्रभावित होने से हुआ था। यानी अगर आप अपने श्रृंगाटक मर्म को जागृत रखते हैं तो आपका सुनना सही रहेगा, आपका देखना सही रहेगा, आपका चखना सही रहेगा और आपका सुनना सही रहेगा। तो 4 इसके मेन जो है फीचर्स है। लेकिन ये आग्नेय मर्म है, तो यहाँ पर अगर आपने आघात दे दिया या यहाँ से आपने इंजरी दे दी तो पेशेंट विल डाई इमीडिएटली। इसीलिए हम इसे बहुत पावरफुल कहते हैं। तो अगर अधिपति मोदी है, मोदी जी हैं, तो ये श्रृंगाटक अरविंद केजरीवाल जी हैं जो दिल्ली के चीफ मिनिस्टर हैं। आप ये मान सकते हैं, क्योंकि नासा ही सिरसों द्वारा दिल्ली में जाने का रास्ता अधिपति तक वो श्रृंगाटक से ही होके जाता है। जी हाँ, लेकिन इसके ऊपर बैठा है अधिपति। तो श्रृंगाटक मर्म का ख्याल हम करते हैं, आप सब जानते हैं। हमारे यहाँ जो नस्य कर्म करते हैं वो हमारे श्रृंगाटक मर्म से ही काम करते हैं। इसका प्रभाव हमारे केवल नासिका तक ही नहीं होता है, पूरे साइनसेस, पूरे सिर, पूरे हमारे स्कैल्प तक जाता है, क्योंकि यहाँ से औषधि द्रव्य जो भी हम देते हैं वो सिर तक पहुंचती है, इसीलिए नासा ही शीर्षो द्वारा कहा गया है। और इसको स्टिमुलेट करने का तरीका ये इस प्रकार से है। तो ये 4 मर्म होते हैं, ये भी शिरा मर्म है, ये सद्य प्राण हर मर्म है। ध्यान रखिएगा, जितने भी मैंने आग्नेय मर्म बताए उन पर कोई भी अग्नि यानी कि पित्त प्रधान उष्ण औषधियों का प्रयोग नहीं करते हैं। अब सिर का लास्ट मर्म बता के मैं इस सेशन को समाप्त करूंगा। इसका नाम है फणा। ये एलानेजाई पे होता है, ये नाक के नीचे। ये अगर आपकी दिल्ली है, यहाँ पे राजा, कैबिनेट मिनिस्टर, मोदी जी, इधर दूरदर्शन, सारे ऑफिसेज हैं यहाँ पे हमारे, इधर डोभाल साहब, इधर केजरीवाल साहब बैठे हैं, तो प्रोटेक्शन भी तो नीडेड है ना इन सबको। कोई भी चला जाएगा क्या इनके पास? नहीं जाएगा। तो उस परम पिता परमेश्वर ने 2 गार्ड भी दिए हैं। देखिए नाम, देखिए फणा, ऐसा सांप फन खोल के खड़ा है इसे, आओ बेटा तुम इधर आओगे, इधर से तुम्हें अगर पॉजिटिव इंटेंशन से नहीं आ रहे हो तो आई विल स्टॉप यू, और इफ यू आर कमिंग थ्रू द पॉजिटिव इंटेंशन से आ रहे हो तो एंट्री अलाउ करेंगे, नेगेटिव इंटेंशन से आओगे तो तुम्हें घुसने नहीं देंगे। उसको कहते हैं फणा। क्योंकि ये जल महाभूत प्रधान मर्म है, इसे वैकल्पिक मर्म कहते हैं। और हमारे सुश्रुत संहिता में फणा को कहा गया है कि इस पर आघात से गंध ज्ञान चला जाता है। तो निश्चित रूप से रिवर्स फार्माकोलॉजी में अगर हम सोचें तो ये गंध ज्ञान को इम्प्रूव करता है। तो इसको करने का भी तरीका है, स्मॉल फिंगर लगाइए यहाँ पे, करिए करिए, 1 2 3 4 5, ये फणा मर्म हो गया। नहीं तो फणा मर्म हो गया, यानी कि अब आपके शरीर में नेगेटिविटी जाएगी ही नहीं, आपके शरीर में नकारात्मक इन्फेक्शन जाएगा ही नहीं। और आप सब जानते हैं कि हमारे यहाँ आचार्यों ने प्रति मर्स नस्य को प्रतिदिन लेने के लिए कहा है, और प्रति मर्स नस्य हम कहाँ लेते हैं? फणा मर्म से ही लेते हैं। फणा मर्म पर ही हम ड्रॉप डालते हैं, यानी और इसको कहा है कभी भी ले लो, घूमने जाओ तब ले लो, बाहर जा रहे हो तब ले लो, नहा रहे हो उससे पहले ले लो, खाना खाने से पहले ले लो। प्रति मर्स नस्य को तो प्रतिदिन किसी भी समय लिया जा सकता है। तो ये कोविड में भी हमारे आयुष मिनिस्ट्री ने जो प्रोटोकॉल दिया था उसमें इस मर्म को बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट माना था, और ये जो प्रतिमर्श नस्य है उसको बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट माना। तो इस प्रकार से आपको मैंने सिर के सारे मर्म कंप्लीट किए। मैं रिपीट करता हूँ, अधिपति 1, 5 सीमन, 2 विधुर, 2 शंख, 2 अपांग, 1 स्तपनी, 4 श्रृंगाटक और 2 फणा। क्लियर? आई होप दैट आपने इसको समझ में आ गया होगा। मैं हूँ, मुझे किसी का सवाल है यहाँ पे? आज्ञा, 1 मिनट, कुछ और सवाल लिखा है आपने, एक बार दोबारा देखिए, क्योंकि मैं अपने मोबाइल से हूँ तो शायद मैं वो आपका चैट आया था और चला गया, इंस्टेंटली आया होगा और चला गया। अगर आप कुछ पूछना है तो आप पूछ सकते हैं। लास्ट में मैं आपको मर्म प्राणासन का लाइव डेमो दिखाता हूँ। चलिए अभी दिखाते हैं आपको हम मर्म प्राणासन कैसे करते हैं। छाए रखा है, चलिए जी, ऐसे अपना 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 अंगूठा इधर रखिए विधुर पे, चलिए रखिए, फाइनल है। सर will you please show the stimulation of श्रृंगाटक? ओके ओके, you just this way, यहाँ देखिए, ये देखिए, ये श्रृंगाटक 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, ठीक है? ओके जी, 1 मिनट सर, 1 मिनट। हाँ सर, विच वर्मा शुड बी, 1 मिनट पर चला गया आपका चैट ना, ये मैं अपने आईफोन से
useful to means useful for Khalitya and Palitya, sir.
Oh, Khalitya and Palitya, yes, very good question. For Khalitya and Palitya, Adhipati and Simanta Marma are very useful, as we are doing these Marma, nurturing and nourishing of Marma is also a very important part. And when we are doing the Sirovasti, already these Marma get nurtured and nourished. And if you are stimulating your Adhipati and Simanta Marma regularly, I assure you that मैं ये नहीं कह सकता कि परमानेंट बांटने से तो आपके बाल आ जाएंगे, हाँ, लेकिन आप जो है बाल झड़ने बंद हो जाएंगे आपके, और आपका जो बाल सफेद होने कम हो जाएंगे। अब लेकिन मैं ये तो नहीं कहूंगा कि अगर आपकी उम्र 80 साल है तो आपके बाल काले रहेंगे। जेनेटिक प्रॉब्लम्स तो होगी, पर आप यू कैन डिले इट। जी, और कोई सवाल है तो पूछिए। सर, इन हाइपरटेंशन नॉन आग्नेय मर्मा, अभी मैडम जी बोल दीजिए जरा, वो एकदम चला जाता है जी।
In hypertension, non-Agneya Marma should be stimulated or just Adhipati?
हाँ, in hypertension you have to avoid Adhipati you can stimulate other marmas like Tal Hriday. This is the Tal Hriday marma. So, but ये पॉसिबल नहीं था, जो मैं 20 घंटे में सिखाता हूँ उसको मैं 1 घंटे में कैसे बताऊँ आपको, तो माफ कीजिएगा। मैं आपको लास्ट में एक चीज कराना चाह रहा था, तो अगर आप 2 मिनट समय दें तो मैं आपको एक प्राणासन करके दिखाता हूँ ना। सर प्लीज स्टिमुलेट। अच्छा, क्वेश्चन है क्या? पूछिए पूछिए। एक्चुअली मेरी ये विंडो बहुत छोटा है तो मुझे वो चैट्स नहीं दिख रहे हैं जी।
Rajasthan, ma'am. Yes. Sir, please stimulate the Adipati Marma again.
ओके, दिस इज द जस्ट देखिए, राजा है ना, तो राजा के पास में पंच महाभूत लेके जाएंगे। 5 महाभूत है। देखिए ये ठेंगा, ठेंगा बोले तो आग, ठेंगा बोले तो अग्नि। ये इधर जाना है जल, जिधर अंगूठी पहना ये पृथ्वी, ये देखो आकाश, और ये वायु। तो 5 उंगलियां ऐसे बनाने का। सर विल यू प्लीज शेयर द इंफॉर्मेशन टू ज्वाइन दिस। ये देखो यहाँ से स्टिमुलेट करना है, ये ऐसे करना है, ऐसे करना है, ऐसे करना है, ऐसे करना है, ऐसे करना है। देखिए मेरा नाम वैद्य नवीन जोशी है। मेरा अपना एक यूट्यूब चैनल है NAVINJOSHI, उस पे आप जा सकते हैं। आप आयुष दर्पण के यूट्यूब चैनल पे जा सकते हैं। मेरा नंबर आप नोट कर लें, 97608 46878। दोबारा बोलता हूं, 97608 46878। आप मुझसे कांटेक्ट कर सकते हैं अगर आपको सीखना है। मेरे यहाँ पे बहुत सारे लोग आते हैं, सीखते हैं, जाते हैं। मैं नाड़ी भी सिखाता हूँ, मर्म भी सिखाता हूँ, और पंचकर्म तो मेरा विषय ही है, उस पर तो पूरा जीवन ही बिताया है मैंने। और कोई सवाल है तो आप पूछिए। मैं एक आपको लास्ट में ना एक डेमोन्स्ट्रेशन देना चाह रहा था। 2 मिनट का आप समय दीजिए। आप अपने विदुर पे अंगूठा रखिए, आप अपने शंख पर अपनी तर्जनी रखिए, आप मध्यमा अपांग पे रखिए, अनामिका को श्रृंगाटक पे रखिए, और कनिष्ठिका को इस प्रकार से आप यहाँ पे रखिए, फणा पे। चलिए ऐसे कीजिए, अभी ऐसे कीजिए, पहले बाद में बताएंगे आपको। कैन यू टेल सर कॉन्टैक्ट नंबर अगेन? 979608 46878 979608 46878। फिर से लिखिए 979608 46878। और ऐसे बनाइए जरा, विदुर पे लगाइए अंगूठा। ये देखिए विदुर, फिर ये शंख, फिर ये अपांग, फिर ये हमारा श्रृंगाटक और फणा। ऐसा कीजिए, विदुर, शंख, अपांग, श्रृंगाटक, फणा। अब जीभ को ऊपर ले जाइए, ऊपर ऊपर सॉफ्ट पैलेट पे लगाइए, श्रृंगाटक पे ऐसे जोड़िए ऊपर। सांस अंदर लीजिए, गहरी सांस लीजिए, और सांस बाहर कीजिए, भ्रमर के समान गुंजन कीजिए। दोबारा कीजिए। और अब दोबारा कीजिए। दोनों हाथों को स्पर्श कीजिए। ये भी आपका मर्म स्थान है। ये तल हृदय है, ये कूर्च है, और ये कूर्च सिर है। चलिए इस पे स्पर्श कीजिए और अपने आप को फील कीजिए, कैसा लगा आपको। आई थिंक दैट आपको सारे मर्म का निचोड़ आनंद यहाँ आ गया होगा जो आपने सीखा। तो इस प्रकार से हमारा 1 घंटा पूरा हुआ और हमने अपने समय पे आपका ये सत्र पूर्ण कर लिया। आप सभी को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, जिन्होंने मुझे यहाँ पे आमंत्रण दिया, जिन्होंने मुझे इस विद्या को प्रचार करने के लिए मौका दिया। आयुर्वेदा टीचर एसोसिएशन का बहुत बहुत आभार, अभिनंदन। जो लोग यहाँ पर इस सेशन को कंडक्ट कर रहे हैं, मॉडरेट कर रहे हैं, उन सभी का बहुत बहुत आभार, अभिनंदन, उन सबको प्रणाम। और मैं उम्मीद करता हूँ कि मैंने आपको इस सेशन में शायद मैंने आपकी एक्सपेक्टेशन के अनुसार ही मैंने अपने सेशंस को प्रेजेंट किया होगा। मैंने आपको कोई पीपीटी नहीं दिखाई, मैंने सब कुछ आपको लाइव दिखाया। और यही मेरा स्टाइल ऑफ टीचिंग है, यही मेरा स्टाइल ऑफ पढ़ाना है, सिखाना है। इसीलिए आज 25 से 30 हजार लोगों ने डायरेक्ट मुझसे ऑन डॉक्यूमेंट सीखा है, नाड़ी और मर्म, और लाखों लोगों ने मेरे यूट्यूब चैनल पर देख करके इस ज्ञान को लिया है। तो बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद मुझे बुलाने के लिए, मुझे आमंत्रण देने के लिए। आप सबको प्रणाम, नमस्ते, थैंक यू टू ऑल। कोई सवाल है तो आप बाद में भी मुझसे मेरे नंबर से पूछ सकते हैं। जी बताइए मैम। थैंक यू। यूट्यूब चैनल का नाम आयुष दर्पण है। आयुष मिनिस्ट्री है ना, तो आयुष उसमें से निकाल लीजिए और दर्पण मिरर। जब मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ आयुष बनी हो तो बाद में बनी, पर आयुष दर्पण उससे पहले से बना हुआ है। तो आयुष दर्पण के यूट्यूब चैनल पर आपको सब कुछ मिल जाएगा। नवीन जोशी का यूट्यूब चैनल देख लीजिएगा। मेरा नाम नवीन है, NAVIN, JOSHI। उसके आगे डॉक्टर लगा दीजिएगा, उसको आप ढूंढ लीजिए, मैं वहां मिल जाऊंगा आपको। फेसबुक पे मिल जाऊंगा, सभी जगह मिल जाऊंगा। आप ढूंढने वाले की जरूरत है। सिग्निफिकेंस ऑफ आवर्त है ना, उत्तक्षेप वर्मा। आवर्त वर्म मैंने नहीं बताया आपको, ये हमारे आईब्रो के पेट पे होता है। तो ये हम लोग इसको मानस रोगों में प्रयोग करते हैं। उत्तक्षेप शंख से ऊपर 2 अंगुल प्रमाणों पर होता है। इसका प्रयोग गंध ज्ञान के लिए करते हैं। और ये मर्म भी बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट होता है, ये विषय लग्न मर्म। मैंने बताया कि मैं 107 मर्म सिखाता हूँ, और मुझे मर्म और नाड़ी ऐसा याद है कि मैं एक्सटेम्पोर आपको 12 घंटे तक इस पे पूरा मर्म आपको पढ़ा सकता हूँ। मेरे ऑफलाइन सेशंस भी होते हैं सुबह से शाम तक, और मुझे कोई पीपीटी की जरूरत नहीं होती, किसी किताब की जरूरत नहीं होती, किसी नोट्स की जरूरत नहीं होती, कि ये सब मेरे अंदर समाहित हैं। जी हाँ, मैं इस विषय को, जिसको हमारे फाइनल ईयर के स्टूडेंट्स क्लास में जब मर्म निर्देश शारीर अध्याय पढ़ते थे तो भागते थे, मैं आपको यकीन दिलाता हूं कि हमारे टीचर्स यदि विषय को सही तरीके से पढ़ाएं, सही तरीके से समझाएं, तो आज यही आयुर्वेद की शिक्षा गुणवत्तापूर्ण और प्रायोगिक हो सकती है। इसका मैंने आपको एक प्रैक्टिकल एप्लीकेशन करके एग्जाम्पल दिखाया। मैंने आपको कोई पीपीटी नहीं दिखाई, मैंने कोई ऐसे शब्दों का प्रयोग नहीं किया जिसको कोई भी व्यक्ति जो कितना भी पढ़ा हुआ हो, कोई एनाटॉमी के बहुत ज्यादा ऐसे क्लिष्ट वर्ड्स का यूज नहीं किया, और मैंने आपको आसानी से ये सिर के बर्म समझा दिया। यकीन मानिए कि मैं आपको ऐसे ही 107 बर्म सिखाता हूँ, और मैं 20 दिनों में नाड़ी सिखाता हूँ, और मेरे पास नाड़ी सीखने वाले बाहर बैठे हुए हैं अभी। जी हाँ, ये वैद्य भी हैं, ये टीचर्स भी हैं, ये गुरु भी हैं। तो मैं आप सभी से विनती करता हूँ, हमारे शिक्षक महोदयों को, ये पढ़ाने को इंटरेस्टिंग बनाइए, पढ़ाने को बहुत प्रायोगिक बनाइए। स्टूडेंट्स को ये सिखाइए कि कैसे वो इस विद्या को लेकर के अपने धनार्जन कर सकें, कैसे वो अपने मरीजों में इसका लाभ दे सकें। यही हमारा अनुरोध है। मैं आप सभी से अनुरोध करता हूं कि आप सब मुझसे बहुत ज्ञानी होंगे, बहुत विद्वान होंगे, बहुत वरिष्ठ होंगे। मैं ज्यादा, मेरा एक्सपीरियंस नहीं है, 25-26 साल का एक्सपीरियंस है इस फील्ड में, लेकिन हाँ मैं ये कहता हूँ कि हम अगर अच्छे से कम्युनिकेट करें, अच्छे से पढ़ाएं, तो ये बहुत अच्छा मजा आता है। अब बहुत सारे सवाल हैं आपके, एलर्जिक पता नहीं क्या क्या इसमें क्वेश्चन आ रहे हैं, मैं देख नहीं पा रहा हूँ। मुझे लगता है कि और भी यहाँ पर वक्ता होंगे, तो और मुझे भी यहाँ पर अभी
एलर्जी
बहुत सारे
कंडीशन।
पेशेंट्स
यस
वेट
सर।
कर रहे हैं।
ओके। एलर्जिक कंडीशंस, राइनाइटिस, साइनोसाइटिस, व्हिच
हाँ,
मर्म शुड
एलर्जिक
बी
कंडीशंस
स्टिमुलेटेड?
में, साइनसाइटिस में, राइनाइटिस में आप जो है श्रृंगाटक और फणाबद रोज कीजिए, रोज करना है ये। और एक चीज मैं भूल गया बताना, खर्राटे, स्नोरिंग, बहुत सारे लोग खर्राटे की प्रॉब्लम में। मैं अभी हैदराबाद से देहरादून आ रहा था फ्लाइट में, एक व्यक्ति ऐसा पीछे लगा जैसे कि फ्लाइट जो है उसमें वो होने लग गया है, हिलने लग गई। तो पता चला वो बंदा जो है पीछे खर्राटा ले रहा है, एकदम तेज तेज खर्राटा ले रहा है। हमें लगा ये क्या हो गया भाई, ऐसा क्या होने लगा। तो फिर उसका तुरंत हमने ये फणा मर्म किया, इंस्टेंट रिजल्ट है फणा मर्म के, इंस्टेंट रिजल्ट है। हाँ, एक और चीज, इपिलेप्टिक सीजर जिसको आ जाते हैं, मिर्गी का दौरा पड़ जाता है, पता है आपको, जूता सुंघाते हैं। अरे जूता सुंघाने से कुछ नहीं होता है, वो जूता का जो स्मेल है वो जाके उसके जो ऑल्फैक्टरी जो लोब है वहां पे जाके स्मेल उसकी इफेक्ट करती है। आप सीधा उसका फणा मर्म कीजिए ना, उसको आप एकदम तुरंत सही कर सकते हैं। जो हमारे यहाँ हम लोग नस्य में जो धमापन नस्य देते हैं, धूम नस्य देते हैं, वो सब इसी फड़ा मर्म के थ्रू इफेक्टिव होता है। थैंक यू। और बताइए मैम। तो आपको कोई प्रश्न नहीं है? मेरा नंबर आपके पास है, आपको मैंने दोबारा रिपीट कर देता हूँ, 9760846878। आप मुझे व्हाट्सएप कर सकते हैं। मर्म से रिलेटेड, इस सेशन से रिलेटेड कोई भी सवाल हो, आई विल गिव यू द आंसर। और मैं आपको अगर सीखने की रुचि होगी तो मैं आपको सिखाऊंगा। जी थैंक यू।
थैंक यू सर फॉर योर
नी जॉइंट पेन के लिए कोई मर्म है?
हेलो,
नी जॉइंट पेन के लिए कोई मर्म है?
नी जॉइंट के लिए जानू मर्म है सर, लेकिन अभी जानू मर्म आपको कैसे दिखाऊं मैं, उसके लिए पूरा जानू मर्म है सर, आप लिख लीजिए जानू मर्म। मैं तेरा जानू हूं ना, तो जानू बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट मर्म है। हाँ, नी जॉइंट पेन के लिए कराते हैं, मैं आपको दिखा भी सकता हूँ वैसे, लेकिन ये कैमरा कौन पकड़ेगा, एक दिक्कत ये है। चलिए उसको बाद में कभी करेंगे, है ना जी। मेरी इच्छा तो है कि मैं आपको 107 मर्म सिखा दूं यहाँ पे, पर क्या करें, 1 घंटे का ही समय है ना। जी ठीक है।
Okay. Thank you, sir, for your
Well,
deep and brief practical and clinical guidance on Marma Chikitsa. Sir has practically demonstrated Marma stimulation techniques and said about their indications and contraindications related to Shirogat Marma. Now I request Chairperson Dr. Sudhir Kandekar, sir, to share their reviews regarding this session.
Good afternoon to all of you. Sir, नमस्कार। नवीन जोशी
नमस्कार
सर,
सर।
नमस्कार। आपका अभी जो ज्ञान भरा भाषण सुना या क्लास सुना, बहुत ही बढ़िया और ज्ञान विद्वत्तापूर्ण था। आपने जोशी सर ने जो मर्म के बारे में बताया वो पूरा के पूरा सभी को समझ लेना चाहिए और उनसे कुछ मर्म के बारे में सीख लेना चाहिए। हेलो, सुनाई देता
जी
है?
सर, जी सर, सुन रहे हैं सर। जी सर,
हाँ सर,
धन्यवाद
सर नमस्कार।
जी सर,
एक्चुअली
धन्यवाद सर।
हाँ सर, मैं भी महाराष्ट्र से हूँ, अकोला में रहता हूँ। अकोला आयुर्वेद कॉलेज का एक एचओडी और प्रिंसिपल हूँ, एनाटॉमी डिपार्टमेंट में हूँ। मैं लास्ट 20 ईयर से मैं मर्म चिकित्सा एक एप्लीकेशन कर रहा हूँ।
वाह।
और हजारों पेशेंट्स यहाँ मैंने दुरुस्त किए हैं
जी
और अप्लाई किए, सक्सेसफुली अप्लाई कर रहा हूँ। और इंस्टेंट आयुर्वेद ये जो संकल्पना है, इस संकल्पना का मैं थोड़ा सा उस रास्ते पे जा रहा हूँ। मैं बच्चे को बताता हूँ कि आयुर्वेद भी इंस्टेंट रिजल्ट कैसा देता है। जब ये आयुर्वेद कॉलेज के ओपीडी में ही मर्म चिकित्सा है, इसलिए हमारे कॉलेज के सभी स्टूडेंट ये देखते हैं कि मर्म चिकित्सा के द्वारा हम पेशेंट को कैसा त्वरित रिजल्ट देते हैं और उनका जो दुख कैसा दूर करते हैं। और इस वजह से हमारे स्टूडेंट को भी कॉन्फिडेंस निर्माण होता है कि आयुर्वेद के विषय में। हेलो,
जी जी सर, सुन रहे हैं सर, बहुत बहुत जी सर।
हाँ हाँ, आयुर्वेद के विषय में हम कैसा उसमें रुचि निर्माण करें। एक्चुअली जब 20 साल के पहले जब मैंने मर्म चिकित्सा की शुरुआत की या पहले कोशिश की, तब मैंने जब पूछा, बहुत सारे लोगों को पूछा कि मर्म चिकित्सा कैसी किया जाए, तो किसी के पास इसका आंसर नहीं था। केवल मैंने नाम सुना था सुनील, आदरणीय डॉक्टर सुनील जोशी सर का, जो हरिद्वार में है और जो
वो
केरल
मेरे
में
गुरु हैं सर।
सर, जो
वो मेरे गुरु हैं सर।
यस सर, क्योंकि आपने जो बताया है और जो आपने किया है वो सब सुनील जोशी, आदरणीय सुनील जोशी की छवि मुझे याद आ रही थी वहां पे, क्योंकि मैं भी उनसे मिला हूँ और उनसे डिस्कशन या उनके पास भी मैं 5 दिन रहा हूँ। मेरी बहुत अच्छा कार्य कर रहे हैं सर। और वहां भी हरिद्वार में भी मुझे आपका नाम सुनाई दिया था। मुझे आपसे मिलने की उम्मीद है, देखिए कैसा मिलेंगे।
मिलेंगे सर, मिलेंगे सर, कोई बात नहीं सर। अकोला आ
बिल्कुल
जाएंगे ना
सर,
आपके पास, अकोला आ
बिल्कुल
जाएंगे
बिल्कुल,
सर।
आइए सर, बिल्कुल सर, आपका तो
जी सर,
स्वागत है।
जी सर।
रोज के 50 या 100 पेशेंट जब स्टूडेंट देखते हैं मर्म चिकित्सा के ओपीडी में,
जी सर,
और वो रोते रोते आते हैं और हंसते हंसते जाते हैं, तो हम स्टूडेंट के चेहरे पे जो खुशी देखते हैं वो भी अविस्मरणीय लगती है। हम सभी आयुर्वेदाचार्य या आयुर्वेद वाचस्पति सभी हमारे महानुभाव लोगों को ये बताना चाहते हैं कि आप भी थोड़ा सा मर्म चिकित्सा के ऊपर ध्यान रखिए। मैंने एक मोडेलिटी इन्वेंट
बैठिए ठीक है ठीक है। सर आप म्यूट हो गए हैं, शायद आवाज नहीं आ रही है। तो अगर आप मुझे विदा देना चाहें तो विदा लेता हूं मैं आप सभी से। हर्षाली जी।
हाँ, I request Dr. Harshali Murade ma'am to share her reviews. Please, ma'am. Harshali ma'am.
यस हेलो सर, आवाज आ रही है आपको?
जी जी आ रही है, बढ़िया आ रही है मैम।
हाँ, गुड आफ्टरनून एवरीवन।
हेलो, डिस्कनेक्ट, ये डिस्कनेक्ट हुआ था। हेलो
Yes, sir,
हेलो,
you are audible, sir.
यस यस मैडम। मैंने जो एक मोडेलिटी इसमें एस्टेब्लिश की है उसका नाम स्पाइन एंड मर्म रेमेडिएशन टेक्निक, इस नाम से मैंने ये मोडेलिटी एस्टेब्लिश की है मर्म चिकित्सा में। गए 20 साल से ये कर रहा हूँ, मगर मेरी जो पद्धत है उसमें मैं मर्म स्थान पे एक तो मसाज भी कर सकता हूँ, प्रेशर भी दे सकता हूँ, निडलिंग या कर सकता हूँ, या मैं मैनिपुलेशन भी करता हूँ। हर कौन सा मर्म कौन से या तरह से अप्लाई करना है उसको उस पेशेंट की कंडीशन से अगर निर्णय लिया तो इंस्टेंट रिजल्ट मिलता है, ये मुझे दिखा है। मैं सबको ये सूचित करना चाहता हूं कि मर्म स्थान ये प्राणिक स्थान है, इसलिए इनको मर्म स्थान को अगर आप चिकित्सा करेंगे तो थोड़ी सी प्रिसाइजली या केयरफुली करना चाहिए, और इसके लिए आप किसी वाइज गुरुज को आप उनके उनके साथ रहकर वो शिक्षा लीजिए, यही मेरा मानना है या कहना है। मैं जोशी सर को आदरपूर्वक नमन करता हूं और मैं बहुत आभारी हूं कि मुझे एटीए ने और उनके सभी लोगों ने मुझे बोलने का मौका दिया, इसलिए मैं सबका आभारी हूं। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, sir. Dr. Harshali ma'am, please share your reviews.
Yes, ma'am. Good
हाँ.
afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Naveen Joshi, sir, for this informative session. This session has very practical and different approach towards marma. Usually we didn't get that, but this type of approach. And also thank you ATA team for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, ma'am, and thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, our guest speaker, Dr. Naveen Joshi, sir, Dr. Kandekar, sir, and Dr. Harshali, ma'am. Now I hand over to Dr. Sonia, ma'am. Ma'am. For next session.
Yes, thank you so much.
Okay.
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Naveen Joshi, sir, for giving us such insightful session on Marma therapy. It has been very much informative and practical sessions, and especially for giving your valuable time. Thank you so much, chairperson and co-chairperson. Thank you so much, Dr. Prajakta Borke ma'am and Dr. Rahul Arsure sir, for nicely conducting the sessions. Now here, I would like to say that we have lunch break from 1 to 2 p.m. and our next session, we are going to start from 2 p.m. So now this is 1 hour lunch break. You can join the sessions sharp at 2 p.m.
It is 1:20, madam.
Sir, we are going to conduct next session from 2 p.m. Let's take a break, sir. Please, whoever going to share this screen, please don't share your screen over here. It's a request. Yes, thank you.
Hello.
Sir, please you continue the session, sir. You can start the session after 5 minutes.
Okay, ma'am. Yes, I'm ready.
कितना टाइम होता है पर बीच में जिम पे से
Sir, shall we start, sir? It's almost.
It is 156 right now.
Okay, sir.
In 2 to 3
Sure,
minutes
sure,
we'll
sure,
start.
sure, sir.
Anup sir is there, no?
Yeah, I'm here.
Dr. Devi madam is also there.
Actually, she is trying to log in, but she is trying to join, but she is not able to join. I don't know what's
Soni
her
madam,
problem.
you have to admit.
Please let her in, or I don't know. Admin should let her in.
Yes. Sonia madam, let her to join.
Yes, sir. I'm not
Dr.
getting
Devi.
any rates. Yes, sir. Devi ma'am is here now.
Okay, great.
Anup sir.
जी सर
ये चेयरपर्सन को चेयरपर्सन और स्पीकर ज्वाइन हो चुके हैं ना?
हाँ जी हाँ
Chair.
speaker is there. Kailash sir is there, and chairperson
Suresh Kumar sir is there. Okay, sir.
no, speaker is Suresh Kumar sir is speaker.
Yes, he is joined. Yes.
Now Mahesh sir, what about Mahesh
He
sir?
has joined.
Mahesh sir will join now.
So Mahesh sir will join now. Okay.
Hello.
Yes,
sir. Tell me.
Mahesh sir.
Yes, sir. Tell me, sir.
Okay. Thank you, sir. And we are just checking that you are joined in or not.
Yeah, I am from Karnataka. Staff.
No, sir. We'll start. No worries, sir. Wait. Kailash sir.
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Okay.
Okay, sir. Okay. So, Sonia madam.
Yes, sir. You continue the session, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So, after the lunch break, in this first day of ATACON 2024, we are moving to the fourth session of day first. The topic of this session is ortho in Ayurveda. The speaker for this session is Dr. Suresh Kumar sir. And the coordinators for this session are Dr. Devi madam and Dr. Anup M sir. Dr. Devi madam is HOD and Associate Professor in Rog Nidan Department of Ayurvedic College, Coimbatore. And Dr. Anup M sir is Associate Professor in the Department of Kriya Sharir in National Institute of Ayurveda, Panchkula. I request both the coordinators to start the session.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Over to Devi ma'am. Let me start the session actually.
Very good afternoon to everybody, respected dignitaries over there, and my dear colleagues. Today we are very happy to conduct this seminar or a conference. We are so happy to bring together many versatile speakers to spread our knowledge. And we are so happy that everybody had joined and shared their views and knowledge for the Ayurvedic fraternity. And we are so happy that Ayurveda Teachers Association had made this possible. So let me thank everybody for this proud movement, and let the seminar continue in every session actually. And let me ask Dr. Devi Madam to introduce the chairperson and co-chairperson, please, ma'am.
Namaste all. So today for our program we have a person as Dr. Mahesh Chaudhary. Sir is the professor and HOD of Shalyatantra Department at Chaitanya Ayurveda College, Sakegaon, Maharashtra. Sir has many publications in Index Journal and he has attended many seminars and been resource person for many national and international conferences. Sir is the author for 4 books and has 2 patents in his name. Sir is also doing a lecture series on YouTube channel. I welcome you, sir. Now coming to the co-chairperson, Dr. Kailas Murlidhar Chopde, sir. Sir is currently the HOD of and Professor, Department of Shalyatantra, PG Institute of Ayurveda, Gujarat. Sir has postgraduated from Nagpur Government College and have an experience of more than 12 years as a faculty and also as a skillful surgeon. Sir has many publications in Index Journal and was a resource person for many national and international conferences. Sir is also a member at Board of Studies of Gujarat Ayurveda University. So I welcome you, sir. Over to Anu.
Thank you, madam.
Okay, thank you, Devi ma'am. Here I am going to introduce today's speaker, the versatile speaker, Professor Dr. C. Suresh Kumar sir, MD and PhD in Ayurveda. He took his PG from the very famous government Ayurveda College, Trivandrum, at early 90s, and his PhD from Sri Shankaracharya University. And about his skills about Ayurveda, orthology, and sports medicine is versatile and remarkable. And he had presented all around 138 papers in both national and international level of presentations. And he had bagged many awards like Mahadhanvantari Award, Vishak Pratibha Award, Vamsha Vaidya Award. Okay? And he is a guru of Guru Sishya Parambara, where RIB is conducting the Guru Sishya Parambara. He is a versatile guru, and many of the people around India, around the globe also coming and visiting him to take the knowledge around the globe. And he's advisor of Travancore Cochin Medical Council, and he's a PhD guide also in Sri Shankaracharya Universities. And he had worked for many ICMR projects, and he, as a medical consultant, he is a managing partner and chief physician in Triveni Nursing Home, which is a famous, one of the famous nursing home at Trivandrum, which is the capital of Kerala. And he has also many it has also many sister concerns like Triveni Pharmaceuticals at Trivandrum, Triveni Nursing Home at Ernakulam, Triveni Nursing Home, another branch at Chennai, and many other sister concerns are there. And he is having a splendid knowledge about this sports medicine as well as ortho, and his history of treating patients is miraculous. And I welcome you, sir, for this session, for conducting the session on ortho in Ayurveda. Please, sir, please shower your light over Ayurveda and please enlighten us.
Good afternoon. Thank you for those good words. Am I audible?
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Sure.
Can I share the screen?
Sure, sir. Sure.
Is it visible now?
Yes, sir. It's visible.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And today is New Year for Kerala, and it's raining heavily here in Trivandrum. And the first slide I'm going to show you is, it's 1 hour, no?
Yes, sir. It's 1 hour. 1 hour session, sir. Please.
The first slide I'm going to show you is the lady who came yesterday night 2 p.m. And I was in my home, and today's New Year, so I thought of going to temple early morning. Then one of my juniors told me, sir, a lady has come and she is unable to move its limb. Then I told, why not to take an X-ray? And on the left side, you can see the fracture. See, can you ever imagine a patient of a fracture of this can visit an Ayurvedic doctor? This is the strength of Ayurveda. In Trivandrum, in Kerala, in Trivandrum at least, the first choice for orthopedic management in common people is our hospital. So the aim of this class is to make you equipped to have a center like this anywhere, wherever you practice, and to make you confident enough to take this essay to everybody. So that is why I have today morning. This is the first slide which I today morning, 2 o'clock, early morning 2 o'clock. This patient came to me, and we are managing it also. And this is my father. He happened to be the professor of Shalyatandra in Trivandrum Ayurveda College, and after his retirement, he became a honorary consultant in Government Ayurveda College in PG Center, and whatever I am is because of him, and also a group of teachers like you all know Dr. P.K. Mohanlal, Dr. G.S. Raju, so many people too, Dr. Singandan Nair. Most of them are no more, but every day we used to pray, and that is how my life starts. And this is the first slide. Orthopedics in Ayurveda is so well developed that nothing needs to be added or deleted from the text even now. I'll repeat this once again. Orthopedics in Ayurveda is so well developed that nothing needs to be added or deleted from the text even now. A new person, after learning Ayurveda, if somebody says like that, come on, you are bullshitting this. But end of the class, you ask me, what is lacking in orthopedics as per Sushruta? No wonder why Sushruta is said to be the father of surgery. The concepts are seamlessly documented without the help of X-rays or other modern diagnostic gadgets through extensive cadaver dissection. See, during that time, he never had an X-ray. He never had an CT scan. Everything he has documented with extensive cadaver dissection. That is why I always dedicate this session to Sushruta, the father of surgery. And the quote I have down is what Newton has told. If I have seen further, it is by standing on the shoulders of giants. Whatever he has discovered is only after standing from the knowledge he received before. Similarly, whatever I am going to say is whatever the knowledge I got from Sushruta. That is, I always dedicate this session to Acharya Sushruta. Earlier, there are two types of people who are practicing. That means some people said Marmani. Marma, you all know. Marmani. Marmani is the person who practice Marma. And they usually used to practice Bhagna Jilsa also. Here, I'm going to show you a session by one of the famous film of, you can see here. Tell me, which Marma is this? You can quote it in the chat box. Second edition has come right now. You all know Kamal Hassan's Indian. Here, those who are Malayali, they can see there's another marma here. And this person had a traumatic quadriplegia after a road traffic accident and he's laid down and he's under my treatment even today. This film star. And now I'm going to show you a slide showing that we need conservative orthopedics. This lady had a fall. She underwent operative reduction and internal fixation 2 months back. After 2 months, she developed fits and then she had yet another fall. And now you can see on the left side, the whole thing has been totally broken once again. Now you imagine what the doctor has to do. He has to tear open the whole area, remove the plates, and then redo it. You should always think that the screws where it's already placed, you cannot place another screw over there. Now he has to or she has to go for either some other method or conservative management. Now the whole world is turning into conservative orthopedics. This is why I have kept this slide here. Here you can see a watchman by profession. He had a road traffic accident, had multiple fractures, and he got the whole limb infected, and he was not walking for the last 1.5 years. You can see here, if you closely watch, you can see there is a false joint there. Here, you can see another what's nice shoulder joint dislocation, recurrent shoulder joint dislocation, where the patient underwent an operation called putti plates operation. After putti plates operation, he was totally unable to move his limb. And what you can see is after 3 weeks of treatment, he is able to move his hand up. Can you see this? Yes. This is the medical record of what he has done. And what is Sushruta say regarding this? Sandhim Shira Vimuktamstu Snigdhan Swingnan Mridugran Uktair Vidhanir Buddhyacha Samyak Pragati Mane. That is what I have done. When it is a recurrent shoulder joint and dislocation, we have to do Snehana, Svedana. After making it into soft, then you have to do the proper treatment. That is what we have done, and he is able to move his hand. So whatever treatment I am showing here is as per the text. And nothing has come from my own innovation, nothing. So if I can do it, you should be able to do it. That is the aim of this class. You can see some unique cases. You can see it is a 3-part fracture. Can you see it here? And this is the type of treatment we have done. You can see on the left side, you can see how easily we will be able to reduce a shoulder joint dislocation. If I am doing it offline, I'll be able to teach you how to reduce a shoulder joint dislocation at your clinic. You can see here, the patient is made to lie down. As simple as that. This is how we are able to, I'll teach you. Here, there is another different types of fractures. And this is another Schatzker's type, grade 5 type of fracture. Can you see there is a fracture over the tibial plateau, lateral plateau. And patient. Last week I was in Chennai. Sorry, I was in Cochin. A similar patient came. He underwent surgery and is almost 8 months now because he did it in the month of January. Now it is August. And 8 months now he is unable to walk. Here, after 40 days of treatment, you can see the improvement. After 41 days. The photo. You can see him walking after 6 days. And you see, we don't use even paracetamol in our hospital. No painkillers. All properly with Marma Chilsa. That is how. Then, here you can see that a fracture of humerus shaft. And after, it is right now undergoing the treatment. You can see here. Can you see there's a humerus shaft fracture? And this was a first week after reduction. Then yesterday or day before yesterday, she came and she was able to lift her hand up. Can you see here? This is after healing. And here is another bimalleolar fracture. And after reduction, this is how it has been done. You can see how it is being reduced. See, bimalleolar fracture, you can see here. And then after reduction, and you can see him walking. This is the traumatic area. Now I'm talking about disc. I have around 300 patients before and after MRI of a disc, intervertebral disc prolapse. And I'm showing you one among them. You can see a largely migrated, superiorly migrated left posterolateral disc extrusion in L5, F1 level. That is what it is being told here. After 3 weeks of treatment, I have taken an MRI. And he says that previous MRI dated 9/1/2012 was available for comparison. The previously seen large superiorly migrated herniation at L5-S1 level is not seen in the present study. Like that, we have around 300 to 400 patients before and after treatment. And here you can see Pullela Gopichand, who was here for this treatment for this tennis elbow, and recently he came for this neck pain, etc. Now I'm going to show you another interesting case here. It's an MRI of right knee. On the right side of your screen, you can see there is a lateral collateral ligament tear, medial collateral ligament tear, anterior cruciate ligament tear, and below down, you can see there is a lateral meniscus tear. So almost all the ligaments have been torn except the posterior cruciate ligament. This we term it as terrible triad or unhappy triad. After 3 weeks of treatment, you can see him walking. My students were asking, sir, will he be able to walk? And after that, you can see him walking. So these are all the strength of Ayurveda, which I always tell my students, we should be able to do as, means if I can do it, you should also be able to do that. So end of the class, you can ask all questions, whatever it is in your mind, I'll be able to clear it. Now, earlier, the common people had enough knowledge about Marma Chilsa. And just like you are wearing a bindi, or you can see in God's photos in your room, where you can see certain areas have been covered. These are all Marma areas. And as I was telling you, 3 people were practicing Marma Chikitsa. One is Ayurveda community, like us. Second is martial art community. And third is Tamil Marma. All these people were practicing Marma for different purpose. The main purpose of us, our Ayurveda community, practicing Marma Chikitsa is to avoid surgery to be done on that side. Tasmal Marma Sadanam Parivarjaniyam. Please don't tamper those areas while doing surgery. That is why no treatment has been told in Ayurveda regarding Marma. Coming to Tamil, they consider Agastya as the repository of the knowledge, and Agastya has 18 students, and all these 18 Shishyas wrote 18 books, each one book each, and all these books are available. Even one book is more than enough for our lifetime knowledge. We have 18 books available and different types of kattumara, that means bandaging techniques, different types of elakumara, that means manipulations, etc., has been told in detail. So that is Tamil Marma. In coming to martial art community, they consider Hanuman as their repository of knowledge. From Hanuman, Parshurama, from there, according to myth, what they say is Kerala was born when Parshurama threw his battle towards the sea near Kanyakumari to Gokarna. Land has receded, and that is Kerala. Parshurama brought 64 people from the north and gave 64 areas all over Kerala, and they developed this Kalari Marma Chikitsa. That is what the myth or Purana says. According to Ayurveda, it comes under Adi Devika and Sanghada Velapravutta. I am not going into details about Ayurvedic Marma Chikitsa because it doesn't have much knowledge except these are the areas. But the other Marmas are seen in various other texts, which I'll give you a bird's view. So wherever there is pain, that is known as Marma, as per Ayurveda. Coming to Tamil, as I told you, Agastya had 18 disciples, and they wrote different tantras. And see, if you go to Kerala, any temples in Kerala, that deity is getting more power due to daily puja that is going on. But coming to Tamil Nadu, the puja is not very... Coming to Tamil Nadu, puja is not that much prevalent. The deity get power because of the people who had samadhi. That means in Agastya had samadhi in Trivandrum and where Padmanabha Swami temple has formed. Bhogar is another Shishya of Agastya and he had samadhi in Parani where Parani Dandayudapani Swami temple is there. Sundaranadar in Madurai, Tirumular in Kumbakonam, all these areas where the Siddha had samadhi, big temples have formed, and that is how powerful these temples are. As I've told you, they are written in a combination of Tamil and Malayalam, and they are in poetic verse. Just like we have Sutasthana, Nidhanasthana, etc., they too have Sutasthana, Nidhanasthana, and they consider 108 points all over the body as Marma. According to Ayurveda, we have 107, but Tamil have 108. How they divide it is divided into Padu Marma and Todu Marma. There are big or very important 12 Padu Marma, and each Padu Marma has 8 satellite Marma, and 8 into 12 will give you 96. Total 108. I hope you understood. See, there is one Marma here, and there are 8 satellite Marma in and around this. Like that, there are 12 main Marma, and into 8 total 96 Marma. Sorry, 108 Marma. That is how it is being told. These are the texts available with me. I have all these texts, and this Marma, wherever a book on Marma is available, I used to collect and keep it. So all these texts I do have with me here. Then coming to Kulayana Marma. Kulayana Marma means martial art. They consider 64 marmas as marma, and the main aim of this is to give maximum possible injury to your opponent, and also to guide or to make yourself free from getting injured. That is why the main aim of Kulayana Marma. So I have told you, 3 people who are practicing Marma. In Ayurveda, the main aim is to avoid surgery being done. In Tamil, as I told you, Agastya, etc. And for coming to martial art, they consider to give maximum possible injury to your opponent and to get away from getting injured. So the treatment aspect of this Kulayana Marma is so good that we, in our hospital, we even practice some of this even today. Here, Kalari means school, a place where you learn. That is where Kalari, and this is how Kalari Chikitsa has come. Chikitsa means treatment. They consider 64 points, hand 12, legs 10, abdomen 3, chest 12, back and side 7, neck 7, head 13, altogether 64. And they consider Panja Tattva. Panja Tattva means a person who has a knowledge on Marma Chikitsa, he should have a perfect knowledge on Marma. He should know the exact place of Marma, and then Prayoga. Prayoga means, see, you are in a game, wherever, you get injured. The first thing you are doing is Prayoga, where you'll go to that place, give small tapping to some other place, Maru Tatta, etc., and then make him almost all right and continue his for some more time. And then he is brought to your hospital and Pratibidhi is done, and later on we do Chikitsa. This is known as Panchatattvam. This is the concept even in sports medicine we follow. Once you have an injury, the first thing is you go and do Prayogam, and then you do proper treatment, and then yearly treatment is Chikitsa. This is a concept that is followed by Marma Chikitsa. This is another interesting concept. Whatever the type of trauma or injury you have to undergo 7 days Kshirapaga. That means first day you give Kshirapaga with Lejjalu, Mimosa pudica. Second day Prishnavarni, Desmodium gangeticum. Third day Vasha, Adathoda vasica. Fourth day Shalavarni, Pseudoartrica. Then fifth day Apamarga, Acheranthus aspera. Day 6 Vilva, Eagle marmelos. Day 7 Kashmiri, Melina arborea. Even now we are doing this. A person coming with an injury, even with a head injury, 7 days we have to give this Kshirapaga to relieve from all type of trauma-related injuries. That is known as Saptaha Chikitsa. Then comes Matra. Matra means each and every marma, they consider the amount of force needed to stimulate, injure, or that is known as Matra. I'll tell you, Matra means it is defined as a force needed by a person who stands half a meter away from a banana tree and try to immerse this much of a body part, I don't know whether you can see my hand, towards the banana stem. The force needed is 1 Matra. I'll explain you in some other way. See, here there is a marma called Talakar. If you need 4 Matra, means Talakar 4 Matra it is said, then if I am to teach my student, I should use only 1/4 of the Matra to teach. If I want to treat for any injury, you should use half the total Matra. If I want to injure, I should use full Matra. If it is 4 Matra in Talakar, I should use only 1 Matra for teaching you. I should use only 2 Matra for treating you, and I should use the full Matra to injure you. That is what Matra is being told. Teaching involves 1/4 of the required Matra, treating half the Matra, and hurting involves full Matra. And now we are going into detail about Bhagna Chikitsa. See, all bones has a name in Sanskrit. For example, clavicle akshagasti. I treat lot of medical legal cases. So if at all the patient come and I have to give a certificate, then I will give only Ayurvedic term, akshagasti bhagna. Then I'll be called to the court because each and everything they go for court. Then ask the judge will ask, what is this fracture? Then I should say akshagasti means clavicle fracture. Nowadays, now almost all the judges in Kerala, they know the Sanskrit term. So they have written in that akshagasti radius, bahir prakoshthasti bhagana. This is how we give certificates. So all the nomenclatures are available in our text, and we are going it into in more details. See, the word asti is developed from the root asukshebane. Asukshebane means the carnivorous animal, after eating the fleshy part, throws away the bony part. So during olden days, they used to see plenty of bones being thrown away in and around. That is why asukshebane, asti, the word asti has come. And osteology is also developed from the word asti. It is not my this thing. Hernley in History of Medicine, he says that osteology is also developed from the word asti. As you all know, there are two types of bone. That means the compact part of the bone is known as cortex and the spongy part is known as medulla. Here you can see this is the compact part and this is the medulla is the spongy part. Ayurveda also says that the compact part of the bone is known as karkara and the spongy part is known as pelava. So you should see that Ayurveda in detail has been told like that. Then what is the word? How will you define bhagna? Bhanja amartane. That means there is a force outside and your bone is getting broken. And the same is almost similar modern definition. Loss of continuity in the substance of a bone is known as a fracture. It ranges from a small hairline fracture to the big comminuted fracture. Dislocation means it's a complete and persistent loss of continuity between the articulating surface of a bone. And then sprain means nadi chinnam, nadi bhinnam, ubhedo lakshananidam, vishamam vranam angeyata kshadam to abhinadishe. If you have sprained your ankle joint, so what you write is gulba sandikshadam. That is how I usually used to write. Then there are bones are classified into Kapala, Rujaka, Taruna, Valaya, and Nalaga. Why Acharya has told different types of bones? Because all type of bones shows different types of injuries. Tarunastini namyande, bhajyandi nalaganitu, kapalani vidyande. My MD thesis was on nalagasti bhagna, long bone fractures. That is why different types of bones have been told. Now we are coming to joint. Tell me, you all know, we have learned in anatomy, Kora, Urukala, Samudka, Pradara, Tunna, Sevini, Vaisatunda, Shankavata. So, all ball and socket joint is known as Urukala. Can you tell me how many ball and sockets joint are there in our body? You can write it in the chat box, please. I'll give you 1 minute time. How many ball and socket joints are there in our body?
काय बॉल अँड सॉकेट जॉईंट किती बॉडी मध्ये कानातले 2 आहे याच्या त्याला पाहिजे.
Please write in the chat box. It can be 1, 2, 3 or 4. See, there are 4 ball and socket joint. You all will say that it can be 2 shoulder joint and 2 hip joint. It is wrong. I'll tell you. That's why I have written this, which is shoulder joint, hip joint. In the ear, we have incudostepidal joint. And in the limb, we have lower limb, we have talocalcaneal joint. These are the 4 types of joints. Coming to more detail, modern orthopedics have 2 sessions. One is traumatology and orthopedics. Ayurveda also has Bhagna Chikitsa and Marma Chikitsa. All trauma related comes under Bhagna Chikitsa and others are cold orthopedics, comes low back ache, etc. comes under Marma Chikitsa. Then fractures are, injuries are divided into Kanda Bhagna and Sandhi Bhagna, fractures and dislocation. Another classification which you all ask is whether it is a open wound or a closed wound. Savrana Bhagna and Avrana Bhagna. If there is open, it is known as compound fracture or Savrana Bhagna. If it is simple, it is known as Avrana Bhagna. Now coming to Nidana. Padana Pidana Prahara Akshevana Vyala Mrikadashana Pratibit Anega Vidya Rasnam Bhagnam Vadishanti. Can you see here why Acharya has told different types of Nidana? He would have told any injury lead to fracture because each and every injury, the fracture differs. The X-ray that I shown here, you can see there is a fracture in the 5th metacarpal. And this happens only if you try hitting somebody with a closed fist. That is why I have kept like this. So Padana means fall, Pidana means compression, Prahara violence, Dashana or bite from different wild animals, and different types of injuries can lead to fractures. Then, what is the Samanya Lakshana of Sandhi Moksha? Prasarana Agunjana Vivartana Akshebana Ashakti Ugra Rujattam Sparsha Sagatvam Chedi Samanya Sandhi Mukta Lakshana. Inability to perform any activities like extension, flexion, rotation, vigorous movements, etc. And also severe pain, and there is severe tenderness. That is how we will consider this as a Samanya Sandhi Mukta Lakshana. So there are 6 types of they are Utpishta, Vishishta, Vivartida, Avakshipta, Adikshipta, Tijikshita. No time. Utpishta means there is Vaisheshikam tu Utpishte, Sandha Ubheda Shobho, Vedana Pradurbhava. That means there will be a different types of swelling, different kind of pain, and you can see there is a swelling on the both sides of the joint. It is known as fracture dislocation, Utpishtam. Vishleshtam, you all know, hemiplegic patient comes to your clinic with a drooping of a shoulder joint. It is known as subluxation or Vishlishta type of dislocation. Vishlishte, Shobho, Vedana, Sadatyam, Sandhi Vikriyacha. Then Vivartidam. Vivartidam means medial displacement. That means a joint has been displaced medially. I will explain you with the shoulder joint dislocation. In shoulder joint, we have 3 types of dislocation. It can go anterior, it can go posterior, it can go inferior. A patient coming to your clinic with the hand held towards the body is usually anterior type of dislocation. A patient coming to your clinic with the hand held away from the body is usually posterior. If the hand is held over the top of the head, it is known as inferior. So it all depends upon the attitude of the patient come to your clinic. So Vivartidam is medial displacement. Avakshiptam means inferior displacement. Then what happens? The patient keeps the hand over the top of the head. Then Avakshiptam means there is overriding of joint, telescoping of the joint. Adikshipte, Dayo Sandeo, Adikrandada, Vedanacha. That means there is overriding of the joint. We have learned medial displacement. Now what is left is lateral displacement. Tiriyakshipte to egasti parsha apagamanat atyartha vedana chedi. That means lateral displacement. So we have learned 6 types of displacement: medial, lateral, inferior, overriding, subluxation, and then fracture dislocation. All this has been properly learned now. Then we will explain you how to see a shoulder joint dislocation. Anterior dislocation, you can see the humeral head is most prominently seen in an X-ray. Coming to posterior dislocation, you can see a lighted bulb appearance. Inferior joint dislocation, you can see it is inferiorly displaced. How will you reduce the dislocation. See, the patient is made to lie down. Hand is held over the top of the head. After reaching the top of the head, you have to rotate internally and then give a small pressure in the shoulder joint. You can see how it has been done. See, very simply we'll be able to reduce it. And I tell you, in a hospital, we don't use even a paracetamol. We used to manipulate with Marma Chilsa alone. Here is what we have learned, but I have never even done, even once in my lifetime, to reduce a shoulder joint with Kocher's method. This is what we have been taught. And this is another method. And here you can see the patient is made to lie, you can see the result dislocation. Patient is made to lie down. After keep bringing the hand over the top of the head, you have to internally rotate and then give a small pressure and bring back to normal. This is how it has been. And Swastika, you can see here, you just watch, I'm teaching one of my students. You should see here, you should see this is a marma here. Give a small pressure. This is how it has been done. What is the benefit of this? It can be done without an anesthesia. The patient can return home with it's less painful, etc. And this is shoulder joint dislocation. If you go like this, we won't be able to complete this. I'll show you this. This is as per Sushruta's technique. This is how it has been done. Patellar dislocation. I'll show you another patellar dislocation. You can see here. These are the three common dislocations that come to us. See, that is also been done. So now we have completed dislocations. We are going to fractures. Shvaidubahuliyam, Spandana Vivartana Sparsha Sahishnatvam, Avabidimane Shabda, Srastangada, Vivida Vedana Pratubhava. These are the cardinal symptoms of a fracture. Sushruta has told long back, even now we won't be able to get any other symptoms other than this. Massive swelling, tenderness, crepitus, loss of transmitted movement, different types of agonizing pain, and discomfort in all postures are the cardinal symptoms of a fracture. Here, this is Karkadaga. Karkadaga, you can see, Visheshastu Sammudam, Ubedo Astimadhe Bhatnam, Grandhi Rivondadan Karkadaga. Can you see here the Karkadaga type of, here you can see the fracture resemble like a crab. And then Ashwakarnava Udgadam Ashwakarnam. Can you see here there is a fracture like this which resemble like Ashwakarna? This is known as spiral type of fracture. Chunidam communicates. Prishyamane Shabdava Chunidam Avagadyade. That means there is a bag of bones. Then Pichidam Pradudangadam Analpa Shobam, compression fracture. And you can see Analpa Shobam. You can see swelling here. And then there is, this is Pichida type of. Then Asti Chalidam. Asti Chalidam is subperiosteal fracture. Periosteum is intact, but there will be cortical tear inside the bone. That is known as subperiosteal fracture. Then Kandabhagnam, Velade, Pragambamanan, Kandabhagnam. See, all these X-rays are not being downloaded. These are our own X-rays. Then this is Majjanagadam. If I had time, I would have explained you in such a way that you will be able to understand what is this. Asti Aveho, Asti Madhya Anupravishya, Majjana Munnahiri Majjanagadam. That means there is a fracture and this fragment is getting impacted over this region. That is known as Majjanagadam. The patient might even walk into your clinic, but there will be, she or he will be having pain. Usually it will be elderly ladies after menopause due to osteoporosis. Even a small injury can lead to Majjanagadam type of fracture. Adipadidam, Asti Nisheshada Chinnam Adipadidam. Then Abhugnam Avimuktasti, usually seen in children. There will be green stick fractures or Vakram, Abhugnam Avimuktasti. Chinnam, Anyadara Parshavashishtam, Chinnam. Then Padidam, Padidam, Anubahu Vidadidam. It is usually seen in flat bones or irregular bones, and fracture is seen here. Then Spudidam, earlier teeth were considered as bone. So Shuga Purnam Vivatmadam Vibulam Vispudam Spudidamiri. That means there will be a crack fracture in the teeth, that is known as Spudidam. And then you might be asking, what about pathological fractures? See, in different areas, Acharya has told Asti Vidrati, Asti Grandhi, Asti Kshaya, Majja Kshaya. In Harita Samhita, Asbalida Asti has been told, which resembles like pathological fractures. I always tell my students, don't take all fractures because you have your own limitation. Even if you reduce it, even if you cannot maintain it, then there's no fun in doing it. So certain fractures, we won't be able to take it. We leave them for surgical intervention. One among them is intracapsular fracture. Because of the peculiar type of circulation you can see, it is means that blood is supplied by lateral femoral artery and also the medial femoral artery circumflex. So the circulation from this, the blood is going from the periphery towards the center. If at all there is a fracture over here, what happens? The fracture will heal, but the head will crumble away. So intracapsular fracture of femur neck should always be avoided and given for modern medicine for surgical treatment. And now a patient we have go for an X-ray. The patient comes with an X-ray. What will you do? We have to read it properly because the gold standard method for X-rays. We have each and every X-ray, we have certain protocols. For example, a spine X-ray, we have 13 points noted by reading the X-ray spine. First is a spinal deformity. You can see there is a scoliosis. Second is you can see the shape of the vertebra. You can see there's a wedge compression fracture over here. And I'm just talking about spine, like that we have protocol in all X-rays. And third is density of the vertebra. You can see here there is a dense vertebra. And number 4, you guys should see intervertebral disc space. You can see this is normal. There is a erosion of joint space. Here is totally eroded. And then in transverse process, which we usually tend to forget, we can see there is a fracture over here. That is transverse process. And then spinous process, we can see here it is a spina bifida. And then sacrum, you can see it here. There is a fracture over here. Can you see here? There's a fracture over here. And then sacroiliac joint, you can see there is a sclerosed sacroiliac joint indicating it is a sacroiliitis. Then paravertebral soft tissue, can see here, psoas muscle, cold abscess can occur. Pedicles are said to be, you can see the eye-like thing over here, P. It is said to be the eyes of the spine. If eyes are closed, always suspect it could be a cancer or major metastatic lesions, pedicles. Then we come to facet joint. You can see there is a Scotty dog shadow. I need time for you to explain that in oblique view. And then vertical diameter and sagittal diameters. These are the 13 things you should do for a spine X-rays. Now we know what are we have diagnosed a fracture, we are going for treatment. Bhagnasthapanam, Bhagnasthiriganam, and Punachcheshta Prasam, reduction, retention, and rehabilitation. And you all know that earlier we say that plaster of Paris was found by our Matheson. But I tell you, in Ayurveda, it is told that Ado Bhagnam Viditwatu Sheje Chidalambuna Pangen Alebanam Kudyat. A Pangen Alebana. Panga means a type of clay, has been used in earlier days. After fracture is reduced, they tie it with a cloth filled with clay. That clay is later modified and became as plaster of Paris. Then we have to reduce it. There are 4 principles of treatment: Anjanam, Pedanam, Samkshebam, and Bandham. Anjana means traction, Pedana means manipulation, Samksheba means keeping in the position, and then bandages. So we use how to know that whether it is properly reduced or not. When the pain gets reduced, when the stiffness comes down, and you take and check X-ray and find out that it is properly reduced. These are the different types of splints that have been used. Madhuga, Udumbara, Ashwatha, Palasha, Kakupataja, Vamsha, Sabja, Varana. Nowadays, even today, we use bamboo splints for fractures. And these are the different types of latest techniques that have been used. And then we go for bandages. You keep 1 day session for bandages. We'll be able to teach you all this type of bandage. We need 1 day. That means Kosha, how to do Swastika, Muttoli, China, Dama, Anuvelidan, Katwa, Vibanda, Stagiga, Vidana, Ulsanga, Gobana, Yamalam, Mandalak. These are the materials for bandages. And I'll show you one bandage done in a child. This you can see. Head. If it is an adult, it would have been much more easier. But he had a fall, and we took an CT and found that there is a small, you can see in the left side of the skin, subdural hematoma. We are putting an ointment, then we are putting a kavaliga, and then we do bandage. We'll complete it and come back so that if time allows, we'll show you that bandage. But otherwise, we don't have time. It's already 9 minutes only for completion. And these are different types of bandaging techniques. That's what I was telling you. You have to keep 1 day session for bandaging techniques. We'll be able to teach you what type of bandage, how to do, etc. Angle joints. So, what are the duration of bandage? Saptahat, Saumeshu Rudushu Bandhanam, Sadharaneshu Kartavyam, Panjame Panjame. That means we usually used to do bandages every 3rd day for normal injuries, and for fractures every 7 days. Then it should not be too tight, it should not be too loose. A moderate bandage has been advised by Acharya. Then students will ask, sir, when is the time to remove the bandage? The fracture healed or not? So Acharya says, Bhakna Sandhi Manavitam, Ahinam Angam Anulbanam, Sukha Cheshta Prajaramcha. That means when the swelling has come down, when the stiffness has come down, and the patient can start moving the limb, that is the time for removing the bandage. It is usually 6 weeks for upper limb and 8 weeks for lower limb. But a thumbnail is usually what is your age, that much date you have to put bandage. If you are 30 years, then 30 days. If you are 60 years, 60 days bandage should be done. That is how we say. Then, if at all a fracture has been malunited, what should we do? We have to refracture. Acharya says, Kanda Bhakne Prarude to Vishama Ulpana Samhide Apothya. That means refracture. Samayed Bhagnam. Then you add, if you have time, I'll show you. This is a refracturing technique which we have done. I don't know we have time. And we will skip all the videos now, and we'll complete it, and if time allows and if you tell, I will go towards that. This is a refracturing technique. Then, if it is an open wound, what to do? Kalpe, Nirgadam, Shushkam, Branande, Asti Samagasa. We have to remove that and then properly bandage. And earlier my father used to do all this. Nowadays, I don't take all these open wounds. Then, after reduction, after removing the bandage, what we do? We have to go for rehabilitation. Acharya has told, Mritpindam dhare purvam lavanam cha tataparam haste jada balam chabi kutyat pashanadam. That means he has asked us to take graded exercise. Small stones, gradually increase the size of the stone. When the hand got enough strength, then you go for normal this thing. And Ashtanga Sangra says, Prag Gome. Nowadays we go for wax treatment. Earlier it was Prag Gome. That means Gome, hot cow dung were used instead of wax. See, the amount of knowledge he had was something phenomenal. And we don't have to add even a single comma or full stop over the knowledge he had. Only thing that we lost that link. Then what is the prognosis? Alpashano, Anatmado, Vadatmarasya, Ubadraver Justasya, Bhagnam Kirchana Siddhi. Then malnourished, lack of nourishment, diabetes or comorbidities, the prognosis is bad. Then, word of caution, take every effort to prevent getting infected. Once the bones get infected, it is not that easy to cure. Bhagnam neidi yatapagam prayededa tathabhishat. Pakwa mamsa siddhas sadhi kirchena siddhati. Even now, with so much, and even a bone infection is not that easy to cure. Then people ask, sir, can I take Horlicks? Can I take Boost? What Acharya says, Shali mamsa rasakshiram sarpur yusham satinaja. Brahmanam channapanam se adeyam bhagnaya chanada. That means all nourishing food can be given. What should be avoided? Lavanam kadagam ksharam amlam maidhanam adabam vyayamam nacha seveda. Avoid excessive use of salt, katurasa and amlarasa, excessive use of pungent food, etc. Exposure to sun, heat, and vyayama. So these are the things I think we have covered this. And if we have time, I'll be able to show you different types of fractures, how we set it. And over to you, sir. These are some of our x-rays. And this is a fracture that came, and my students asked whether this boy will walk. On 30th day, you can see him walking. So, in conclusion, despite the lack of facilities like radiology, potent anesthetic drugs, antibiotics, analgesics, Ayurveda surgeons, especially Acharya Sushruta, has done tremendous work in the field of orthopedics and traumatology. It is a myth that Ayurvedic classics don't have elaborate explanation about skeletal injuries and trauma. Rather, the fact is that Ayurveda has a rich heritage of orthopedics and traumatology, which needs to be explored furthermore. Abhadavarjanam nityam, swasthasya anuvartanam, utpannati vigadasya marmanam paripalanam. I thank you for your patience here. So in case if you are stuck somewhere with some type of fractures, etc., you can call me this time or in this number 9447160480. I'll be only happy to help you because orthopedics, spreading of knowledge of orthopedics all over India is my aim. That's why, in spite of so much busy schedule, I always find time to teach my students. Thank you. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for your kind, enlightening, thought-provoking words. We are sorry to conclude you in 1 hour, actually. We would like to invite you for many other sessions in our conference. Sir, it is our pleasure to be with you in this conference, sir. Over to Dr. Devi, please.
Thank you, Dr. Anup. As my co-coordinator, Dr. Anup said, we are really blessed that we got a session from the versatile, great clinician and great teacher, Suresh sir of Triveni Nursing Home. Sir, there is varieties of ortho cases are managed there and is a center for where many young doctors blossom by training under sir. So being a busy doctor, many thanks for your valuable time, sir. We are really grateful for sharing your experience in a very interesting and expertise way for our audience. I believe young doctors will make use of the experience and aspiration shared by you, sir. I also take this opportunity to thank the chairperson, Dr. Mahesh Chaudhary, sir, and co-chairperson, Dr. Kailas, sir, for dedicating their time to support the event.
So I will please, I will be interfering. I would like to ask the chairperson and co-chairperson to share their views over this presentation, please.
Yes, definitely, Dr. Anup. Thank you. My opinion regarding this session, Dr. C. Suresh Kumar sir is very well elaborated with proper references and evidences that how the Ayurveda is also work in this sector. Definitely, orthopedic in Ayurveda is a topic have a great significance, unique and novelty. All these properties hold this topic.
One speaker in between.
This is a new area where the students of Ayurveda will work good rather than the modern scholars. New therapeutic uses, techniques of Marma Chikitsa, very easy to digest. What method Dr. C. Suresh Kumar sir used to teach us. Color techniques and other method techniques, etc. There are many more corners still left unknown or where we have to work on this part of Ayurveda. Among of these, Suresh Kumar sir choose it and elaborated well. We are very pleased to have a like Dr. Suresh Kumar sir, very well illustrated musculoskeletal system with Marma Vigyan. Each and every minute point has well unfolded by him. Marmas have a great significance in not only the Shalya Chikitsa but also day-to-day practice. Sir has a very well himself developed to treat in this area. Ayurvedic orthopedics and Ayurvedic traumatology in these subjects, NCISM should start PG courses for becoming our PG doctors in Ayurveda for orthopedics practice. Finally, I conclude with this that C. Suresh Kumar sir is the father of Ayurvedic orthopedic and traumatology in Ayurveda. Thank you, sir, for enlighten and updating our knowledge about the orthopedic and traumatology in Ayurveda, and also thankful to ATACON for calling you for this session. Thank you. Hand over to Dr.
Thank you
Nu.
so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Dr. Kailash, sir, your opinion, please.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Actually, first of all, thank you, C. Suresh Kumar sir, for such a great session. एक्चुअली मैं भी मेरे क्लिनिक में यहाँ पे कॉलेज में औरतों के केसेस आते हैं तो वहाँ पे मैं क्लोज रिडक्शन करता हूँ लेकिन कोलेस फ्रैक्चर में लेकिन सर ने जिस तरह से शोल्डर जॉइंट डिसलोकेशन का रिडक्शन बताया तो इट इज़ वेरी गुड। तो अभी आगे से मैं भी ये ट्राई करूँगा और जैसे ऑर्थो इज अ सुपर स्पेशलिटी ब्रांच लेकिन सर ने एक आशा उत्पन्न की है कि आयुर्वेदा में भी सुपर स्पेशलिटी ब्रांच में काम हो सकता है। तो मैं आशा करूंगा कि सर आप हमें उस बात पे हमें थोड़ा गाइडेंस दे दीजिए और हमेशा हमारे हमको ऐसे ही नॉलेज देते रहिए। थैंक यू सर। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for your kind words. Over to Dr. Devi. Please conclude the session.
Yeah, as our chairperson and co-chairperson suggested, like NCISM will come up with some syllabus and training. Now it is going to come for the final years to develop the Marma part, and the contribution of the Suresh sir also will be really helpful. So thank you so much, sir. As sir told, we have ready knowledge in our text, and it is to achieve success. It is our duty to develop the skill to develop that. So thank you, listeners, and also thanks to my co-coordinator, Dr. Anu. Back to Anu.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, ATACON. It was an immense pleasure to coordinate this session and to hear these valuable talks. And thanks for the entire team for conducting such a wonderful seminar and a conference. Over to Dr. Amar, sir, please. The session is concluded.
Yes. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, able Suresh Kumar sir, for unfolding and enlightening your topic very beautifully with the evidences and demonstrations in a very simplified manner. We are very lucky to hear a great teacher like you, sir. So it was a beautiful session, and I also thank our chairperson and co-chairperson for their expert comments. Our coordinators, Dr. Anup M. sir and Dr. Devi ma'am, for very well conducting the session. So I conclude here. This session is over. Next session, I request Dr. Sonia ma'am to start the next session.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. So let's move on our fifth session, which is on identification of Manas Roga in day-to-day practice. For this session, I like to introduce our session coordinator, Dr. Meena Yadav, working as an assistant professor in Rog Nidan and Vikruti Vigyan department at Sanskriti University, Mathura. And our second day coordinator, Dr. Sahdas Aradhya sir, who is HOD and associate professor in Kriya Shari department at Murlidhar Ayurved College. So I request both session coordinator, please take the charge and continue the session.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sonia ma'am. Am I audible to everyone?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible and you can continue the session, ma'am.
Okay. Namaste and welcome to our webinar for this session. I am the Assistant Professor from Rog Nidhan एवं विकृति विज्ञान Department, Sanskriti Ayurved Medical College, Mathura. That due to some personal issues, Dr. Parvati Devi ma'am is not able to attend this session. I am honored to introduce this session on the topic Psychiatry in Journal Practice present by Dr. Suhas Kumar Sethi sir. Good afternoon, sir. Today we will delve in the world of the natural healing and explore the secret of timeless traditions. Our expert speaker, Dr. Suhas Kumar Sethi sir, and Chairperson Dr. Prabodh Hiravar sir, we will take you on a journey on this beautiful topic. They will, whether you are a seasoned practitioner or just curious about Ayurveda, this webinar is designed to enlighten and inspire you. So sit comfortably, relax, and ready to unlock the treasure of Ayurveda. You can submit your questions in the chat box and we will address them during the question answer session. If anyone, hello, excuse me, is there any, am I audible to everyone?
Yes, ma'am,
Okay.
you continue, you are audible.
Okay, ma'am. You can submit your questions in the chat box and we will address them during the question answer session. Thanks for joining us. Let the wisdom of the ages guide us on this journey. Now it's time for the introduction of our guest speaker and chairperson, sir. For that, it's over to Dr. Ramadas Aradhya, sir. Aradhya, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
It's
Actually,
over to you, sir, to
yes.
introduce our guest
So
for the today's session.
myself, Sadas Aradhe. I would like to introduce first chairperson, sir, Dr. Prabodh Hiravar. Now, the introductions are for the chairperson, Dr. Prabodh Hiravar, a highly respected scholar, educator of Ayurveda. Dr. Hiravar is currently serving as an assistant professor in the Department of Samhita and Siddhanta at the Faculty of Ayurveda, Uttarakhand Ayurveda University in Dehradun. With a decade of experience in the field, Dr. Hiravar has made significant contributions to Ayurvedic education and literature. He is the accomplished author of 7 insightful books, which includes titles like Sarvanga Sundarokta Ashtanga Hruday Prabodhan, Research Methodology and Medical Statistics, and Shadras Nigandhu. These works have become valuable resources for students and practitioners alike, reflecting his deep knowledge and commitment to the preservation and advancement of Ayurvedic wisdom. In addition to his academic writing, Dr. Hiravar has demonstrated remarkable innovation in Ayurvedic education. He is the creative mind before Ayurtunes, as animated teaching series that brings Ayurvedic concepts to life in an engaging and accessible way. This innovative approach has made learning Ayurveda more enjoyable and effective for students, further establishing Dr. Hiravar as forward-thinking educator. So I welcome Prabodh sir as a chairperson of this session. Now, after that, I would like to introduce our today's speaker, Dr. Suhas Kumar Shetty sir. It is my pleasure and great honor to introduce Dr. Suhas Kumar Shetty, who has great contribution towards the field of Ayurveda, mental health, and medical research on both national and international stages. Dr. Suhas Kumar Shetty, MD, Ayurveda PhD, is not only a revered academician but also a respected Ayurveda practitioner, researcher, and administrator with a wealth of experience spanning over 18 years. Currently, Dr. Shetty serves as the principal and medical director at the prestigious ALE Academy of Higher Education and Research, Shri B.M. Kanakwadi Ayurveda Mahavidyalaya, Belgaum. His leadership here continues to inspire and shape the next generation of Ayurvedic professionals. Prior to this, he was the professor and head of the Department of Manovignan Evam Manas Rog and served as the Dean of Research and Development at Shri Dharmasthal Manjunatheshwara College of Ayurveda and Hospital in Assam. His impact in these roles has been profound, fostering a deeper understanding of a mental health through the lens of Ayurveda. Dr. Shetty's expertise extends beyond the borders of India as he of adjacent faculty at the Southern California University of Health Sciences in the United States. His knowledge and insights have made him a sort of the speaker conference and workshop attracting health seekers and professionals from across the globe, including the USA, England, Scotland, South Africa, and Sri Lanka. Shetty, Sir has authored 3 books and has over 72 scientific articles published in esteemed international peer-reviewed journals. His dedication to advancing knowledge in his field has earned him a place on the editorial and review boards of numerous scientific journals. Among his many accolades, he has received the Contingent Grant Award from CCRS New Delhi, the Pratibha Puraskara Award for his social service in treating alcoholic disorders and paralysis, the Bhishak Award 2018 Best Doctor Award, and the Teacher of the Year 2021 Award, to name just a few. Dr. Shetty is not only an expert in mental health care consultation, but also a recognized authority in clinical research, research methodology, and medical statistics. His workshop on stress management, particularly in examination and workplace setting, have provided invaluable tools to countless individuals. Moreover, his expertise is frequently sought by national and international organizations, including the World Health Organization, the Central Council of Indian Medicine, and the Central Council for Research in Ayurvedic Sciences, where he serves as a technical expert in policy formulation and consultation meetings. So now I request Suhas sir to start the session and guide us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aradhya sir. At the outset, I'm very thankful to the organizers for this wonderful opportunity given to me on this wonderful platform of ATACON, the 6th National Conference focusing on the new horizons of Ayurveda. I'm thankful to all the office bearers for these wonderful opportunities. Let me inform all the participants that we are supposed to have my friend and colleague, Dr. Parvati Devi, the medical superintendent of the National Institute of the Mental Health, Kottakkal, as the speaker. But because of some emergencies, she was not able to join, and just few minutes back, the organizers wanted me to present. I confess that this presentation is by Dr. Parvati Devi, and I'm presenting this presentation on behalf of Dr. Parvati Devi. And if there are any small mistakes, kindly pardon me. But apart from the presentation that is shared by Dr. Parvati, I'll be sharing my clinical experiences in this area where I've been trained and I've been part of this clinical practice for more than 2.5 decades now. As you all know that there is a lot of importance, or there's a great public health demand because of the mental health issues. People, if you look at the clinical practice, a lot of patients come to you with some mental health issues, and identifying them at an early age or at the early scenario and probably giving them the appropriate care is very, very vital. That is why if you look at the top areas where we need to focus, especially in terms of the public health, mental health is one of them. Though it is unexplored, not given much of importance, but the days are there, I think, especially after the COVID, people really have realized the importance of the mental health and how the mental health is an important component of the overall health. And the same thing is reflected in Ayurvedic literatures, in the Ayurveda practice, where we see that whether we are talking in terms of the mental health, we're talking about in terms of the types of diseases, the causative factors, the treatment plans, the preventive health care. Everywhere there is a lot of importance given for both physical and the mental domain. So this particular session is focused on the importance of the mental health in the general practice, because if you look at the general practice, more than 30 to 40% of the patients who are coming to the general practice are having some of the other issues with the mental health, either directly as a psychological disorders, or they're prone to suffer with psychological disorders, or there could be some secondary effects as a component of the physical diseases like diabetes, hypertension, cancer, stroke, etc., to name a few. So let's probably begin the session. I'll try to share. As I already mentioned, these are the presentation that was prepared by my friend Dr. Parvati, and I'm presenting this presentation on her behalf. The session that we have is the psychiatric healthcare in general. There has been so much of differences or so much of concern when we talk about mental health. So we talk about positive mental health, we talk about the poor mental health, and Ayurveda also has been given a lot of importance, especially when it comes to the sattva or the mano pariksha. They would classify the mental strength into pravara sattva, madhyama sattva, and avara sattva. The best way of probably identifying the sattva in a clinical practice is to identify the the quantum of the self motivation, whether the individual, suppose you give some scenario or give some circumstances, whether the person is able to match or able to be self motivated for any scenarios, maybe in terms of a positive scenario or a negative scenario. If a person is motivated by seeing others, we consider it to be the second category of moderate sattva. And if it is a person who is not either self-motivated, not gets motivated by others, is the avara sattva. Because this classification becomes very, very important as per the diagnosis, as well as in terms of the treatment protocols. Because a person of pravara sattva may require 1 or 2 sessions of sattvaja chikitsa, and a person may be able to come out of this problem. Whereas a person of avara sattva needs repeated sessions, longer sessions, and a continuous follow-up of the patient is very, very vital. So identifying this is very, very important. Moreover, in developing country like India, where the mental health is still a very big taboo, patients do not come directly with the mental health issues. As physicians, we need to explore the possibility, and sometimes we have to take some time to do the rapport building with the patients, then probably try to identify their issues. And once we develop a good rapport with the patients, then probably we come to know that there are some psychological issues with the patients, which is a main causative factors for the development of either physical condition or the psychological conditions. And in this presentation, the main focus is how do we identify them when we consider that there is some psychological involvement or there is some behavioral involvement, and how do we address the same in case of a general practice. So if you look at what is the order of mind, whether the body comes first or the mind comes first. See, though we classify the disease as Sharirika Vyadhi and Manasika Vyadhis, there are always has been a close relationship between the body and mind. As it is mentioned in Charaka Sharirasthana, Techa Vikaraha Paraspar Anuvartamanaha Kadachit Anubandhanti Kamadayo Charadayascha Sattvam cha Shariram Anuvisarpati. That the body and mind will follow each other. So that is why sometimes when there is an issue with the mind, it will affect the body, and the same happens in case of the mind and the bodies. So whenever, and the most important challenge that we have in case of the mind is to define the level of normalcy, because the same thing in case of a given scenario, like in case of place, time, person, the same thing can be normal and same thing can be abnormal. Like for example, if you are in a classroom or you are in a presentation and suddenly you have an out of way laughing, it becomes very, very awkward and abnormal. But same thing if you're enjoying a nice time with your friends, and if you talk, it becomes very, very normal. So that's the reason why a lot of social norms, a lot of cultural norms, a lot of psychosocial norms has to be kept in mind before we say whether it is normal or abnormal. So if you look at the definition of mental health that is defined by WHO, it says that it's a state of well-being in which the individual realizes his or her own abilities. And most important thing is we talk about stress. See, basically what is stress? The simplest way of defining stress is that there is an increased demand and there is a reduced resources. And the stress management focuses on those two things. Either you can reduce your demand or reduce your need, and the other way is to improve or empower your resources. So ultimately, these are the only two ways that we'll be able to manage our stress. See, stress is never an issue, but how an individual visualizes steps or how we perceive the stress becomes very, very vital. That is why both in Ayurveda as well as in case of modern, the stress is sometimes because there's something called as positive stress, which is called as eustress, is also very, very equally important. But on the other hand, if there is some negative stress, then it can lead to various types of disorders. So if you look at the references or the literature of Ayurveda and try to find out the references of mental health, you find it everywhere. Whether you're talking about disease, you're talking about health, you're talking about management. Like for example, if you talk about the Swastha Lakshanas, Samadosha, Samagnishta, Samadhatu Malakriyaha, Prasanna Atmendriya Manaha, Swasthiti Vidiyete. You're talking about the Trivida Roga Karanas, Asatmendyartha Sanyogaha, Prajna Paradha, Parinamastheti, Dvayanam Apidoshanam, Prakopati with a Karanam. Or if you're talking about the treatment, you're talking about Sattvaja Chikitsa, you're talking about Yuktiyapasha Chikitsa, you're talking about the Devapasha Chikitsa. Prashamyati Aushadam Purvam, Daiva Yuktiyapasha Yehi, Manaso Jnana Vijnanam, Dhairya Smriti Samadhibhi. As mentioned in Charaka Sutrasthana first chapter, he mentions that all three of the modalities of treatment, the Yuktiyapasha, Devapasha, as well as Sattvaja Chikitsa, are beneficial for the management of both physical disease as well as psychological disorders. So that is why sometimes we have to understand what do you mean by a poor mental health or a mental disorders. See, how do you plan the treatment? See, first of all, people who are mentally healthy, they also need to maintain them because Ayurveda also talks about prasanna atmendriya mana. It is not just normal but also well-being. So we should focus on the well-being, though a person is said to be healthy. Second set of conditions are those people who are prone for mental health disorders because of the susceptible predisposing factors. Next, we have the minor mental disorders and then we have the major mental disorders. So this category is very, very important for planning the treatment. So let's see what are the signs or the characteristic features of the poor mental health. Those people who do not share feelings. See, nowadays you have a lot of people having suicidal thoughts, suicidal ideations. The main issues is they do not share their emotions. There are young adults, adolescents, elderly people, population of the people who are having a lot of psychological issues end up having suicidal thoughts because they do not share the feelings. They're not able to control their behaviors. They deny the problems. They do not accept the changes. And this is a major problem with our youngsters now. They are very, very prefixed. And they are never flexible sometimes. They are never adaptive. And that is why when they enter a new scenario, maybe once they go to a new job, they get married, or they go for a new country or a new place, they sometimes find difficulties. They go to hostels. They really find difficulties to adapt because we have never taught the life skills how to be social beings. We now have social networks, but we hardly have a social relationship within the family as well as outside the society. They are very aggressive, they are depressed, or they are closed-minded, or sometimes they do not want to mingle with the patients. So ideally, a mental disorders is a behavioral or a psychological syndrome which causes significant psychological stress. The most important thing is there should be a significant impairment in the functionality of an individual. Maybe the personal functionality, social functionality, or the occupational functionalities, and not merely an expected response. Like somebody dies and you are sad, it doesn't come into the category of a disease. But even after 1 year, 2 years, you are depressed, you can put on the category of a disease. If you look at the prevalence of psychiatric disorders in general practice, more than 25% of the people suffer with some psychological disorders. 40 to 50% of the general practice patient who come to the general practitioners will have some or the other psychological, and this is leading to the delayed or incomplete recovery even from the physical illness. Like for example, a patient of diabetes or stroke or cancer, if he doesn't have a positive mindset, his recovery is. See, I still remember treating one of the top police officials. He always used to say, Dr. Shetty, my diabetes is not in my pancreas, it is in my brain. And if I'm stressed in my work, always my diabetes shoots up, which always emphasizes on the close relationship between the body and mind. See, psychiatric diagnosis as well as approach is always different from physical disease because starting from the way patient come to your OPD, suppose a patient has fever or joint pain, he directly will tell that he has joint pain or fever. Because suppose a patient is suffering with OCD or depression or generalized anxiety disorders, he comes sometimes may not tell you the classical symptoms of these psychological ailments. He may start saying that I'm having headache, I do not get good sleep, I do not have good appetite, I have body aches, I have multiple weight complaints, and that is why the psychiatric diagnosis is always different from the physical disease, and it's always very challenging because there are no clear-cut laboratory investigations. Hardly we have some physical signs, and there is no external validity. It's very difficult to say what is normal. As I said, normal in one situation could be abnormal in the other one, and there's a lot of socio-cultural impact which need to be considered. And the most important key for the psychiatric diagnosis is a good rapport with the patients and a good interview with the patients. So when do you explore further that there is some psychological illnesses? When patient complains of unexplained multiple somatic symptoms like headache, body ache, back pain, low back pain, abdominal discomfort, etc. The patient comes multiple visits and patient do not find appropriate changes. The patient, there is no physical symptoms which is appropriate to the clinical presentation. Patient looks very dull, hopeless, irritable, and there is always a patient is not satisfied. These are probably the clue that you should explore the psychological involvement. So when do you consider a patient to have an emotional problem? If they report difficulty in managing their day-to-day routines, or they have problem with their sleep, they do not enjoy the things. See, there's something called as anhedonia, like what Ayurveda talks about the icha. Yatram puram icham asit tatra anicha bhavati. So all those which patients used to enjoy. I used to enjoy going to movies. I used to enjoy going to a ride. I used to enjoy playing music. I don't like nowadays. It's a very, very typical symptom that patient could be going into the symptoms of depression, one of the major psychiatric disorders, involving in alcohol, smoking, etc. Change in their eating habits, sleeping habits is one should really explore the possibility of some emotional disturbances. So if you look at the overview of the major psychiatric classification, earlier, like a decade ago, we used to classify all psychiatric disorders as psychosis and neurosis. We no longer use them in the medical or the psychiatric classification of ICD or DSM nowadays. But this was how it was classified as psychosis and the neurosis. Psychosis, where a person do not have insight, a person do not have proper organization, a person do not have self-awareness. Like ideally, the patient of the Unmada are ideally what they have classified into psychosis. And whereas the Atatva Binivesha, Chittodvega, etc. are the neurosis, where a person still have some overview of the conditions. We also can classify it as severe mental disorders like schizophrenia, bipolar disorders, schizoaffective disorders, delusional disorders, or common mental disorders like anxiety, depression, insomnia, etc. You can also divide the psychiatric disorders or mental illness into organic mental disorders and the functional mental disorders. So why does an individual develop psychiatric disorders? What is the basic cause? See, we can divide the causes into predisposing factors, precipitating factors, and the perpetuating factors, which further can be classified into the biological symptoms, the symptoms related with the social factors, and the psychological factors. So there is a beautiful model of mental health called as a psychosocial model, which Ayurveda again talks about the Sharira, Indriya, Sattva, Atma. which is because it's a multifactorial disease. We cannot just depend on a particular factors, because there is biological factors, there are genetic factors, and also there are so many neurotransmitters, hormones, etc. See, like for example, GABA or dopamine, or it could be various different types of serotonin reuptake inhibitors, which are said to be the cause. And always there's a debate whether the symptom causes the change in the neurotransmitters or neurotransmitters disruption causes the psychological symptoms. So it's like no, the hen and the egg. It's the same scenario which goes up here also. So if you look at what's the relevance of identifying the psychiatric disorders in the primary care settings, early diagnosis and treatment is very, very vital, which we agree in all the conditions. The timely referral to the psychiatric specialist, like especially when they are like pediatric patients, vulnerable patients, pregnant ladies. Like for example, a patient of pregnant ladies, there can be 4 categories of pregnant ladies who can be referred to as psychiatric patients, like who develop the psychiatric patients symptoms for the first time, or they have previous history of psychiatric disorders, they get pregnant, or they are having the issues and they get pregnant, or they develop the psychiatric disorders for the first time during the pregnancies. So they all need to be evaluated thoroughly, and accordingly, the treatment has to be given along with the general line of treatment. The early presentation commonly occurs in the primary care settings. That is why, if at all you feel that there are some issues to be addressed, always try to refer to the specialist. So there's a huge need for the mental health care in the general practice settings, because most important to reduce the stigma. Still, though we say India is in the Viksit Bharat of 2048, but still the awareness as well as the acceptance of the mental health is very, very poor. Just as the body can have disease, the mind also can have disease. It is okay that we accept that people can have the psychological disorders. Most importantly, to improve the access of the care is very, very important. How? Because there are very less people with specialized in mental health professionals. So the training and empowering them is very, very important. And where Ayurveda can really play major role is in the prevention of mental health in terms of the dietary advices, lifestyle advices, some simple dinacharya practices like Nasya, Abhyanga, Shiro Abhyanga, Pada Abhyanga, etc. can play a very, very major role in maintaining the mental health. Yoga, pranayama, meditation can be a great help to the patients. A better physical accessibility, and most importantly, there is a lot of care that can be given to reduce the financial burden to the patients. So if you look at the symptoms with which patients will come to you, could be mood symptoms like depression, anxiety, fear, etc. Cognitive symptoms like delusions, obsessions, behavioral symptoms like being hostile, suicidal thoughts, perceptual symptoms like hallucinations, delusions, and very oftenly, of course, the somatic symptom like pain and numbness. So how do you arrive at the psychiatric diagnosis? So always you should be very, very careful, because we have to do the lot of rapport building with the patient, because patient do not speak up or open up very easily. Only when the patient feels that he or she is really taking care of him or her, then only they will come up and they will try to open up. Assess for the psychiatric symptoms, compare the present functions with the developmental stage, especially in the children, whether it is a psychological disorders or a part of the normal development, or there is a psycho-developmental issues are present, you always need to analyze. So if a patient screens positively on anxiety or depression, which is majorly seen in the patients, always try to identify what is really bothering them. Like if you look at the symptoms of the patients, it could be the personal problems, or it could be the problem with the society, it could be suicidal ideations. So we can classify them into major psychiatric disorders and the minor psychiatric disorders. So major psychiatric disorders includes mood disorders and schizophrenia. Minor, of course, includes anxiety, depression, obsessive compulsive disorders, insomnia, disorder of the sexual functions. So we can classify the symptoms into physical symptoms and the psychological symptoms, where it could be a biological symptoms in terms of appetite, palpitation, loss of libido, menstrual irregularities, etc. Or in anxiety like dry mouth, palpitation, it could be sleep disturbances, early morning wakefulness. And the psychological symptoms, especially in case of depression, could be low concentration, low mood, very less talk, no interest in life. So there are three classical triads called as hopelessness, helplessness, and worthlessness. We always say that in depression, people always worry about the past. In anxiety, people are more apprehension about the future. If you look at the beautiful description that we find in Ayurveda about understanding the mental health disorders, one of the most important chapter, maybe in Charaka, Shushruta, Vagbhata, or any of the later authors, probably Unmada is the core chapter which deals about maybe the common signs and symptoms, common etiological factors, the treatment plan, everything like the importance of Shodhana, how do you plan Shamana, everything you find, even the mental status examination, you find very nice in Charaka Nidana as well as in Charaka Chikitsa, and of course from other Bratrayis. We basically classify the Unmada into Doshaja Unmada and Bhuta Unmadas. Doshaja Unmadas, when you're able to identify doshas, set parameters like the doshas, Agni, etc., when you are able to identify the Karyakarana Siddhantas. On the other hand, if you're not able to identify the Karyakarana Siddhanta, you always would like to categorize under Agantraja Unmada or Bhuta Unmadas. So always there's a lot of description about how Bhuta Unmadas develops. Basically, it is because of the personality changes, because of the psychological bereavement, or it could be because of the death of the near ones, or it could be because of the avara sattva of an individual, which are the major causes of diagnosis. The most important, the diagnosis on psychological disorders happen through, as I said, more than the laboratory investigations, it is through the history and the mental status examination. We always try to diagnose using appearance and behavior, speech, thought, perception, cognition, etc. So that is why there is a very beautiful description that we find in Charaka Samhita Nidanasthana, 7th chapter, as well as with Chakrapani Tika, and the later authors and the scientists from NIMHANS, especially the Dr. M.G. Ramu and his team, were able to develop a very nice mental status examination based on Ayurvedic concepts. Like we have the definition of Unmada as Unmadam Punaha Mano Buddhi Sanya Jnana Smriti Bhakti Shila Cheshta Achara Vibram Vidya. This particular core concept can be used for the mental status examination. Like in Manas, we try to identify the hallucinations, illusions, thought process. In Buddhi, we look for the general appearance and behavior, inappropriate laughter and crying. Sanya Jnana, where we look for orientation to place, time, and person. The Smriti talks about the remote, recent, and the immediate recent memories. Bhakti, as we said, is a desire in terms of food, lifestyle, sexual preferences, entertainment. The Shila refers to habits and temperaments, the leisure time activities, the other habits like smoking, alcohol, etc. The Chesta refers to the normal psychomotor behaviors like facial expression, posture, or a person is having the motor activities. Achara is the personal and the social standards in terms of the cleanliness, daily routine, etc. So these are the parameters which can help us to diagnose through the mental status examination. Now we look at what really works, which treatment really works, whether it's a medicine or the psychological treatment or the social support. In fact, all of them are very, very important. Okay, because you always should understand that 80 to 90% of the psychiatric disorders are treatable. It's only very few chronic psychotic disorders or genetic disorders which are not treatable. Otherwise, if you have a very good systematic approach, most of the psychiatric disorders, mental disorders are treatable, provided we follow a multidisciplinary approach using physicians, therapists, dietitian, and a proper planning of the medications. So it needs the corrections at the psychic as well as the somatic levels. So that is why there is an appropriate significance of the usage of the Sattvaja Chikitsa, the Iktyopasha Chikitsa as well as Daivapasha Chikitsa. There are a lot of Iktyopasha Chikitsa that need to be planned even in psychiatric disorders. Always there's a debate why we need medicines or therapies in Ayurveda when you're treating mind. Because as I said, there's something called as the interrelationship between the body and mind. It is always said that taptajya gateriva, like just as the pot and the ghee are interrelated, similarly the body and mind are always interrelated. There is like the Shamana Chikitsa is preferred. Shodhana Chikitsa plays a very, very vital role, especially in case of severe morbid doshas. There's chronic patients of mental disorders. You should always try to go for the Shodhana line of treatment. Maybe Vamana, Virechana, Basti, Nasya, etc. are very, very important. And then probably if you can plan for the Shamana Chikitsa. Like you also need some maintenance therapy to improve the quality of life and to control the reoccurrence. There's something called as Shuddha Chikitsa, which is to prevent the disease, to cure the disease, as well as to prevent the relapse of the conditions. So how the Shodhana works in mental disorders? As you know that there is Sharira Shuddhi, or there could be Sattva Shuddhi, Indriya Shuddhi, Kosha Shuddhi. This causes the Manas Shuddhi. And then that is where this purification of the Hridaya, Indriya, Shiras and Kosta occurs, thereby leading to the Manaprasadhana. So if you look at most of the references that we have, like the Shodhana Samyak Lakshanas, Vigata Unmata Lakshanas, Dhatu Samya Lakshanas, Swastha Nirvachana, or Langana Samyak Lakshanas, you always find that there is a clarity in case of Shuddhi of Indriya, Shiras, Hridaya, etc., thereby leading to the Shuddhi in the Manas. So there's a correction at the deeper as well as the subtle level. There is avoidance of recurrence, and really it remodels the mind and body because it needs a empty and the pure space for the body to recover, and that is what is provided by the Shodhana therapies. As we know that Shodhana therapies can be Virechana, Vamana, Basti, Nasya, etc. So even the Purva karmas like Shirodhara, Shiro Abhyanga can be of great help. And even the Snehapana, like you have the Prabhuta Snehapana or Uttama Matra Snehapana are required in the management of psychological disorders. Even Vamana, especially in Kaphaja conditions like severe depression or obsessive compulsive disorders or catatonic type of schizophrenia, we always can go with Vamana. Virechana can also be very, very effective in case of, and is the most practiced Panchakarma in psychiatric disorders. We can use the Snehapana like Kalyanaka Girta, Brahmi Girta, Panchagavya Girta, Ma Paishachika Girta, Apara Kalyanaka, Apara Lashanadi Girta, etc. And based on that, we can always select the Virechana Aushadis. Like if it is Ruksha, like Trivitliha or Trivichurna can be used in Kapha Pitta Lakshanas, Eranda Tela can be used in Vata dominant conditions, etc. Basti, I think it's very, very significant because there's a close relationship between Manas and Vata, and that is why using of various types of Basti, like Shamana Basti, Shodhana Basti, Yapana Basti, especially like Mustad Yapana Basti, Udichad Yapana Basti, Balad Yapana Basti, they are said to be very, very effective in chronic psychological disorders. There are a lot of Sneha Bastis which can be used. There are references where we get like Kalka can be used like Vacha, Yeshtimadu, Hingu, Rasna, etc. Eranda Mula Kvata or Yeshtimadu Kvata can be used and be effectively be managed. Naso is Shirsa Dwaram, and that is why in psychological disorders, Nasya is said to be very, very beneficial, especially those who are less motivated, those who have loss of interest. In such conditions, either you can go with Pratimashanasya, Mashanasya, Pradhamanasya, Churna Pindanasya, etc. can be done. Like you can use the various types of Purana Grita Prayoga can be done, or Kalyanka Grita Prayoga can be done, and it is said to be very, very beneficial. like Shirabala Tela, Avapidanasya with Hingu Kalka, or Darvaridra, Vilbadi Gutika, Sarshapachula, etc. Though Laktamoksha is not very commonly practiced, but of course, especially in case of Apasmara, Mada, Murcha, Sannyasa, we can definitely use the Laktamokshana. And I think we depend a lot on the Shamana Aushadhis like Churna, Kalka, Grita, Asava Arishtas, etc. And various Medya Aushadhis like Shankapushpi, Yashtimadu, Sarpagandha, Jyotishmati, Amalaki, Ashwagandha, etc. said to be very, very beneficial. Various Shamana Aushadhis, especially the Grita preparations, like apart from Purana Grita, very commonly we use Kalyanaka and Mahakalyanaka in Vataja conditions. Like we use the Brahmi Grita, Tiktaka Grita in case of Pittaja conditions. Panchagavya, Mahapaishachika Grita in case of Kafaja conditions. If we categorize this and if we can utilize them on a general practice, you get a lot of very good relief to the patients. Other like Abhyanga or the Shirodhara, especially the Shirodhara, Shiro Abhyanga, Shiro Basti, they are said to be very, very beneficial. And a lot of research has been taken place on the usage or the applications of the Murni Tailas in Manasrogas. See, whenever you talk about psychological disorders and we talk about therapies, people always take the Shirodhara as a prime conditions. And again, there are some clear-cut indications and contraindications for the application of such therapies, like for which you can use like the Shira Dhara, Takra Dhara, Kashaya Dhara, Taila Dharas, etc. based on the Doshik involvement. Like they are very effective Shamana Aushadhis like Manas Mitravati, Gorochana Devati, Vilvadi Gutika, etc. But based on the practical experiences, I always feel that more than the Shamana Aushadhis, the Sattvaja Chikitsa plays a major role in most of the minor to moderate types of psychological disorders. There are various types of treatment modalities or the techniques or the tools which are available as mentioned in Charaka Sutra, like Jnana, Vijnana, Dhairya, Smriti, Samadhi Bihi. And how does it work? Basically, it will correct the Manovishyas like Chintya, Vicharya, Uhya, Deha, Sankalpa, and the all these Manovishyas gets cleared, and it regulates the thought process, clears the ideas, and helps an individual to take the appropriate decisions. Apart from this, I think especially if you look at the hospital, like the Kottakkal Ayurveda Mental Hospital, which is one of its kind in the country, which offers the mental health care at the government level. I think this is one and only one exclusive where Dr. Parvati is the superintendent, and their hospital is providing very authentic Ayurvedic practice. And there are other institutions which also provide good mental health care. Like there are post-graduation institutes like SDM Hassan, we have in Udupi, BHU, Mudbidre, etc., where they have post-graduation in Manasroga and they are providing a very authentic classical way of treating various psychological disorders. To mention few of the therapies which are commonly used, like the Shiropichu or Shirotalam is said to be very, very beneficial. This is one such conditions. Shirolepa also, where we can use like Kachuradi Lepa, or we have Trifaladi Lepa, or we can use the Sashapadi Lepa can be used. The Dhara, again, based on Vataja conditions, we can use Taila Dhara like Kshirabala Taila, Tungadrumadi Taila, Brahmi Taila, etc. In Pittaja conditions like Chandanadi Kshira or Ushira or Yashtimatu, etc. In case of Kafaja, like we have Takradhara, or we can use Jatamayadi Kashaya, etc. Dhumapana also said to be very, very beneficial in patients who lack motivations, who are having a lot of hallucinations, delusions. We can use the Dhumapana like Shirishadi Dhuma, or we can use different types of Anjana also can be used in such conditions. So again, these are the different types of anjana which are used, like Shirotalam. So always try to understand the as a at a general practitioners, or if you're at a primary healthcare setup, try to identify the conditions where you need to refer the patients to the specialists, especially those who are specialized in Manasuga or who have been trained in mental health care conditions. Like we have the serious risk of suicidal thoughts. Never ever neglect those patients who have some suicidal thoughts. Always observe their behavior, observe, do not make them to stay alone. Those who are severe risk of harm to the others, who have significant self-neglect, especially those who have severe depression, severe psychotic disorders, schizophrenia, etc., and those who do not have proper social support are said to be at tremendous risk. So there's one more category of patients called as treatment-resistant depression, where again they need to have a specialist care by the person, or those who are having comorbidities, like with diabetes, they have depression, with hypertension, they have anxiety, with cancer, they have post-stroke depression. So these are people who really would need a referral to the therapist and they can be taken good care. So at the same time, I would like to request all my fellow colleagues to take care of yourself also, because your mental health is also very, very important. I think you all might have come across that the highest number of suicides are conducted, done by the doctors sometimes. Even and among them, the psychiatrists are said to be one of the most common people who undergo a lot of emotional turmoils. So that is why take care of your health, take care of your psychological well-being, involve in good healthy dietary practices, involve yourself in yoga practices, meditation as per your need and as per your preferences. Because if you do not take care of yourself, you will not be take care of the patients. So my teacher always used to say that, no, heal yourself to heal others. Take care of yourself so that you can take care of other people in the future. So to conclude, Ayurveda elaborately describes the etopathogenesis and the management of Manas Roga. The treatment should focus on the specific causes of the disorders and the removal of the etiological factors. And the most important thing is the alpa sattva or avara sattva is considered the essential factor for the genesis of Manas Roga. So that is why increasing the sattva guna can definitely help for the prevention of occurrence of Manas Roga. Like a very healthy sattvic diet can help to prevent the Manas Rogas. And most importantly is to promote the sattva bala. Attain the hita, ahita, viveka is very, very important. And dhi, dhairya, atmadi, vijnanam, mano, dosha, aushadam, param. And incorporating yoga, meditation, pranayama, etc. in our daily routine is very, very vital. So I would like to conclude with this quote from Charaka Samhita as well as from Ashtanga Hridaya. Nityam hita ahara vihara sevi samikshakari visheshu asaktaha dataha samaha satyaparaha kshamavan aptopasevi cha bhavantya. One who is indulging himself or herself in the regular or constant practice of dietary lifestyle habits, they are away from their external worlds or being detached, involving in the charity, truthfulness, sacrifice, and being forgive is very, very vital for preventing various types of disorders, especially the psychological disorders. So once again, I would like to thank the Ayurveda Teachers Association led by Dr. Suryavamshi and his team and the entire people who have been taking so much of care in organizing this 6th National Conference, ATACON 2024, where the focus theme is on the newer horizons of Ayurveda. As I said, this was a presentation to be done by Dr. Parvati Devi. So I would like to just present this on her behalf. And again, this is really a great opportunity for me to share my experience. Thank you.
Dr. Meena
No,
ma'am, Dr. Sarada Saradya sir. Yes.
Meena madam.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I request Prabodh sir to have some words about the speaker. Hello, Prabodh sir.
Am I audible?
Are you there?
Yes,
Yes.
am I audible? Okay. First of all, I congratulate Dr. Suhas Kumar Shetty sir for a very pinpointed and valuable presentation on mental health. In his very first slide, he has discussed about relationship between Manas Rog and Sharir Rog. एक केस जो जब मैं यंग था अपने टीचर्स के पास पढ़ने जाता था तब की एक केस मैं डिस्कस करना चाहता हूँ बहुत पिन पॉइंटेड है मानस रोग को लेकर देयर वाज अ यंग गर्ल अराउंड 18 years with a complaint of suicidal tendencies whenever she used to come from her hometown which was in J&K she felt like jumping from the train एक्चुअली वो एक BUMS की स्टूडेंट थी और जब भी ट्रेन से आती थी उसे लगता था कि मैं ट्रेन से जंप कर जाऊं तो हमारे सर ने उसे काफी दिनों तक ऑब्जर्व किया उसकी हिस्ट्री ली और उसे देखा कि उसे बार बार फीवर होता था और जब भी फीवर होता था वो कोई एंटीबायोटिक पैरासिटामोल खा लेती थी और ठीक हो जाती थी ऐसा ही वो कई महीनों तक चला और अल्टीमेटली शारीरिक रोग मानस रोग में कन्वर्ट हो गया और उसे सुसाइडल टेंडेंसीज और जैसी कुछ मानसिक लक्षण दिखाई देने लगे तो ऐसे कंडीशन में केवल और केवल शारीरिक ज्वर जो पुनरावर्तक ज्वर हम कह सकते हैं उसे उसकी ट्रीटमेंट उसे दी गई और बहुत स्पेसिफिकली 5 ड्रग्स किरात तिक्तम तिक्ता मुस्ता परपटको अमृता ये 5 चीजें उसे दी और विद इन अ मंथ उसमें बहुत इम्प्रूवमेंट दिखाई दिया उसके ये जो सिम्टम्स थे मानसिक लक्षण थे वो कम हुए तो जैसा कि सर ने कहा शारीरिक और मानसिक रोग एक दूसरे से कनेक्टेड है और जिस तरह से इस सेशन का टॉपिक था आइडेंटिफिकेशन ऑफ मानस रोग पेशेंट इन डे टू डे प्रैक्टिस तो आइडेंटिफिकेशन इज इम्पोर्टेंट वेदर द मानसिक लक्षण आर रिलेटेड टू शारीरिक लक्षण और नॉट so lastly I congratulate the organizer for organizing this resourceful conference and giving us a full menu of different topics in one plate thank you
Thank you so much, Prabodh Hirawar sir. Before giving the vote of thanks, I want to discuss one thing. As early sir told that we are living Viksit Bharat, but if we see in our society and in our family also, the mental issues are taken as a means ki if you discuss your problem with your loved ones also, they will also thought ki no, you don't have to go to doctor. Means people thought that you will become pagal or something like that. They are commenting. So today's session is really very incredible and knowledgeful for us. So thank you so much to Parvati ma'am also because she is not present here, but the essence of her in her PPT it affect us like she is there with us. And explanation given by the once again, thank you so much, Suhas sir. Now it's time to give my vote of all of you for being an integral part of our webinar, which is 6th National Conference ATACON, a New Horizon in Ayurveda. Being the coordinator of this session, the vote of thanks on this memorable occasion. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our for sharing their valuable insights and sir, because the example he gave to us is really helpful for in our clinical practices also. I would like to thank Dr. Parvati Devi ma'am also because this PPT reflected all the things which is needed in Manasik Vyadhi and in our clinical practices that will be very useful for us. I would like to thank our chairperson, Dr. Pramod Yaravar sir, from their busy schedule because due to some personal reasons, he is also not available in the morning. But Because of his effort, he will make some time to give us the opportunity to listen him. Thank you once again to everyone, our attendees. Also, thanks for your active participations. Thank you all once again, and we will look forward to our next webinar together in future also. So thanks a lot, everyone. And it seems there is no any confusion or no any question in our chat box. So we will conclude here. And thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Suhas Shetty sir, for accepting our last moment request to conduct the sessions on behalf of Dr. Parvati Devi ma'am. We are privileged to have you on our panel. Your deepest knowledge and passion for Ayurveda have provided us with a valuable perspective and greatly enriched our understandings on Manas Roga, that is mental disorders. And we are truly inspired by your words. Thank you so much, Dr. Suhas Shetty sir. Now, I'd like to thank Dr. Meena Yadav ma'am and Dr. Sardas Aradhe sir for nicely conducting the sessions. Now, for next sessions, I hand over the charge to Dr. Amar Kamble sir. Dr. Amar sir.
Yes, ma'am. Now, after completing today's first 5 sessions, now we are moving to the 6th session of today. The topic of this 6th session is New Horizons of Ayurveda Industry. And for conducting this session, we have the coordinators, Dr. Pallavi Pardeshi ma'am and Dr. Siddesh Waje sir. Dr. Pallavi Pardeshi ma'am is Assistant Professor in the Department of Dravya Gun in Bhimashankar Ayurveda College, Mansar, Pune. And Dr. Siddesh Waje sir is Associate Professor in the Department of Kaya Chikitsa in Murlidhar Ayurveda College, Rajkot, Gujarat. So I request both the coordinators to take the charge and conduct the session.
Thank you, Dr. Amar Kamble sir. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Dr. Pallavi Pardeshi. A warm welcome of everyone in today's last session of our 6th National Conference, ATACON 2024, New Horizons in Ayurveda. Now, first, I would like to invite today's our chairperson, Dr. Rohit Gokan, MD, PhD in Rasashastra Bhaishajya Kalpana. Sir, currently working as a Dean, Sri Swaminarayan Ayurveda College, Kalol, Gandhinagar. Sir has expertise area in research, Ayurveda pharmaceutics, diabetics, pharmacology, and integrated approach. Sir also working as a PG, PhD guide in different research projects. Sir had published 56 index and 2 non-index articles till date. Once again, I welcome Dr. Rohit Gokan sir in our today's session. Now, I would like to invite today's our co-chairperson, Dr. Amit Jain sir. Sir currently working as a professor in Rasashastra Bhaishajya Kalpana department at Siddhakala Ayurveda College, Maharashtra. Sir awarded as an international based researcher in 2024. Sir has published many papers in different national and international articles. Sir has expertise area in preparation of different rasa aushadhi such as Khalviya Rasayan, Vasant Kalpa, Parpati and Pottali Rasayan and etc. Sir also organized international and national workshop on hair oil, Abhyanga oil, Udvartan Churna preparation. So once again, I welcome Dr. Amit Jain sir in our today's session. Now I request Dr. Siddesh Waje sir to invite and introduce today's our eminent speaker, Dr. Ajit Lingayat sir. Thank you.
I would like to introduce today's guest speaker, Dr. Ajit Lingayat sir. Sir currently working as a associate professor and technical expert pharmacopoeia in Department of Dravya Guna, Shri BMK Ayurveda Mahavidyalaya, Karnataka. He has total experience of 15 years in teaching field. He also has a vast experience in a field of Ayurveda drug manufacturing. He is a member of an institutional ethics committee for animal study and also working as a coordinator institutional allied subjects in Sri BMK Ayurveda Mahavidyalaya. Sir is also PG co-guide and co-investigator in different research projects. He has published 12 research articles in peer-reviewed national and international journals. Sir has been invited in various seminars as a resource person. I request Dr. Ajit sir to start the lecture. Ajit sir.
Yes, I'm sharing my screen. Is it my slides are visible and audible? Sir, I'm audible to you?
Yes, sir.
Hello? I'm
Yes, sir.
audible? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon to everyone. Thanks for giving chance. I put my thoughts in the conference. And this is a very good conference. I think that is I also joined in some lectures on, and I think the different also that required for the treatment purpose. As I am a pharma person, I'm going to put forward the new horizons for the Ayurveda industry. As this is from recently, this was the new updation. I want to start with my some updations to you that CCRS is launched at Pragati 2024 regarding quality Ayush products is fundamentally root of rigorous research, and they're underscoring the importance of developing research-based and high-quality, safe and effective Ayurvedic products. That is very important thing. They are working in on that because recently we are had DMRO, that is Drugs and Magic Remedies Act, in that around 38,000 cases are seen or the advertisements and lots of things are come, and product quality which is going to be ensured. And also I seen in morning that our CCRS director, he told that they are around have enabled labs and NAH hospitals where they are conducting all these things for seeing the quality of the product. That is very important. And also recently that Ayush also made MOU with the BAIS, Bureau of Indian Standards, to make our protocols to be standardized, and therefore quality product give definitely quality result. And we are already knowing that because it is we are since 5,000 year ago formulated, and still result. There is no changes we are not seeing. There is no problem in that problem in the therapeutic efficacy and all. Therefore, the quality product we are keep that quality. Therefore, these things are there. That we are going for the tradition technology innovation, what we are also following here, and the tradition, because we are already having 5,000 years background of that, our all samhitas and all those things are there with us, but we have to go with the technology to make it more precise and give quality products to the market. And from that, by technology and the traditional knowledge, we have to make some innovations that can develop a new product to be customized to the requirement of current practice. First of all, our Ayurvedic doctors, there has to be take care, they get that product with good efficacy, but it should not alter our principles or the base of Ayurveda, or the quality of the product should not be changed. That is very important, and it should be again equally safe for the people also. That is, we are going to be seeing the photographs. Lots of instruments and equipments are used right now currently in the industry. As we are go with the Ayurveda, we are having around 5,000 years ago, and we are working majorly with the holistic approach of compassing mind, body, and spirit. In that, we are emphasizing major, very important thing Ayurveda is having, that prevention and then personalized treatment. That is very important. We are having prevention. That is a good thing because we have that kind of medicine that can be prevent lots of diseases. Okay, that is we are going to be the example what we gone in Corona, that is Chyawanprash. Then Guduchi, that we can also extensively popularize in that, and this can be used and prevent the disease, or it can give the immunity to the body that can be fight for the current disease and disorders, because the current world is going on with the disorders rather than diseases. Therefore, there is no that much option into allopathic medicines to treat the disorders, and that is one of the big approach to the Ayurveda products that can be maintained very well. Our roots are come from the Vedas, that is Charak Shushruta Ashtanga, and also one of the Sharangdar Samhita, which is especially for the our medical medicines that can prepare in Ayurvedic classical medicines, majorly how to their things, what are the different dosage forms and how they prepare, and their how to make it quantity and everything that can be come from that particular there from the Samhitas. The core principles we are working on that is tridosha, that we are telling, we are claiming that in tridoshas, and we are having that if it is imbalance, there is a disease and disorder, we have to keep it in a balanced manner, and we are having that products in that. Therefore, this is one. Another thing is Panchabhautik. That is very good thing is there, because all products also Panchabhautics we are there, and body is also Panchabhautik, that we are going to. And also there is one Panchabhautik Chikitsa also there. People are practicing with that, and also they are preparing the product in that concerned particular thing, that how the particular product in a predominant of that Panch Mahabhutas, like we want something Bhuta is more, how to add it, how to prepare, even the classical preparations they are working on that, and they are preparing, and they're really working and giving very good results in that particular thing. Therefore, all our principles, what we are claiming, what we are telling, or we are seeing and observing and practicing, that we are also transforming to the medicine. That is also there, where industry is working on both angles, because majorly right now the industry is working on the chemistry or chemical angles, where they are seeing that particular secondary metabolite which can be have action, that will be taken more importance in that. But that is the good way. But there is one thing is there, where we are speaking out our principles. These we have to taken care in the industry also. But there is a academia industry interface is very slow, or it can be very poor, or it's not that much. Therefore, we have to come forward, and we have to come with the industry and tell what is our requirement and how the product should be. The much better option to the industry to prepare the product with this Panchabhotik or whatever requirements are there from our angles. Again, there is a Prakriti, what we are telling, the individual psychophysiological makeup and determine the conception remains constant throughout life, because there is a as we are want to preventive, therefore we have to know our Prakriti, and we have to adopt our lifestyle. Again, we have to adopt something which is help for to maintain our Prakriti, or we have to balance our healthy life. Therefore, to influence all the physical characters, mental tendencies and diseases, and this we are going to be getting problem from their end. That we have to see in that angle. Therefore, to knowing our Prakriti as per their product preparations, again the product should be come with the prevention and treatment, both angle, both will be there, and then we can have the good product can be treated with various disease and disorder and keep healthy the people. This is our diagnostic. We are having diagnostic criteria, that is visual, touching, and details of history, taking assessment, pulse, catheter, observing tongue coating, checking eye health, dosha imbalances, assessing digestive health. The last point is there, the digestive health, that we have to having more precises there. Then treatment approach, we are having Shodhan, Shaman, Rasayana, Vajikarana, and Sattva. That is, we are having as a Shodhana treatment, and lots of medicines are prepared for this particular thing. That we are going to cleansing and detoxification of their giving to that woman, like Shaman, we are using lots of herbs there, and diet also we are prescribing the lifestyle. Rasayana also very important thing. What right now Avla is taking longer time. Lots of Rasayana treatments also taking for that particular thing. And another thing is Vajikarana, that is improving reproductive health. That is because of stress. The stress is the major factor as current world is going on, and where we are has to work on that also, and other our healthy life, not good habits of the regular regime, which is not there. That we have to affecting these things, and psychotherapy, mental health, as the previous slides, previous presentation of principal sir is telling the lots of mental health issues and how we can take the different medicines. But we have to take care that medicine should be appropriate and prepare with the appropriate manner and with good quality that can be heal up. And in the modern, what we are correlating, that is holistic approach, because we are treating entire body, not a particular disease or disorder. What I observed in my 17 years of my experience in this Ayurveda, and that there really, and we have to treat entire body, because we have to make a healthy person, not a particular symptoms to be subside or something going to be removed. Therefore, the personalized medicine we have to individual for individual constitution that may be preferred. But there is only one thing is there I want to suggest here, because we are having very good width, because we are going to be individual medicine, personalized medicine measure, where the industry is having not cannot be do all the personalized medicine. They want something some common medicines, or we have to make it something common medicine. Can we use it every person? That we have to take focus on prevention health promotions, because preventive aspect is very important. And as we are having lots of medicines to prevent the disease, and we are giving prophylaxis as Ayurvedic colleges with some medicines every area of part of India, and there we are giving some medicines to them. Therefore, that prevention aspect is there. We have to make it such a way that industry is already working on that. We can approach, and there is one thing industry can give large scale production. Okay, that can be fulfilled. Hello, large scale productions, and that can be from going to be touched to each person of this globe, that we can industry can help us, and they are having that capacity to do, and complementary with the modern medicines, because very chronic diseases or something with diabetes, something people are taking some allopathic medicines, and after some Ayurvedic treatment, both with going parallel with each other. That time also we are having a good approach by the industry, and industry is really working with this. See how we can integrate the both things, and we can have, because the allopathic is having more major side effects, where Ayurveda is having very less side effects. Side effects are there, but very less that we can have, that we are going to be seen. So scientific overview, increasing research in interest in Ayurveda concept in treatments, because there is a day by day research is going on. As I told, there is an industry academia interface is required, because around India is lots of PG centers, PhD researches are going on, but they are not translated to the industrial level. They are going to be have their own researches, but not translating, because they cannot be come to every person, because industry should get that time. And there I feel that Ayurvedic colleges should come to the closer to the industry and ask and clearly spell out what they want, or whatever industry is having can be done it in that fashion also. We have to think of, because if you give good depth of the industry, we'll get good volume, and we can definitely reach to the each person. That is one important thing is there. Again, clinical trial validation, efficacy of Ayurvedic herbs and formulation. Right now, there is a Ayurveda, all medicine should have clinical trials, safety studies to get approved from the FDS. Okay, that we have. That is very mandatory done. And recently we are having quality. Also, there is stability studies also added by the FDA to compulsory done to the particular product of any proprietary medicine. There is a classical medicine not required. That is, this kind of rules and regulations are coming very stringently with the regarding quality of the product, and industries cope up with this, and they are developing the studies of the Ayurvedic dietary principles, and they impacting on health. Because we are having our dietary pay among the villages. These are these instant food also come into the market, and they are having good results, and they are working with this, because people want everything is instant form. We are working, but still how it is there, translated or not, any corrections are there. We have to come back, and we have to give feedbacks with to the industry again. Research on mind body therapy like yoga and meditation, because yoga and meditation, they are more popular, and wherever the yoga goes, the Ayurveda goes in back to back with this, and Ayurveda getting and Ayurveda is also having popular with the therapy and accepted by the around globe. Therefore, we have to work with along with this also. The challenges of these particular scientific validations are standardization of preparation. Rather than standardization, I'll tell some quality parameters what we are selecting, because lots of quality standards are given by our classes like Bhasma Parikshas, then regulatory characters and all what we are given. We have to keep that is the first standard. Apart from that, we have to develop some chemical standards that can be comply the classical standard. That is very important. We should not come with the chemistry to Ayurveda, but we have to go to Ayurveda to some physicochemical or chemistry part. That it is much important, and that will be remain good quality products, and that can be acceptable by the all Ayurvedic doctors also. And research methodology, bridging ancient wisdom and modern science. Whatever modern technologies are coming up right now, the For example, we are taking kashayas. Kashayas is preparing by some gas and all, but right now the kashayas are preparing by the steam. Like lots of modernization is going. Tablets are coming with the punching and with binders. Capsules are come out. Soft gels are come out. So these are the new formulations also come out, and the Dhanavati is also coming with good quality like that. But we have to take care whatever Ayurvedic principle, Ayurvedic standards of the product should be remain same in the product. The research areas where we are going to be pharmacological studies of the Ayurvedic herbs, because right now the basic challenges is the herbs, because herbs are getting endangered day by day, and whatever the herbs are there is a major challenges with the their adulterations and substitutions, that we have to identify the particular substitute, or we have to stop the adulteration. And another thing I want to clear here, the herbs which is explained till Bhav Prakash, it is only acceptable by the FDA. We cannot use any herbs and we cannot claim it as any herb or any species which is not explained after that. The Bhav Prakash, as per rules of Drug and Cosmetic Act, is it not Ayurvedic drugs? They are not given. Clinical trials on Ayurvedic formulations, stringently they have to taken care, and all Ayurvedic, actually Ayurveda colleges are the best CROs for the industry. That we have to come up and give particular things to the in the industry knowledge, that because there is all experts are present in all Ayurveda colleges, all departments actually. They can be give good inputs to the industry to make good products, and their products corrections are there. Genomic studies of the correlating Prakriti and genetic markers, after treatment, what will the changes will be happened, or after taking products, what are the changes. Investigation of the Ayurvedic dietary principle, or as we discussed in Ayurvedic dietary products or any diet products are there, how we can make it good products out of that. Research on Panchakarma, detoxification therapies, because Panchakarma therapy is one of the vastly used, or it can be worked in the treatment part, where lots of medicines are required in that, where we have to research that particular thing, what are the products measure we can do, how we can make it the current product, how we can upgrade for the more therapeutic level. Then we can have, because some instant busties and all, lots of things are going on into modification into products, but they may work or may not work. That is one of the things are there. But currently the doctors want whatever is going on, they want to upgrade themselves. That's in the product. The studies of Ayurvedic management of chronic diseases, because lots of chronic diseases like arthritis and all that will be we are doing. And again, there is a lots of things working in the chronic disease like diabetes, arthritis, mental health, then Vajikarana therapies. Lots of drugs are there, but new drug every day, every time will become. But we have to stick on some drugs where we are having good promising results. We have to go into depth of that. Again, we have to make where they are stucking, how modifications are required. That can be, because in Gokshur, it is Shilaji, they are working in the very much in the Vajikarna product. Again, lots of good products are coming with this, where we have to make it some modifications or something new things. They are going to depth and use everywhere. The notable scientific studies we are having right now, the working as I discussed in the secondary metabolites, that almost all herbs are screened by the pharma people regarding their activities. Almost, which is every drug, almost drugs they are working. They are from that we got colchicine, and it is very good in goiter, that is isolated and used by the modern peoples. There we are a curcumins also there, but that is not isolated part is not our, because we are working as a drug as a whole, and very good thing, because of drug as a whole we are having very minimal side effects. That is very important. And rather than when we are fractionating the drugs, right now extract era is going on in the Ayurveda industry, and that they are extracting so many things of the drugs and they are preparing the product, but there is a restrictive particular efficacy is there. That is very important thing we have to come up. And the research in ashwagandha, that stress reduction and cognitive function, that is itself that I shown in my slide. So how many brands which is available on the ashwagandha only? Every company is producing their capsules, something powders, and that they're selling, and some extracts are there. So people are having extensive usage of the drug in a different forms. The investigation of Brahmi, that is, we are only just Brahmi is knowing for memory, but again there is a lot of good efficacies of the Brahmis are there. that should be explored. And there is a research, lots of research is done into Ayurveda colleges that should be come and translated in the industry actually. The challenge is research, that is standardization of herbs and herbal preparations. That is one we have, because standardization, because we are not getting the drugs. One thing. Second, we are having the quality control standards which is available in the industry, and industry is having their own standards also, because that is one thing I want to share, because industry is not having their only dependency on the pharmacopoeias or standards available with them, with the literature and all. They have developed their own standards. The how much the secondary metabolite percentage is required into the drug, they are make it ranges. They keep it on the particular one chemical marker for that particular drug identification or quantification quality of the drug, and design appropriate clinical trial protocols along with the doctors, Ayurveda doctors, and they are doing this all those things. And but there is the interface is very less. The integrating the traditional knowledge with the modern research methodologies, because all the we had to integrate with this new technologies and all, because the things are available in the world that we want. We want particular machines, are they available? Artificial intelligence right now, network pharmacological and molecular docking is also coming to see the particular chemical is having how much action into the, we can predict the action in the body, whether there is having good receptor actions, that we are going to be also have. Means that much we are having this much facilities, and that can be used, and we can make a develop good products. And that can, because as I told, there is a good width is there for Ayurvedic products, because everybody is saying that this one hair oil will become, the another person will start the new hair oil. Okay, like that there is a good width is there, but how much that combination is good results and all, that should be taken care. And we have to come up and spell out clearly to the industry, this has to become, and the funding constraint and limited research infrastructure, because there is one thing is there, the industries are majorly with micro and small medium, and have some large scale also. Their funding constraints also there, but again we can collaborate with the colleges and research institute, that CCRA is having lots of patents and all they are taken, and they are researching new products, but they are not in the market. They are very much restrictive with them only. They are not coming to market. That we have to correlate with, collaborate with this, and we can bring it out, and we can use it much better way. Then IPR, the benefit sharing issues, because very good products are developed by our researchers in PG, PhD studies. We are also seeing in our colleges. Again, right now the good things are coming with the CCRA, that is Spark and Smart project. They are developing a small pilot data with this, and that can be utilized. And but there should be IPR rights, and benefit sharing should be there, and industry is ready. Actually, industry is ready with this, all those things, where we have to approach with this, and they are doing integrative and with modern medicine, that is complementary approach, because we can having Ayurveda along with that conventional treatment. Here we are knowing or not knowing, the people are using both medicines, and because people are, if you are they are telling we are taking this medicine or not, they are not come open is also, but sometimes they will come. The integrative combining approach with allopathic practice also there. And very important thing right now, the emerging this as cancer, like the disorders or something, diabetes and all, as we discussed, there is this supportive therapy, as Ayurveda is having good treatment. Sometimes Ayurveda is having good treatment for some primary stage also. And we are seeing in our, because we are running a cancer OPD where they are developing a new product every time, and they are working with this, and very good supportive therapy we can give it. The mind body technique for the stress management and medical conditions, we can develop a product, because every morning it starts with a cup of tea, where people are taking right now the very new thing, that is herbal tea, because they are taking, and they are using that, they are getting good results and working with that, like that. And the lifestyle intervention based on Ayurvedic principles, because very much the products are developed, but the lifestyle is not remain changed. That we have to taken care, and the product development is come along with that, and we have to educate the person to using that particular medicine with their lifestyle. The Ayurvedic pharmacology, as a repository of 700 medicinal plants I kept with around 5,000 medicinal plants, which is used in Ayurveda, different formulations. It is extensively used in our particular classical medicines. The proprietary medicines, they are very much less the ingredients are there, but more in classical medicine. They are complex formulations. We are having the procedures are high costing level, that is decoctions, that we are having oils and all. But again, the emphasis on synergetic effects of the herbs, their results of the effect of the herbs into with the formulation into therapeutic efficacy is there. Traditional processing methods are enhanced the efficacy. As we are telling, we are there in industry, the traditional methods are also following what get good results also. But sometimes the drug is getting denatured with the new technologies. For example, we can take it as a kashaya, we are preparing the steam and all. Whether there is charred or there is a many chances of we cannot, because in bulk production, the control on the quality of the product is somewhat difficult in that fashion, and they are working with this. The potential new hubs of discovery based on Ayurvedic knowledge. There is one thing is here, we have to brought a new drug, that is extra pharmacopoeial drug, or you can, the drugs which is not approved in Drug and Cosmetic Act, the new drugs, we have to bring it in the Ayurveda with setting their all classical things, means the requirement of Ayurvedic, that is Ras Panchaka and all, that standards we have to set, and we can brought it into this Ayurvedic practice. That is very much needed to substitute a old drug. That is very much important, because lots of drugs, best example is Ashoka, where the slow growth rate of that particular drug is there. Growth rate is very less, but a product, the drug is used extensively in the Ayurvedic product, but we have to substitute with the new drugs. But like right now, polyalpha is there, but still like that, we have to come up with the that drugs are having majorly with Himalayan regions, that is Ativisha, that is Trayamana. These are drugs are very rare in India, and they are not having presence there. But with substitution should be 100%, at least that give the results what the original drugs given. The three that I just given a 5 examples, that is turmeric and ashwagandha, amla, brahmi, and guglu. That is one of the highly consumable drugs. Another drugs are also, that is dashmula, and they are highly consumable drugs. These are the 5, and there is lots of researches are done, that is anti-inflammatory, antioxidant, everything. It is done on the animal studies and somewhat in a clinical studies already done and conducted, and we have to utilize that part in the industry, and we can make it a good product, and we can bring it a new product to our therapeutic efficacy level. What industry facilitated actually? The industry is facilitating, first is production, major part. Industry is working on that only majorly. They are also working with the research and development. The industry is always research and development on the product requirement. What is the product lacunas are there? Majorly, when the products are coming to market, they will always see how the drug is affecting and where is the drug is stucking, because they have to correct the new version of that same drug. That is, they are working on the research and development, coming with the new drugs with the new requirements. That industry is also looking for that, and they are working on that. Next important thing, they are working with the promotional activities. The industries, some industries are only for marketing purpose. They are working, they are taking the products by the other industries, or the doctors, or the person who is manufacturer having license. They are only doing the marketing work. That industries also look after that. One person is manufacturing, another person is promotion. The very important thing, industry help us into regulatory compliance, because once we want to export the products, we want to give products to the other countries and all, their regulatory compliance are there. Again, some products, when we are selling into the market, there is a very important thing, the regulatory compliance is there. The product is containing something heavy metals, or sometimes it is containing afim and all. That level regulatory compliance is required. And recently there is one thing is there, the NMPB, Ministry of Ayush, last 1 year back, they are told that the product having afim and all, that should be surrendered by the industry. That is very actually not good for us, but still they issued one letter for this. It should not be there, because some very important medicines like afim and all, that is required for therapeutic purpose. what is first we start with the manufacturing, how the products. The industry is working with the medicines because all Ayurvedic medicines are products are classified under medicine. We are working with the two major is classical and proprietary. In proprietary, we are having medicine, Balya, Koshak, and Saundarya Prasadak Vardak, like that. They are having categorization under that. And another one is OTC product, is also same, which is come under medicine part only. That we are going to be, these two things are produced by the industry. Right now, industry is shifting slowly to the OTC products. Medicines are slowly there, but they are only for common alignment. Because that industry, because that required good depth and good requirement, then only industry can work with this. That we have to see. These are the leading brands of the right now current era, that is they are working. There is lots of around as the last data is there, 10,000 pharmacies are registered with the Ayush, and slowly the Ayush is working with the e-Aushadhi portal that they has to come up on online. That is very good thing that Ayush is coming, and they are making, because there is a brand names are duplicate is there. Lots of things are it is illegally selling, and the company who is registered, who is the owner, and everything, they want to everything, and the products, ingredients, what they are have, everything they are coming with the clear picture with the Ayurveda industry. Because right now the we are having almost some Vaidyas having their own pharmacies also with license. Really, there is good thing, they are developing products, but they have to have one big company types. They can be promote much faster the products, because that is there, and all confidentiality is maintained by the industry. IPR, as we discussed earlier, everything is done, and that can be. Right now, the Patanjali is having good requirement of contract manufacturing. That is, Patanjali wants to manufacture their products with at different places, because every herb is not available at their place or required place. They are having their own habitats. Their Patanjali is known, and they are working. Right now, this is working with the our lots of companies. That is Himalaya also working. Right now, Dabur is giving own plantation materials to the people to plant the drugs and take back to the manufacturing. They are coming with such solutions. As we are working, and we are knowing that our some classical preparations, that is we are having just majorly with oil, churna, aswaristas, bhasmas, then kupi pakwa rasayans, fish teas. These are some classical preparations, and really all preparations are prepared by the companies very well. They are in a product, some leading brands like Dudh Fisher, Ayukal. They are having good mineral preparations. They are come up, and they are in present in the for the doctors for usage. But what are the requirements? And there is some, we have to think of the new changes in the classical preparations also. We can done with some deviations, but it can use good products that we have to think of. Also, we are going to see the modern adaptation, because as we are having some issues of limitations with the classical medicines, their stability, we can say, we are having that, just like churna cannot be stored, then extracts they are come up with this, like that. There is modern adaptations are there, capsules, tablets. Then because of Vati, and Vati is not having uniform dosage, unit doses to be prepared, then tablets are come up, like that. Extracts we can standardize much faster, and we can do it very good. Like that, adaptations are also done in the industry, and they are working. The importance of the proper preparation and combination of the herbs, there is very important from, and there is very good inputs from the Vaidyas are required. When the preparations are come out, they are having proper combinations of the herbs or not. That advice is very important with the, after it will comes, because clinical aspect, as we are predicting with the chemistry level, because the drug is having this chemicals, maybe give this much action, but what are the major medicines required for a particular purpose, it is prepared or not, that is very, we have to take care of this, and then the good product will become up. The quality control measures, as pharmaceutical industry is taking, definitely they are having good instruments and equipment. They can have standardize the drug, and they are giving their own in-house standards for the particular drug they are giving. And right now, all proprietary medicines are in-house standards, that they will be taken care by the industries only to FDAs. The efforts toward the global standardization Ayurvedic medicine. Why this is there? Because we have to go with the global. The product is going right now export. Right now, we are coming with the current scenarios in next slides, where we are having around 1.2 lakh of turnover of this industry is there, and this one comes to the other country. They are telling that they are containing heavy metals, something pesticides, something is there. How we can have overcome with these issues? The industry is working with this, and industry is definitely come solutions for that, and they are doing. But there is no change in our product principles. That is very important. Right now we are coming with the new preparations. That is one of the major preparations, that is syrups. We are working with this, and with this we are having 60 to 85% of the sucrose and flavoring agents and medicinal substances are there. We are having syrups for all purpose. Right now they are in market. And another mixture, that is we are having oral administration of the two are dissolved or suspended material. We can make it two mixtures. That is, we are one of the benchmark products what I seen in this, that is Suvarna Prashan. And seeing the examples, that is Suvarna Prashan, because Suvarna Prashan is right now popular in entire India, maybe in other parts of the country, other countries also. But I observed that is Suvarna Prashan because it is practiced everywhere in almost all Ayurveda college, Ayurveda hospitals. It is practicing, and it will be accepted very well in the people also. Then elixir, they are having a sweetener and hydroalcoholic solution without medicinal substance intended for the oral use. Here hydroalcoholic extract, because hydroalcoholic extract studies are done very much into the all pharma and Ayurveda PG studies. I observed that, but still it is not translated into the practice. Lots of researches are done, but they are not translated that much what we come up. That is, we have to take see that one. Linctus, that is the viscous liquid oral preparations that are generally prescribed for the relief cough, but those small volumes of the 5 ml that we can get it a prolonged emulsient actions. They should be taken undiluted and sipped and swallowed slowly. This is the requirement of the particular requirement of the conditions like cough and all. To develop the products, and we are having also products in that conditions also. I have taken one examples which is we are seeing in the slides. They are of the Ayurvedic licensed product, and they are selling into market. Another important, that is lotions, that will be in local actions for the cooling, smoothing, and protective purpose. They are also having alcoholic and aqueous. And another important thing, I will give information that under 158B, the Drug Cosmetic Act, we can use it any extract, but we have to use whole extract. We cannot fragment the extract in a particular marker. But there is one tricky thing is there, where we can only isolate some secondary metabolites like alkaloids only for antimicrobial actions, tannins for anti-inflammatory actions. Can we do it in another micro level? And our FDAs and our pharmacopoeia can give permissions for that. And the things are coming very soon in the pharmacopoeia, that one herb, one nation, that principle. They are working with the that, and on very soon it is they are publishing around 8 volumes on that. That 5 volumes are they are publishing on the Dhanvantari Day, and they may be come up. And these are the things are there where we have one standard, one product, and therefore GMP is come into existing 2000 and 2003 it is enforced because of we have to uniformity into product. So that one thing I want to share. The liniments that we are having liquid preparations, again it will be very good form, which is extensively used for the pain, analgesic effect, smoothing and counter irritant type of effect we are getting, and they are available. Along with this, as I showed in the examples and things, where the industries, you can get the idea that industry is having all advanced technologies with them. But the only thing is we have to cope up with this. The gargles, aqueous solutions used to prevent throat infections and available in concentrated form, and diluted with the warm and warm water that we can use it. Already we have some classical kashayas also use it for the gargling, like that are there. But things are working with this also. These are aqueous that mouthwashes, another form, and therefore I keep it one good example of Colgate, because the industry is like Colgate, and that they are working with this, and they are using some part of particular product or area, and they are working with the good exposures, and they are come with that. Sometimes the people doesn't know they are using Ayurvedic product. They are using that thinking this is something food product or something normal product, or they are having the general product. Okay, but these are having Ayurvedic products. Another example is come up with next slide. That is also there. The throat paints, which is I never seen any examples in that particular. In Duchess, we are having the medicament solutions rinsing the body cavities. Right now we are using kashayas and all they are using for body cavities. Some aqueous extracts we are working with this, and they are concentrated solution forms we are seeing. Next is very important, that is ear and nasal drops. They are having a very good usage and products are also which is available into market. The ear drops, the solution that installed into, because these are very sterile products. All products are very hygienically prepared. These products are very sterile products are there, and they are come up, and the industry is having that product range also to a particular physician. Then eye drops, that is we are there. Eye tone is the one of the popular medicines which is used everywhere. Next is enemas. These are required into panchakarmas also, and their oily preparation suspension that reduce into the rectum and cleansing the therapeutic efficacy that we require. But the Patanjali come with the kits. That Patanjali having enema kit. They have come up with this again, but the classical bhakti is there. How it is given, that how much we can make it modified to retain the timings we can increase, or what is the requirement for that particular thing, that we had industries working, but there is no instant busties and all, they are not prepared. We can have, because there is a variables in the another components of the busties. Therefore the things are like that, they are having stuck on that. Another important form is their suspensions. They are biophasic liquids, and this is also very, and I given an example of Amla Pitta Mishran. They have one of the good products which is in that particular form. Then emulsions, that is also there. They are 2 or more liquids that is usually immiscible, but under specific transforming, they adopt the microscopic housing inspectors, and they are also having. This is also one of the products also available into market. The paste, that is huge are there range in that, and one of the good leading brand is Patanjali Dantkandi is there. There means lots of things, but how we can make it like Sensodyne. Okay, they are coming with the particular issues of the teeth, like that. Can we develop a new range of the test for the oral care? That we have to develop the new products in that range, and we have to come up with that product, because R&D is, as research and development is going on. As an analyst, how much we want, how we want, that we can do it, and we can make it that in. Then creams, that is lubricated jellies are there. They are transparent, translucent, and that is for foot care and all that. That can be skin care. They can be used in the external. Next is buccal buccal and sublingual tablets. That is for the dissolved relief for the pain and headache. Sometimes oral care, in that they are working. That products are also available with the industry. And there is a chewable tablets, which is we are having Sudarakvati and Kofal, which is one of the good brand. It is developed by in Kerala, that is Kerala company, that is they are working. That is also available with this form. And another form is that is lozenges. That is also available and vastly using for the cough relief and the cough related issues. There are lots of lozenges are also available. Then pastils, that is their solid medicated preparation that dissolves slowly into mouth, and they are soft lozenges. They are based on either glycerol and gelatin and acacia and sugar. There are some experiments they are used, and as need, they have to dissolve slowly into mouth. Like that, the product is also developed for the particular thing. Next is important, that is another form is capsule, which is widely used by the all single extracts, combinations. They are working, and again, the Kshirbala one not oily things or liquid things can be come into the soft gels. That like both are there, hard and soft gelatin capsules are available. Really, the Swan Prashan, we are also planning to get it in a single dose, unit dose, like puff gels and all. Like that, that is good thing. We have to make it. In aerosols, the packaged under those pressures and contains therapeutically, they are having for skin and local applications, the nozzle and that can be aerosols are also there. But there is one thing I seen that product which is applicable and use it for repellent and canned aerosols like that smoke, and we can compactly packed and we can use it for particular things. Then gases, that is we are having inhalers, and they are going to be used for the spray in the sprain and some inflammations. They are going to be worked. In inhalers that we are already there, the combination of dosage form consisting of virtues of high vapor pressures and carried out in current air and nasal passages where we can get it very good relief. But I put it another one that is asthma, just like pump. Can we work in that level to the another product that we can develop the products for the another that is asthmatic conditions and all, because nebulization and all we are having some hydraulic extract we are working and that, but here we can work it in a such another range, because the thing is there how much precisely we give the drug, how much customized and very fastly acting drug we can produce, that will give good acceptance in the public. Another drug is there that is in solid, that is granules and powders. That is there, the powders are granules, they are sugar based, sometimes they are having powder mixed and make it the small granules. Another is powder, the new forms, that is some product with the talcum level and that used with, as I put, that is borderline Ayurvedic prickly heat powder. This is only for that particular condition. Like that, the product range are there and things are there. I keep it the example of, people don't know, people may not know, but there are, this is Ayurvedic product. If you see the, backside, there is Ayurvedic proprietary medicine, name is there. But never I seen in the ads that is Ayurvedic medicine. That is one of the things is there that we have to think. As we are working as a R&D, that is drug discovery, that is researching from that particular, it is come by the our drug, that is Rolfia serpentina. Ongoing research in Ayurveda in new drug leads. We are getting new extracts, new drug effects with the new forms and new dosage forms which can give it a good results in the Ayurveda treatment. That is we are also getting from the drug discoveries that should be translated through the industry. The challenges of isolation of active compounds for the complex formulations. Here, what we cannot isolate the drug, we can have, because there are lots of things we are using we are using some oils. Sometimes we are mixing 2-3 oils. We cannot get the exact pinpoint active component of that particular drug. We are giving bhavnas to the particular drug for the 10 times, 20 times, or like that we are going. But active component which should be there, the pinpoint active component should be isolated and get it. That is one of the complex problem is there. But industry is working with that also. The potential multi-targeted based the Ayurvedic synergetics, because our drugs are working with the therapeutic efficacy with another good supportive therapies we are getting from the drug, and that will be help for the our drugs to be give good effect with minimal side effect. Very important thing, we are having global acceptance with the regulatory compliance by the industry. Industry is working with the with this and they are having that, because our Ayush ministry is having lots of MOUs with the lots of countries where we can have good practicing with the Ayurvedic medicines in the other countries like Europe, North America, so lots of their countries are there, and the regulatory requirements are changed as the WHO GMP is there. Because we are currently in India, we are required to have GMP, but what WHO GMP help us to around 150 countries we can directly sell the product. So that is the things are there, and the products are getting the certificate of pharmaceutical product in the WHO GMP, where we can have good export and we can have, because some our doctors are consulting our overseas and they want that medicine in that particular country. There is lots of restrictions to get the medicine in that country, and they are having their own rules that will be taken care by the industry, and they are worked on that. Increase of integrative medicine program in major universities where we are having both allopathic and Ayurvedic medicines can be checked. Rising demand of Ayurvedic products in global market, because already as we see, there is a lots of demand in the Ayurvedic products because we are working with the Panch Mahabhuta Siddhant. Body is also Panch Mahabhut and the plant is also means all are living things. We are working with the living work. There is no synthetic or not isolated product or isolated markers. Something we are not used. Therefore, they are much compatible with body compositions and giving good results. That is, we have to therefore the people, and again yoga with Ayurvedic medicines and Ayurvedic practices are go hand to hand. So yes, there is a practice is lifestyle because the lifestyle is totally changed there and here. That we have to brought medicines in their lifestyle requirements, their changes, customization. Then Ayurvedic concepts to the Western audience because they are they are telling that no, mercury is having very dangerous, sometimes the arsenic is having dangerous, but the preparation and transformation of the particular product in that particular form, that the safety we have to assurance, and we can have multi-centric clinical trials also into another country, not restricted to our, we can have. If the things are come with this, that definitely the product will be accepted much faster in the other country. Regulatory status of the Ayurvedic medicines are different countries are different, definitely, because they're having their own rules. But we had to come up with that compliance, but we cannot disturb the principles. We have therefore the multi-centric with other countries clinical trials are very important for this. The growing number of Ayurvedic practitioners and training programs across the world, it is faster because they are working and they are spreading throughout the world. And integration with the spa and wellness industry, that Ayurveda wellness is also come up. Preventive health, that is we have to optimize the daily activities for the health, and along with the daily habits of some medicines and products. Rutucharya, this at seasonal changes, how we can use it, the products, what preventive and cure. The emphasis is on the proper diet, sleep and exercise. That is also there. And stress management through meditation and yoga we are doing, and then after some prescription of the drugs are there. Regular detoxification and rejuvenation, that is very important. That we have to orient about the things and make awareness for this. So people has to go with this particular procedures because the current pollutions and lifestyles are creating issues with the health. Diet also there, we are working with the therapeutic diet. Then improper digestion is very problem because we are eating junk foods. There is junk foods are bombarded like anything, and that will be the digestion is totally collapsed. How we can recorrect it? The personalized diet recommendations with the, or we can have some medicines that can be used. Suprafoods, that is ghee, turmeric, as we already seen some products, that is moringa right now, the herbal drugs are used. Panchakarma therapies, that is we are working with this particular therapeutic efficacy, the our practice. Yoga, that is complementary with our holistic health, and we can more promote our products from that. Meditation and mindfulness, that is philosophy meditation techniques, and we are already seen in our previous principal sites that how that will help into that. Again, some products we can add it in this. Ayurveda chronic diseases, that we are going to be have holistic approach in lifestyle, diet, herbs. We can have cardiovascular stress because these are the chronic and very current issues are going on respiratory disorders. Another industry is working with the geriatric care. They are having lots of good range of products for this particular age with the tailor-made products and lifestyle recommendations they are coming. Another area we are working with that pediatrics. Their pediatrics also having good range of the products in the Ayurvedic industry, and they are focusing on that because the requirement is and the public demand at the consumer demands are like that. They are working. Another area where industry is working with the women health, that products are developing that particular thing. The next thing is coming with sports medicine. Another area because the requirement of and our rejuvenation, the power of our products that when you have good immunity and body, mind, mental health, stress management, we can have the products we can develop, and personal training regime for individual constitution, we can do it. Then cosmetics, this is one of the vast area that industry working
Hello, sir.
shifted.
Sir.
Yes, sir.
Hello,
Yes,
sir.
hello.
Time.
I have
Hello, sir.
5 slides. 5 slides. I have 5 slides.
Okay.
Okay, sir.
Okay. That is we have and mental health, because as we have mental health questions, we can develop some products for that. Autoimmune that we are having boost can be immunity, and we can have products, and already it is there. Then it major contributor is Uttar Pradesh, then Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, Kerala, Telangana. These are the major contributors in the industry. They are producing the medicines for that. The current scenario of this our product is, as I discussed, is 1.2 lakh crore by 28. Therefore, good scope is there in the industry. These are the research institutes that are helping us, and another PG centers, they are working with this, and we have to translate this research. And last, we are coming with the promotional activity. The industry will help marketing the product, set up the supply chain, write information to the consumer and patient, briefing about the product details and their requirement, effects, side effects, and their digital marketing, online and offline mode, which can be faster the product you reach to the public, compliance with the regulatory authorities with the promotions. So these are my closing thoughts. But Ayurveda bridging ancient wisdom with the modern wellness with a healthier future, because we can give much healthier future to the patients and the people. But my sincere request by this platform to everyone, please plant the medicinal plants, and that will be helped in the future for our only. Okay. Thank you one and all.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to request Chairperson Dr. Rohit Gokarna sir to share their review.
Yeah.
Rohit sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Yeah, I would like to appreciate Dr. Ajit Lingayat sir, who has covered almost all the areas which is required in terms of new horizons of Ayurveda industry. So he has touched upon to the standardization, quality control, proprietary medicine, classical medicines, research, which can be collaborated industry and academia collaboration, and he has also touched on to the personalized medicines, drug dosage modification, and almost all new drug dosage forms, which is requirement of today's era. So which he has touched upon to the all the areas which were required to this topic. So what I feel regarding the need of this industry or the new horizons is that contribution from all the stakeholders who are responsible, like each and every person who's contributing to Ayurveda, he has to feel that responsibility to bridge that gap. We have to collectively connect the dots to bridge the gap to bring about the globalization or the required authentication, evidence-based medicine in Ayurveda. So we feel as a academician, I feel that it may be my responsibility, but as a clinician, everyone, or as a industrialist, so every person has his own responsibility to take Ayurveda forward. So as Sir described that the Ayurveda industry is somewhere around 16 billion right now, and 16 to 20 billion right now, and which is growing on. And there is a huge demand for Ayurveda products in global market. So what I feel is that it's not only what do you say, globalization, but also each and everybody's responsibility to take Ayurveda forward. So government is doing its part, as we say that any industry to flourish, Rajashreya is very important, which has been said in our classics also. The similar way government is doing its part by promoting research, by giving enough opportunities to UG, PG students, giving enough funding in terms of extramural, intramural researchers, and even promoting Ayurveda in terms of the entrepreneurship level. So wherein the students are motivated to do industrial or have an industrial experience in their student life itself, so that they can be good entrepreneurs or taking forward they can take a cue from Ayurveda knowledge and go and represent themselves as a industrialist from Ayurveda. Because many a times you feel that the people from Ayurveda are not much benefited in terms of what do you say, the benefits what they are getting in terms of revenue when it comes to the other people who have business ideas to take forward Ayurvedic ideas to industry. So this kind of idea or this kind of mindset should be developed in our students, so that they can take forward Ayurveda to a new level through industry or through their ideas with the Ayurvedic knowledge to a higher standards and higher globalization. So I congratulate all the members who have been contributing to this seminar and making like Ayurveda Teachers Association and ATACON 2024 for inviting me and inviting this lecture, which is a very important part of Ayurvedic industry for globalization. So thank you each and everyone for giving me opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to request our co-chairperson, Amit Jain, sir, to share their review.
Hello.
Amit Jain, sir.
Hello, am I audible?
Sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, good evening to all. The session was superb, and Dr. Ajit Lingat sir has covered all the points, and he has told us about tradition, technology, innovation, and all the things to forward our Ayurveda industry. And I don't think so that any point sir has left. So I'm very thankful to ATACON team and Ayurveda Association team and to Dr. Rohit Gokarna sir. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. With this, we come to end of this session. I would like to propose a vote of thanks for today's session. I am extremely thankful to Ayurveda Teacher Association for giving me this opportunity as a session coordinator. I am really delighted that we got to hear such an eminent speaker, Dr. Ajit Lingaya, sir. It is a very knowledgeable session. Thank you so much, sir. I would like to thank Dr. Rohit Gokarna, sir, who shared its expert review. And I would also like to thank Dr. Amit Jain, sir. I would like to thank Dr. Amar Kamble, sir, and Dr. Sonia, ma'am. And last but not least, I am extremely thankful to all delegates.
I also thankful to ATACON team. I also thankful for ATACON team to invite me as a speaker and all. And as I'm a B Pharm Ayurveda graduate and presenting last 16 years, I'm working with Ayurveda College. For all physicians I worked, all physicians are in front of me. I listen my words.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for the giving opportunity.
It was wonderful to hear you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Sonia, ma'am. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay.
So after completion of this our last session, I thanks Dr. Lingayat sir, our speaker, for explaining this topic in the very depth and effectively, along with its future development and challenges faced while going through it. I am sure it will benefit the upcoming entrepreneurs and researchers of the field of the Ayurveda. So, and also I also thank Dr. Gokarna sir and Dr. Jain sir, as well as I thank our coordinators, Dr. Pardeshi ma'am and Dr. Wajay sir for their nice conduction. So coming to the end of this today's sessions, here I want to express a vote of thanks. Dr. Shah madam, Ramesh Kumar sir, Dr. Shetty sir, on behalf of Parvati Devi ma'am, Dr. Ajit Lingayat sir, for providing us the feast of the knowledge to our delegates. Then I thank all the chairpersons and co-chairpersons from all over the nation for declare here that our day first of this conference is over. Thank you all of you. Thank you one and all.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all of you. Thank you very much. So, so we are ending this today here.